Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 76, Takigakuer no Kyusishu. In a large, open room in the Takigakuer leader's mansion, Shivuki, Anko, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Fu all sat in the room. The Konoha shinobi and the Nanabe Jinchuriki remained silent, waiting for Shivuki to speak. The young leader, however, continued to remain silent as his eyes wandered the visible destruction. His eyes focused on the visibly destroyed walls in the room. They then moved towards the outside, taking in the complete devastation to the rest around the mansion. Shivuki finally spoke, drawing all attention to him. I can't believe this happened. No one responded. Shivuki's eyes finally moved away from the destruction outside towards the shinobi in the room. I've spoken with some of my advisors and learned the extent of our damages, he said, bringing his hands to his head. 80% property damage throughout the village, 60% of active shinobi passed away, and 50% of the civilian population passed. He shook his head, tears developing in his eyes. Those numbers are devastating. Our village was ravaged. Something like this should not have happened. Fu shook her, scowling. What's Zajai's condition like? That man, of all people, survived, right? He did. Shivuki noted, frowning. He's unconscious and being restrained in a cave with chakra restraining seals strapped to his body. I'll be notified when he wakes up. His eyes then moved over to Anko. On that note, I have heard you are involved in Konoha's TNI department, yes? If you'd be willing to come with me to meet with him when he wakes up, that'd be appreciative. I need to get answers out of him. It'd be my pleasure. Anko nodded her head as she cracked her knuckles. Is there anything else you can use any help with? Naruto asked. I got a lot of clones that can help start with reconstruction. I also can help out in some way. Shikamaru added, rubbing the back of his head. I'm no professional medic or anything, but I know enough medical ninjutsu that I can probably assist in healing the injured. I know a lot of shinobi are probably out of commission right now, so maybe I can be of some use there. I never learned medical ninjutsu myself, but I am good with identifying wounds and applying creams. I can probably help out there too. Hinata offered. I appreciate all of that. You would all be a great help. Shivuki replied, the smallest hint of a smile on his face. The first thing that'll need to be done is to get resources to start rebuilding. We'll need to contact one of the neighboring civilian villages. Shivuki noted as he brought his hands together. Naruto-san, if I were to give you the necessary funds and sealing scrolls to carry back all of the resources, would you be able to go obtain them? Naturally. The Uzumaki nodded in response. I can go with him, just to help navigate the area. Fu added. The group talked about planning, as Shivuki gave Naruto the necessary bags and sealing scrolls. When the meeting was over, Naruto and Fu rushed out of the room to hurry over to the nearby villages outside of. Shikamaru and Hinata both left to go rush to the hospital to tend to patients. Anko stood up to walk out and attend to matters of her own, but as she was leaving the mansion, she stopped at the sound of sniffling. She turned around quickly and saw Shivuki falling to his knees, his hands deep in his face. The Konoha Jonin stood silent as the young leader cried uncontrollably to himself. She waited for a moment until his tears started to soften for her to clear her throat, drawing his attention to her. You know, none of this is your fault, Shivuki. Anko said as she walked over towards him. How? Shivuki shook his head, attempting to brush away his tears, but was unable to do so. It's not that hard to guess what you're crying about. It really isn't. Anko said with a humorless chuckle. We all tend to blame ourselves when shit goes wrong. I was the same way when my teammates were killed by Orochimaru. It took a lot for me to acknowledge that none of it was my fault, but it never was. It was all him. Same with this, none of this is your fault. This is my fault. Shivuki interrupted sharply, his eyes narrowing. I can blame Akatsuki and Kakuzu and Suien and Zajai for this invasion. I can only blame myself, however, for the response. He shook his head, biting his lip hard enough that it was starting to bleed. I tried to help out, but I was utterly useless. I contributed nothing to the fight against Zagi and was forcefully evacuated by Naruto when Kakuzu arrived. If it were not for them, I would have died, which I probably deserved. I wasn't able to dash. Anko cleared the distance between herself and Shivuki, punching him sharply in the face and interrupting his speech. The village leader looked at her in astonishment, tears rolling down his face. The Konoha Jonin simply shook her head, frowning. The last thing you should ever say is that you deserved to die. That's absolute horseshit and you know it. It spits on the lives all of those who lost theirs. Anko said sharply. She let out a sigh as she grabbed Shivuki's cheek and forced him to look at her in the eyes. All I'm saying is that you can't hate yourself for this, you know? It'll do you no good. You didn't wish this on your village and you tried to do what you could to help, even if you don't feel like it was enough. Well, now's your time to shine. Your village is at its weakest it's ever been. It needs a strong leader. It's going to be turning to you to pull it back together. Turning, to me? Shivuki repeated her words, still staring at her in astonishment. This is where you can do the job and only you. You're the leader here. You're the one who has your village's admiration. They'll need someone to put on a brave face for them. Like you, who only started to openly cry once you thought all of us were gone. Anko continued to say, letting a smile cross her lips. Come on, you're a young kid, but you're used to this job politically speaking. Show your village how good of a leader you can be. Help them get through this. Shivuki stood still for a moment, processing her words. Within seconds, the tears returned to his face, but a smile crossed his lips as he nodded his head. I'll try. He said softly. Anko stood still as the Takigakuer village leader continued to cry. She remained there until he cried out all of the remaining tears he had. For the moment he left the mansion, he would have to be strong for his people. Takigakuer's hospital had been destroyed in the invasion. As a result, the village converted one of the remaining buildings with minimal damage, a large seafood restaurant, into a makeshift hospital. The kitchen of the restaurant had been transformed into a hospital setting with bedding laid out as patients were placed on them, waiting as shinobi handled their wounds. Shikamaru and Hinata were completely unused to a hospital setting, and as such, were overwhelmed at all the needs required. However, they did their best, Hinata with providing clear diagnoses of internal wounds that patients had, while also being able to help with menial tasks, while Shikamaru provided assistance with healing ninjutsu of his own. Time moved by rapidly as they moved on, along with the few medical shinobi that were operational, from patient to patient. How the hell does Tsunade do this? This is exhausting. Shikamaru noted with a sigh. Keep at it, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata spoke up as she hurried behind another Taki medical shinobi to another patient. I know. The Nara nodded as he took in a deep breath. Shikamaru walked into a separate patient area, greeting a red-haired kunoichi laying on the bed. She had a few bandages on her neck and her wrists, but was seemingly doing fine otherwise. The Nara flicked out the papers he was given, verifying the identity of the shinobi in front of him, before he shook his head. Kariado Asuna, right? He asked. She nodded her head in response. I already got reports from a medic who had already looked at you. You're basically cleared to head out. Just let me do a checkup on your external wounds. The kunoichi nodded her head. Shikamaru got down to the bed and slowly undid her bandages. There was a scar that had developed around her neck, but the wounds themselves on her neck and her wrists were healed, no bleeding was evident. The Nara sighed in relief as he gave her a thumbs up. Yeah, you're gonna be good to go. I'll make sure to let one of the head medics around here know that. Shikamaru said. Thanks. Asuna mumbled as she slowly pulled herself out of the bedding. Her eyes were focused on the Nara as she was getting out. Something about him felt familiar to the girl. As the Konoha shinobi turned around to leave, realization entered her head. Hey! She called out, causing Shikamaru to turn around and face her. You're that guy from the Chunin exams 3 years ago. The Konoha shinobi that took my scroll during the second exam. Shikamaru's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the kunoichi. I remember you. You're the girl who Kurane-san hit with a genjutsu. Wait, No. That's not right. That can't be how you remember me. A scowl developed on Asuna's lips. Come on, don't pull that shit on me. It's what I want to remember. I'd rather not think about your team trying to attack me while my team was unconscious. That was easily one of the longest days of my life, you know. Shikamaru said with a grumble. Heh. I'd say my bad, but you got our damn scroll out of it and we were forced out of the exams, so you can bite me. Asuna said with a chuckle. Looks like you made good with that early promotion, though. I heard around that two Konoha Jonin were helping out here at the hospital. So, you made Jonin then? Yup. Shikamaru nodded his head. What about you? Did you ever make Chunin? Well, yeah. My team and I got promoted the exam the year after. We're all Chunin. Asuna replied. She opened her mouth to say something, but a frown developed on her lips instead. Well, I guess just me and Rei. I know Takuto, he died, and... Shikamaru noticed the tears starting to develop in her eyes. He quickly turned back around to the kunoichi and held out his arms. She quickly took advantage of the offer, pulling herself into a hug. She sobbed loudly on his shoulder while Shikamaru proceeded to pat her back lightly. I've known him for years. I just can't believe that he's dead, that anyone here is dead. Asuna spoke within tears. And nothing like this has ever happened here. So many people died, and father was responsible. As Asuna's sobbing grew louder, realization again hit Shikamaru's mind as he recalled the full name of the kunoichi in front of him, Kariado Asuna. You're Zagai's daughter. He spoke. Asuna sniffled. Why? Why would he do this? I wanted to become a shinobi, cause of my dad. Because of how strong and how proud he was to be a Taki shinobi, so why? Why? Shikamaru stood still, letting the kunoichi cry into his shoulder more. He had no idea what he was supposed to say or what to do. He just stood there, letting Asuna use him as the outlet she needed to let out her tears. Well, we're back. Naruto noted. As the sunset began to fall over Takigakure, Naruto and Fu made their way back from the underwater caves back into the village. Both shinobi were carrying bags that were filled with sealing scrolls, each filled with wood, cement, tiles, rope, and other resources that were going to be needed to rebuild Taki. The two Jinchuriki walked off the lake towards the Takigakure mansion. As the two started to walk on the destroyed roads, they were met by two civilians walking down the streets, young mother and her teenaged son. They were discussing something but stopped when they noticed Naruto and Fu. They quickly turned their attention towards them. Naruto-san, Fu-san. It is an honor to see you both. The woman said, bowing slightly. I trust you both are not injured. Not really. Most of my injuries were healed. Naruto replied. How does she know my name? Fu's hand instinctively went over to her shoulder. While Komei had been able to heal most of her wounds perfectly, including the ones formed from Hiden's ritual jutsu, Zagai's jutsu that pierced her skin did not completely. While the Biju managed to restore the skin, it did form a scar on her shoulder where the air blast hit her. I'll manage. That's a relief. Thank you both for keeping Shibuki-sama safe last night. The woman told them, smiling brightly. You're the reason Taki still is standing today. Both of you. You're a real awesome shinobi, Fu-san. The boy added. Fu's eyes widened at the statement. She felt a small blush develop on her cheeks as she rubbed the back of her sheepishly. Fu could not properly respond. She just looked downward, rubbing her hands together. Thanks. Anyway, we don't mean to take your time or anything. You carry on with what you all are doing. The woman replied. With a smile and wave of their hands, the two civilians walked off, leaving Naruto and Fu. The two Jinchuriki continued to walk down the streets of Taki. Well, they were sweet. Naruto admitted with a chuckle. Kinda weird that they knew my name. Word spreads quickly here. They probably also know the others' names too. Fu mumbled in response. Naruto was about to say something in response, but he noticed the troubled look on Fu's face, causing him to tilt his head at her. Everything all right, Fu? Yeah. She mumbled in response, pocketing her hands. I don't know. I don't know what to feel. About what? He asked. Those people. No, yes. Fu sighed, shaking her head. I don't know. I'm not used to that. That felt odd. Getting compliments? Naruto asked. Yes. Fu admitted. She pulled her hands out of her pockets and crossed her arms over her chest. I mean, look, the people here wanted nothing to do with me. They thought I was like some bug demon. They wanted me dead. She shook her head again, another confused sigh escaping her lips. They've never said anything like thank you or you're a good shinobi before. Ever. Ah. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Well, I got some of that too in Konoha. I stopped getting treated badly by the civilians in Konoha when I started to make a name for myself as a shinobi. And when the Sunaoto invasion happened. A small, sad smile developed on his lips. People sometimes just need to be put in the moment to see you're not the demon they think you could be, you know? They need to be able to see us do good for the village in order to get it through their heads. Yeah, I guess. It just feels weird. Fu mumbled. Oh yeah. It does. Naruto replied. It dash. Also not deserved. The Nanabe Jinchuriki continued to speak. Cause Akatsuki invaded to get me, right? That's why they were here. Maybe they brought Suien here to help them get me. Maybe all of this was my fault. Fu. Naruto stopped walking, which caused the girl to stop as well. Stop. That's not true and you know it's not. Akatsuki are responsible for that shit. You had nothing to do with it. I know. It's just. I don't know. A frown developed on the kunoichi's face. A long time ago, when I was growing up, I wanted this village's respect and admiration. Deep down, a part of me still wants it. It just feels weird and wrong, getting it now when the village is almost wiped out, and partially cause of me. Maybe it's not my fault, yeah, but I can't deny that I'm at least a factor. The two Jinchuriki fell into silence for a moment. Naruto stared intently at Fu, a frown on his face, while Fu's eyes turned towards the sky, focusing on the sunset. I go back and forth, within the skies, constantly from the mountain where I make my home, the wind blows too harsh and strong. She recited. A small, bitter smile crossed her lips. Lyrical. I like it. I'll make sure to write that one down. You're good at putting meaning into so few words. Naruto admitted, his frown turning into a bitter smile of his own. Poetry has that effect. It's all about using few words to convey deeper meaning. It always appealed to me. She said with sigh. Though the wind blows harsh, the mountain remains sturdy, and the waterfall continues pouring down, and down, and down. Naruto spoke. Fu blinked in response. She turned to face Naruto, her eyes widened as she processed his words. The two Jinchuriki stood in silence until Fu started to bust out into laughter as Naruto began to rub the back of his head sheepishly. Look, I know I'm bad, but at least you got the point across. He stated. The funny thing is that it wasn't bad, until that ending, huh? Fu started to comment until she started to laugh again. Oh man, that was some really bad use of repetition. Humph. Last time I try and cheer you up. Naruto crossed his arms, sticking out his lip in an over-exaggerated fashion. It took a few seconds before Fu's laughter started to subside. Once it did, she looked over at Naruto with a wide smile and a small blush on her cheeks. No, I get what you meant though. And it's true. She reached out to Naruto, embracing him in a hug. And thank you. Naruto quickly returned her embrace, a smile developing on his lips, of course. The two remained still for a moment before they broke the hug and started to walk back towards the remains of Shivuki's mansion, with Fu being in a much more evident better mood than before. He's awake. Tell Shivuki-sama. Now. Kariado Zagi slowly opened his eyes, turning his head around. He felt a massive dizziness in his head. He tried to move his body but found himself unable to do so. He glanced downward and noticed that rope tied him onto a chair. His arms were tied to the chair's arms, his waist to the seat, and his legs to the legs of the chair. He tried to break through the rope, but was unable to do so. He then tried to channel chakra into his arms, but found himself unable to do. It was at that point he noticed the feeling of paper on his skin, the presence of chakra-suppressing seals all over his body. Ugh. He shook his head, the only part of his body he could move. Where am I? His eyes took in the rest of the area around him, noticing that the chair he was in a cave. The only dim light in the room came from ceiling papers on the cave's ceiling, which gave the room a light blue tint in coloration. It was at that moment that Zajai's mind recalled all of his thoughts and memories. Ah! I know why I must be here. A sigh escaped Zajai's lips as he looked down at the cave's floor. What felt like an eternity to him passed by in silence until he heard footsteps approaching. He finally looked upward in time to see Shivuki approaching him, joined by Anko to his side. Picked a real inconvenient time to wake up. 3 in the morning, are you shitting me? Anko grumbled, shaking her head. I'm just glad he did wake up before too long. Shivuki spoke up, frowning. Within a few seconds, the two arrived at his side. Both Anko and Shivuki stared at Zajai intently, while Zajai was unable to meet their gaze. His eyes seemed permanently fixated on a few pebbles on the cave's floor. Karyado Zajai. Anko spoke up, but Zajai continued to ignore her. A scowl developed on her lips as she held out her right hand. A snake rushed out her jacket's sleeve and rushed over to his body, biting onto his right arm. Zajai's eyes widened as he tried to grab onto his arm, but the ropes prevented him from doing so. Ack! He hissed in pain. Speak when spoken to. Anko said coldly. I'll. Zajai finally looked up, his eyes focusing on Shivuki. I'll speak with Shivuki-sama and only Shivuki-sama. The snake on his arm bit down harder again, causing Zajai to shout in pain. Ack! Unfortunate for you, you lost the right to put in requests. You lost that right the moment you turned traitor on this village. Anko stated sharply. She pulled her arm back, causing the snake to let go of its grip on Zajai's arm, which caused him to wince as blood started to trickle from the wound. She then crossed her arms. You're speaking with me too. Fuck off. Zajai hissed. He was about to say something else, but he noticed Anko lift her hand again, which caused him to wince. A smirk developed on her face as she recrossed her arms. Whether you realize it or not, your subconscious already understands the power structure here. Good. She noted. Zajai. Shivuki spoke softly, frowning. Zajai turned his attention to the village leader, noting the look of hurt on the young man's face. I have a few questions for you. Anko-san is here to help me get them and for her to hear them as well, because some concern Konoha as well. You. The frown dropped on his face as a neutral, expressionless face developed. You will not object to her presence. Nor will you object to any of our questions. The expression on the young leader's face caused Zajai to let out a deep, bitter sigh, as he shook his head. What do you want to know? He asked. Let's start first and foremost with plans about this event. Shivuki said. What was the goal behind this? Who orchestrated it? Kakuzu and Haiden. They were trying to take Fu away to steal her Biju. Zajai answered truthfully. His eyes then moved over to Anko. They did not know Konoha was going to be in the village, but instead of retreating, they decided to try and carry on with the plan, adding the objective to take Naruto as well. So they had no knowledge at all that we would be here? Anko asked. Zajai shook his head, which caused the Konoha Jonin to tilt her head. Interesting. What about Suien? Shivuki asked. What was his role? He was supposed to be a diversion. Create as much chaos while Kakuzu and Haiden snuck in to take Fu. The former Jonin commander answered. A diversion. Shivuki repeated the phrase before his eyes narrowed, his mask breaking as a scowl broke on his lips. You call the destruction of Taki a diversion? Do you have any idea the amount of casualties our village just suffered? Zajai closed his eyes, unable to look the young leader in the eye. That was Kakuzu's agenda, yes. What do you know about Akatsuki? Anko questioned. Zagai grew quiet, keeping his eyes closed. A scowl developed on Anko's lips as she held out her hand, causing a snake to rush out and bite his neck. The man's eyes immediately opened wide as he grit his teeth, resisting the urge to scream. What's there to be quiet about? She asked. Kakuzu. Zagai shook his head. I can't dash. His words died on his tongue as the snake bit harder. Zagai's eyes widened further as he felt himself cough up blood in response. Can't what? Can't speak of Akatsuki? Because of Kakuzu? Why? Anko growled out her question. She pulled back her hand, causing the snake to relinquish his neck. Zagai breathed in and out for a few moments until he was able to compose himself. He shook his head again. I am loyal to Kakuzu, it would be a disgrace to his name to speak of Akatsuki. He stated. It dash. Kakuzu's dead. Anko interrupted. Zagai's eyes widened in response. There is zero reason to stay loyal to Akatsuki. He's dead. The red-haired shinobi repeated. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips as he shook his head. That's ironic, that I outlived him. Zagai. Shivuki spoke up again, his face turning back to a neutral expression. Why were you loyal to Kakuzu? Of all people. Zagai remained silent for a moment. Anko and Shivuki stared at the man impatiently, waiting for him to speak. The Konoha Jonin was about to lift her hand once more, but the former Takigakuer Jonin commander started to speak slowly. Back during the Third Shinobi World War, one was deployed in a particularly devastating battle. My battalion all perished. He said. I know of which battle you're referring to. Shivuki spoke. A devastating showdown in Hinokuni, when our squadron of shinobi that was meant to join up with Konoha forces was ambushed by Kumo and IWA assailants. They completely routed our forces. Only you survived, and it was considered a miracle and a testament to your skill that you survived. That's a joke of a claim. Zagai let out another bitter chuckle. I should have died. I was very nearly dead. I managed to survive the initial attack and was left to rot amongst the corpses of my comrades. I did not die, but I should have after the battle was over. A sigh then escaped his lips. Then, as if by a miracle, Kakuzu stepped foot on the battlefield. He was examining the bodies of those who passed, trying to see if any shinobi was a worthwhile bounty to cash in on. That's predictable. Greedy bastard. Anko shook her head, scowling. I was so surprised to see his presence, to see anyone alive. So, I called out for him. And begged for him to save me. Zagai admitted, shaking his head. Kakuzu walked right up to my bleeding body. His eyes focused on my forehead protector. I'll remember it well. He let out the most amused laugh I have ever heard from anyone, and picked up my bleeding body. He then looked me in the eye and said, Do you know who I am, boy? I recognized him at that point. I recognized that I was staring at Kakuzu. And I told him that I did and still begged him to save me. The red-haired Jonin admitted, looking down once again. He just continued to laugh, talking about how weak Taki shinobi were, and then asked how I had the gall to ask him to save me. I just continued to beg him, however, telling him that I needed to get home no matter what and I'd do anything for him. Anything that would help me get back home. A small, bitter smile developed on his lips. And I guess I convinced him. And then I had to follow through. Why? Shivuki asked. What could possibly have motivated you to stay loyal to him? My wife was pregnant when I got involved in that battle. Zagai stated. I call it selfish. But I wanted to see her. I wanted to be home. I wanted to be able to meet my baby daughter badly. I'd do anything. A single tear fell from his right eye as he shook his head again. And I managed to. Just in time to see my wife die in childbirth. Can you imagine, though? If I did not get back home, my precious Asuna would have been an orphan. Ah. Anko's eyes widened in realization as she looked at Zagai with a neutral expression. So, that's why. You feel like you owe Kakuzu for letting you meet for allowing you the chance to raise her. Yes. Zajai nodded his head. I like to believe I'm an honorable man. I valued my village, but there are certain things I have to honor. Even if it was an act of self-interest, to turn me into his spy. I have to stay loyal to the person who gave me the chance to be a father. Zajai. Shivuki frowned in response as he brought his hands together. I get your reasoning. Anko admitted. The neutral expression faded as a scowl developed on her lips. But it doesn't justify shit. Because you couldn't get over your honor to that man, the village was nearly destroyed and over half its population is dead. And your daughter, from what I've heard, is absolute distraught that her father betrayed Taki. All of this is because of you, to honor some promise you made to an active S-ranked criminal. Her scowl turned into a frown of her own. Honestly, I've heard of making a deal with the devil before, but I've never seen a better example of it. It's enough to make me pity you and enough to make me resent you more than ever. Zajai looked downward. I wanted you all to kill me. And we didn't. To hear from you all that you know. Shivuki spoke with a sigh. Zajai, your loyalty was with Kakuzu. He's dead. Now, if you ever felt any loyalty towards me and Taki, towards the village that your daughter is an active member of, then please tell us everything you know about Akatsuki. The former Takigakuer Jonin commander was silent as he closed his eyes. More tears started to fall from his eyes. Finally, after a minute of silent sobbing, the man looked up at Shivuki and Anko and sighed heavily. I do know a few things. He admitted. Kakuzu occasionally would tell me things. He found certain aspects of Akatsuki's leadership vexing and confusing and would often discuss freely with me. He'd say that, since I am not a member, he could let me know things. What has he told you? Anko pressed. He had often stressed that he never intended to join the organization. The leader, a man named Pain from Omegakuer, forced him to join after defeating him combat and forcing him into it. Kakuzu often mentioned that he respected Pain's strength, leadership, and charisma, but found him to be annoying. Pain is apparently a man who speaks of peace who wishes to unite the world through any means necessary. Zajai stated. Heh. The Konoha Jonin snorted in response. Sure. All right. Anyway, what do you know about this Pain figure? Only what Kakuzu has told me. Zajai answered. He bit his lip, as if deciding how to word his thoughts, before sighing. Have you ever heard of the Rinnegan? What? Anko blinked in response, processing his words. You mean the eyes of the Rakudo Sennin? Her eyes widened in horror as realization dawned on her. You're not being serious, are you? I am. The former Takigakuer Jonin commander nodded his head. Kakuzu fought him. He saw the eyes. That's. Anko brought her hands together. Please. Let's keep talking. Zajai nodded his head, answering all other questions Shivuki and Anko had for him. I cannot believe all of this. Shivuki shook his head. The young Takigakuer leader did not sleep that night, he had not slept at all since the invasion. He stayed up all night, simultaneously working on plans with his living advisors for Takigakuer's restoration while trying to process all that he learned from Zajai. Shivuki wanted to be angry. He wanted to be furious with Zajai for his betrayal. He wanted to feel pity for him, due to his story. He wanted to feel something about the situation. But he was not able to rest and allow his thoughts to collect on emotions. The leader of Akatsuki has the Rinnegan. He was powerful enough to completely force Kakuzu into submission. Shivuki noted. This. He would single-handedly destroy our village, even if we did not just invaded from the inside. That thought pushed Shivuki into drafting his various plans to get Takigakuer back on its feet. It was also the thought on his mind that motivated him to send a shinobi to bring Fu to his office. The sun began to rise in the sky as Fu walked through the doors of what remained of his mansion and entered his room. A yawn escaped her lips as she walked up to Shivuki. Was it really necessary to send someone to get me this early, Shivuki? Couldn't it have waited until later in the day? She asked. It probably could have, but I wanted to address something with you right away. Shivuki admitted with a sigh. Fu. I have a mission for you. Oh. Fu tilted her head. Realization dawned on her as she nodded her head solemnly. I get it. Now that Taki's shinobi forces have dropped exponentially, you're going to let me go missions for the village again. A small smile developed on her lips. Would have preferred if this didn't have to happen for me to get to do missions again, but I'm dash. Fu. Shivuki interrupted, getting the Jinchuriki to stop talking. He closed his eyes, shaking his head as he spoke. This is a long-term mission. I'm going to need you to go to Konoha with Anko's team when they return to their village and stay there for a while. What? She blinked in response. An exasperated expression developed on her face as she shook her head. What the hell? Taki needs as much of their shinobi force here. You all need me dash. We need you safe. Shivuki stated sharply, crossing his arms. Our village won't be able to keep you safe if Akatsuki comes back. If their leader were to come, he'd rout what's remaining of the village without difficulty. A small, sad smile developed on his lips. Konoha would be able to keep you safe. And so, I'd like you to go there for now. Keep me safe. Fu repeated the words as a sigh escaped her lips. Just like keeping me in the village and out of missions kept me safe. Fine. I get it. I'm used to this. Fu dash the Takigakuer village leader started, but the Jinchuriki turned away, ignoring him. They're not leaving for another few days, so let me at least get my shit together or something. I'll head out with them. And then I won't be your village's problem anymore, Shivuki. She said. With those words, Fu left the room. Shivuki tried to call out to the Jinchuriki, but she continued to ignore him on her way out. After his futile attempts failed, another long sigh escaped his lips as he brought his hands to his face one last time. This is for the best, though. For Taki and for her. Shivuki stated. Hopefully, this won't be a long transfer. Hopefully it'll be safe to send her back to Taki, and by then, hopefully this village can be rebuilt. I need to talk to someone about this shit. Fu told herself. Her default person to talk to would have been Naruto, but the Uzumaki was assisting in the village and helping with some initial construction jobs, having him and his clones help remove the rubble throughout the village. Shikamaru would have been an option as well, but the Nara was currently volunteering once again at the hospital, helping the understaffed Takigakuer medical shinobi attend to the patients. Anko was another option, but the swordswoman was passed out, catching up on lost sleep after a long night of interrogation. This only left one option for the Nanabi Jinchuriki. You're coming back to Konoha with us? Hinata questioned. The Hyuga was also going back to help out Shikamaru and the Takigakuer staff, but she had woken up a tad later and was just about to leave Fu's house when she returned. It was the perfect timing. Yup. Fu nodded her head. I get what Shivuki's trying to do. But I wish he would have asked me at least, first. What do you mean? Hinata questioned. He's doing this for my own protection, but that was his justification for never sending me on missions out of Taki. It feels just like the same. He gets spooked by a situation and makes an executive decision to change my life without asking me about it. The Jinchuriki stated. It makes me want to yell at him and get pissed, but I know he means well. He's doing what he thinks is in the village's in my best interest. Do you think you'd accept the offer if he just gave it to you? Hinata asked. I don't know. Fu admitted with a sigh. I still think it's irresponsible for me, as a Taki shinobi, to leave the village in its state like this. It really is gonna take years to bring this village back together and every hand is needed. But I don't know, I get his logic. And if he just gave me the opportunity after explaining it, I would have probably agreed. She crossed her arms. I don't know, I just don't like it. I don't like when people take my freedom away. That's rather relatable to me. The Hyuga spoke with a sigh of her own. That sounds like me with my clan's elders when I was growing up. What do you mean by that? The Jinchuriki questioned. The Hyuga clan is a rather traditional clan with a very traditional mindset on a lot of aspects. As the eldest daughter and the former clan heiress, I had expectations that I was supposed to meet in every aspect of my life. That meant a group of elders, including my own grandfather, continuously observing my behavior to make sure I was a proper Hyuga, one that would uphold tradition and be the traditional leader that they desired. Hinata explained. She crossed her arms and closing her eyes, as she recalled memories of her childhood, memories of the elders observing her training, of various conversations she had with them about her beliefs, and the outright resistance Yoshikane and the others gave when the new seal was presented to the clan. It was even worse for the branch family members of the clan, like my cousin Niji, who had expectations to be a strong follower who would do anything, even give his life, to the main family, not from love or familial obligation, but from duty. He often described it as feeling like a caged bird. Our clan's traditions made it so no one could be free. I hated it. Hinata concluded. Fu nodded in understanding. There's nothing more damning than clipping away at one's freedom. Her eyes moved to the outside of her house, zeroing in on a butterfly that was on its window. Imagine life as a butterfly without its wings, being unable to fly around from tree to tree. That's what I imagine hell would be like. Likewise. Hinata nodded in agreement. The Hyuga opened her eyes as a smile developed on her lips. However, that hell ended in my life. Niji and Isan and I were able to destroy it by showing the elders and our grandfather that the traditions were not as grand as they assumed. And the same will come for you too. What do you mean by that? Fu asked, tilting her head. Like, you think I should tell Shivuki to shove it and just stay in the village? Do you think that's what you want to do? Hinata asked. The Jinchuriki looked downward to the ground in response. I probably should not. I do think he has a point. Then come to Konoha then and grow stronger. I can promise you, our Hokage will let you have the freedom you want in the village. Hinata continued, her smile growing wider. Then get even stronger. And when you come back to Taki, show Shivuki-sama and the rest of the village what you are capable of and that you are the one who will make your own decisions moving forward. Fu was silent for a moment, processing the Hyuga's words. Within seconds, a large smile developed on her lips. She immediately held out her hand towards Hinata, who took her hand. The two shared a firm handshake with each other. Then, Fu immediately pulled Hinata towards her and brought her into a tight hug. Eep. She gasped. You're right. You're so fucking right. Fu exclaimed loudly. And I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna show Shivuki and everyone just what I'm capable of. And I'm gonna carve my own path in the process. She somehow managed to tighten her grip on Hinata, which caused the Hyuga to gasp. Thank you so much, Hinata. No problem. Hinata managed to choke out. My lungs. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity for the Hyuga, Fu let Hinata go from the embrace, as the girl started to breathe in heavily. Once Hinata's breathing calmed down, the Jinchuriki spoke up again, a light blush developing on her cheeks. I probably should apologize to you, by the way, Hinata. Fu acknowledged. Hinata tilted her head in response, what for? For judging you before I even met you. I had this idea of what all non-Jinchuriki are like and it's hard for me to break it. I guess I just sorta subconsciously distrust normal humans like you and think you won't like or understand me. The Jinchuriki explained. A frown developed on her lips as she shook her head. Even now. I actually was going to try talking to Naruto first and got upset sorta that I was going to have to talk to one of you three. Just cause he's a Jinchuriki and thought he'd understand my situation, when actually you understand it perfectly. She bowed her head at the Hyuga. I know it was mostly internal judgment, so you didn't know about it, but still. I'm sorry. Hinata's eyes widened at the words. She was quiet for a moment before she shook her head. I don't think you need to apologize. I understand. Hinata admitted. Han-san, the Jinchuriki of the Gobe, was the same way. As was Yotakata-san. You had your reasons. A smile developed on her lips as Fu looked her in the eye. Just know that I'll always be there if you need anything. I'm your friend, okay? As you are mine. Fu returned her smile with one of her own. With those words, the two kunoichi separated from each other. Hinata hurried off to help out the medical shinobi while Fu went to join Naruto in the construction efforts. Both had a smile on their faces, though, as they rushed out to their duties. A week passed quickly in Takigakure. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Anko did all they could to assist Takigakure in its repairs. The village was far from done. While most of the rubble had been removed from the village, the reconstruction process needed to begin, and many shinobi and civilians, while in stable condition, were bedridden. The process for full recovery would still take years to come. However, progress had begun. As the sun began to rise over Takigakure, Shibuki stood in front of the village entrance. The Konoha shinobi and Fu stood directly in front of them, all ready to travel. "I'll make sure to give Godame-sama a detailed report of what happened here, Shibuki," Anko told the young leader. "I'll also ask about making arrangements with him to send some Konoha shinobi to help out here with the construction. You'll probably hear back from him soon. Any help is appreciated, but unexpected. Konoha has already done plenty for Taki," Shibuki admitted with a smile. "Words do not describe how grateful the village is for all of your help. All of you assisted the village in our village's most devastating moment, ensuring that we somehow survived. Now it's our turn to repair ourselves and become stronger than ever. Get this village back on its feet," Naruto stated with a grin. "I can't wait to see what it's like later. We'll do our best here," Shibuki chuckled in response. He then turned his attention to Fu as a sad smile crossed his lips. "We will hopefully have a home for you back here soon, Fu. I don't want you to leave, but I know this is for the best for you." "It is," Fu acknowledged. A confident smirk developed on her lips, however, as she gave her village leader a thumbs up. "However, be ready for my return someday. I'll be coming back stronger and freer than ever, and you best damn well believe that when I make my return, I'm gonna do my best to keep this village strong and alive." Shibuki's eyes widened in response at her words. The sadness in his smile disappeared as a large grin took its place as he nodded his head. "Then I look forward to that day. We ought to start heading back." Shikamaru spoke up with a sigh. "It's gonna be a while before we can get back to Konoha, and we'll need to let Jiraiya-sama know everything that happened here." "Of course." Shibuki turned his attention back to the group as a whole. With a final farewell, the group turned away, starting their journey back to Konoha. Shibuki waved goodbye to them, smiling as he looked upon their figures disappearing over the horizons. "Please, travel safe and take care, Takigakure no Kyushishu," he realized. Takigakure no Kyushishu, the saviors of Takigakure. The four Konoha shinobi had come through for the village in ways being allies. They saved the village from its destruction. And the young village leader knew the importance of their actions, and how quickly word of their actions would spread. "Do I want to know what happened?" Kabuto questioned. "Go fuck yourself," Hayden hissed in response. After getting inducted into Akatsuki, the former right hand of Orochimaru had separated himself from Sasori and Deidara to do some independent grave robbing while awaiting further orders. The young man had only just entered Tsuki no Kuni when Zetsu had appeared before him, dropping off Hayden's body in two separate parts. "You can fix him up, yes?" White Zetsu asked. Normally, this would be Kakuzu's job. However, he seems to have gotten himself killed for whatever reason. "You bragged about your medical skills when speaking with Pain-sama, so surely you are able to stitch Hayden's body back together, yes?" "Oh, that'll be easy. This should not take me much time." Kabuto chuckled to himself. "Orochimaru-sama had me performing much more complicated surgeries. I'm just sorta impressed that this man is still alive. I can't die. Nothing can kill me," Hayden exclaimed. A small, smug smirk developed on his face. "Unlike Kakuzu. Shows what's real about immortality, huh? His immortality came from earthly ties, and that's the reason that his ended up failing when it mattered. Mine comes as a blessing from Jashin-sama himself, which is why I am the true immortal." "That's interesting to hear. Orochimaru-sama was planning on ways to become immortal. I also should admit that I have been curious myself on how to become immortal," Kabuto admitted, rubbing the back of his head. "Open your mind to Jashin-sama and you will discover the way," Hayden stated sharply. "Okay." Kabuto smiled in response. Haiden's eyes widened in response. The man looked at the glasses-wearing shinobi in astonishment. "You're serious?" he questioned. "Well, you're immortal. I want to be immortal. I'd at least like to listen to what you got to say," Kabuto replied, still smiling. "I know the basics of your religion, at the very least. The ritual suicide jutsu and all of that. I'd be curious to learn more." "Heh. You two can keep discussing this shit all you want." Black Zetsu spoke up, drawing attention to it. "This actually does work out. Our organization does function in pairs. Kabuto, you were not assigned one yet. Haiden, your partner just died. That means you two can pair up together," White Zetsu stated. "Hopefully this is fruitful for you both." "Oi, Zetsu." Haiden spoke up, turning his attention back to the plant-looking creature. "Remember what I told you? About the Konoha shinobi being too coincidental?" "Yes. Pain-sama will be informed immediately about it." Black Zetsu spoke up. With those words, Zetsu sank into the ground, disappearing. Kabuto's eyes narrowed on the ground that Zetsu had previously been. He adjusted his glasses as a frown developed on his face. "Of all the people in this organization, you're the most suspicious to me. Keep your secrets for now, Zetsu, but I will discover what you are and what you're planning in no time," Kabuto thought to himself. "Yo, Kabuto, right? The fuck are you looking at?" Haiden spoke up. "Oh. My apologies." The silver-haired shinobi turned his attention back to the immortal and chuckled. "I'll get to fixing you up right away. Afterwards, you and I can maybe discuss some things about your religion. I'd love to learn more." Haiden's eyes almost lit up as he let a maniacal, but sincere, smile develop on his face. "You and I are gonna get along very well." "Of course." Kabuto continued to chuckle as he adjusted his glasses. "Appeal to his religion. Get on his good side. He seems rather naive in certain aspects. I can definitely get him to have allegiance with me, as opposed to having allegiance with the organization as a whole. This could end up being quite the fruitful relationship to develop." With that thought in mind, Kabuto began operating on Haiden's body immediately. Chapter 77, A New Day. It took 2 days of uneventful travel, much need uneventfulness, before Team 3 and Fu arrived back at the gates of Konoha. The group was greeted immediately at the gate and were brought straight to Jiraiya's office. The Godame Hokage had been eagerly awaiting the group's return and had expected to get a report about Shivuki's confirmation of a more tight alliance, along with a generic report about Fu. He was not expecting, however, for the Jinchuriki to accompany the Konoha team and to get the type of report he received from Shivuki. Akatsuki invaded Taki and nearly rooted the village. "That's insane." Jiraiya shook his head, still processing everything. "I can't believe they pulled something off like that. Ever since its creation, Takigakure has never once been invaded like that. Shinobi have tried, but none have ever successfully pulled off an invasion." Well, it does help that the Akatsuki group leading this invasion included Kakuzu, a former missing ninja from the village. Naruto noted, scowling. "Thank God we at least took that asshole down. If only we could have taken down Haiden as well." Shikamaru said. "That man is a huge concern. I'm actually more concerned with that giant plant creature that rescued him," Fu admitted. "It just appeared out of nowhere. I like to think I'm a good sensor, but I could not even sense its presence in the slightest. It just came and rescued Haiden before we could even try to find a way to finish him off. Zetsu is one of my biggest concerns in the organization as well. Both Teiwa and I have tried to dig up as much dirt as we can on the creature, but it seems to have no record in any shinobi village. Every report I have on it is incomplete and makes it seem to be the organization's biggest enigma. It's the biggest wild card." Jiraiya sighed. He then turned his full attention towards Fu. "So, you'll be staying here in our village for a while, correct?" "That's what Shivuki ordered me to do, in order to keep myself and Taki safe," she stated. A small frown developed on her lips. "If that's okay with you, that is. I could always go back or find Dash." "No, that's totally fine," Jiraiya quickly said, forcing a small laugh. You can stay here as long as you and your leader wish. She can stay at the Uzumaki clan estate. Naruto offered with a smile. It's pretty big and we got lot of space. Masaka Doji will be cool with it. Oh, and I got a garden if you want to help me make it even better. I'm down. I want to see what a standard Konoha garden looks like. Fu replied, smiling back. But fair warning, if your garden's boring, I reserve the right to fully redo it. It's not boring. The Uzumaki exclaimed, crossing his arms. Anyway, Anko coughed, bringing attention back to the topic at hand. I also gave you a scroll about a request from Shivuki to arrange C-rank and B-rank missions to Takigaku periodically in order to help them with the reconstruction in the village. Hopefully we can get a few teams out there every now and then to help them. I think I can one-up that and maybe relocate a few shinobi temporarily there to help. It's the least we can do for them. Jiraiya stated. He relaxed back in his chair for a moment. Anko, if you could stay here for a little bit longer. The rest of you are dismissed, if you want. We'll go show Fu around Konoha, then. Hinata said. Yeah. And introduce her to the best ramen in the world. Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Ichiraku's, here we come. With those words, the four shinobi rushed out of the room, as the former students of Team 3 were eager to show Fu around Konoha. Anko and Jiraiya were now alone in the room. The moment the trio left, Jiraiya stood up from his chair and looked Anko directly in the eye with an almost desperate look. I wanted to speak to you alone since you were the one who interrogated this Zagi person and I don't want to deal with explanatory questions for now from the others. He explained. Please, tell me. Did he really say that this Akatsuki leader, Pain, has the Rinnegan? He did. Anko nodded her head. I suppose that could be a lie, but I don't see why he would feel the need to do so. Kakuzu apparently saw it firsthand and only joined the organization because this Pain used it to overpower him and force him to join the group. I see. Jiraiya brought his hands to his face. I know it's hard to believe. I don't even recall ever hearing anyone outside of myth actually have the Rinnegan. Anko sighed. It makes their leader seem terrifying. I actually knew someone with the Rinnegan. Jiraiya admitted. A young boy from AIM, actually. What? The Konoha Jonin's eyes widened. You're serious? I am. As far as I was aware, that boy should be dead. But I have never seen the Rinnegan before and have never since. And this leader is apparently from AIM. Jiraiya asked, rubbing his forehead. Anko responded, but the Godame Hokage did not process his words. He walked over towards the window in his office and looked outward towards the sky. It's Nagato. It must be. God, you lived. He realized. A horror developed in his heart as he was unable to fully enjoy the revelation that his former student was alive. And you're the leader of Akatsuki? What the hell happened? Itadaka Mesa. Naruto exclaimed as he quickly started digging into his ramen. He quickly ate the bowl almost instantaneously before pushing the empty bowl forward. Old man, I'm going to need another bowl. Ha, coming up. Tuka chuckled as he took the empty bowl. Business goes down whenever you're on a mission, Naruto, but you tend to make up for it in dividends when you return back to the village. It's great to have you here again. It's great to be back. The Uzumaki replied. Fu blinked in response. She had just pulled her chopsticks apart by the time Naruto had finished his entire bowl. She then turned her attention towards Shikamaru and Hinata, who were casually eating their own bowls without a care. She blinked again. Did you two not see that? Fu asked. Hinata, mid-chew of the pork in her ramen, turned her head towards Naruto's direction. She shrugged her shoulders in response and spoke after swallowing her bite. That's Naruto-kun for you. He loves the ramen here. But he didn't even eat it. He just sorta inhaled it. Fu exclaimed. That's just how he eats. Shikamaru replied with a shrug of his own between bites. But he didn't eat like that in Taki. Fu replied. You're new here, aren't you? Ayam asked with a giggle. Trust me, you'll get used to that. The Nanabe Jinchuriki, realizing she was alone in her confusion, simply sighed and focused her attention towards her own bowl of ramen. She immediately took her first bite of the noodles and her eyes widened. An overwhelming desire to immediately drink the bowl filled her. It's so good, must. No, you just made a big deal about Naruto speed eating. She told herself. Show restraint, eat slowly. It is delicious. She managed to say with an uneasy smile as she slowly started to make progress on her ramen, making sure not to eat it too fast. Very. Before she realized it, she picked up her pace and within seconds, the Taki Kunoichi had shoved the entire bowl into her mouth, rapidly eating everything. She sighed in contentment as she pushed the bowl to the side. Well, you seemed to enjoy that. Shikamaru snickered. Fu responded, almost in a dreamy haze. I'd like another bowl. Tuka chuckled as he took her bowl. Naruto always finds a way to bring me the best customers. So other than the ramen, do you like Konoha so far, Fu? Hinata asked. It's very nice. Fu admitted with a smile. I love how forested the area is. All the forests in and around the village are nice. I think Taki may have had more bugs in the area, but I still really like the area. I want to explore more. Believe me, you have plenty of space to explore. Konoha's huge. I haven't even been to all areas of the city. Shikamaru admitted with a chuckle. Good. Fu smirked. I'm probably gonna go do that when we get done. I kinda wanna do it on my own if you guys don't mind, though. I just wanna explore at my own pace. That's fine. Hinata nodded her head in understanding. We all probably need to check in back home anyway. You'll know how to get to the Uzumaki estate, right Fu? Naruto asked. I'll find it. Don't worry about that. The Nanabe Jinchuriki replied. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki nodded his head, alright dash. Naruto-sensei? Hinata-ne-san. The group of four turned around at the voice. Approaching Ichiraku's ramen were Naruto's genin students. Hanabi rushed forward, a large grin on her face as Kanji and Katsumi followed behind with smiles of their own. You're all back. That's amazing. She exclaimed as she hugged her sister. How was the mission? It's great to be back. Hinata replied, returning her sister's hug. The mission, we'll talk later. It's a long story. Yo. Naruto greeted his genin with a smile and a wave. He then turned his attention to the other two members of Team 9. How are you guys doing? How was it with Ibiki? Katsumi's eyes twitched in response. Ibiki-sensei he wasn't as bad as he made himself seem at first. She then crossed her arms. But I refuse to go the TNI department building ever again thanks to him. Also he's an ass. I think I developed a phobia of chains because of him. And tight spaces. And spikes. Kanji spoke with a distant-sounding voice. Actually, I think he gave me a lot of fears in general. Would you say that it was deserved punishment? Naruto questioned with a smirk. Oh my god. Katsumi rolled her eyes. Naruto-sensei, what the hell dash? Heh. Kanji snorted in response, a large grin developing on his face. Naruto-sensei, it's great to have you back. We missed you. And I missed you too. I can't wait to see what you all are capable of. The Jonin-sensei said with a smile. He then turned to his right, gesturing towards Fu. Anyway guys, I'd like you all to meet a new friend of mine. This is Fu, a Takigaku Kunoichi. Fu, this is my genin squad, Hyuga Hanabi, Inu Katsumi, and Yamanaka Kanji. Wait, these are your students. Fu blinked in response as a grin developed on her face. Well. Nice to meet you all. Katsumi turned her full attention towards the min-haired Kunoichi, nice to meet you. It is nice to meet you too. Hanabi spoke with a smile. She then gestured towards the snake wrapped around her neck. This is Hebihiro, by the way. He's sorta shy, but he's also a part of our team. Hello. The snake greeted with a small smile. Nice to meet you too, Hebihiro. The Nanabe Jinchuriki greeted the purple snake. Did you say your name was Fu? Kanji spoke up, looking at the Taki shinobi in surprise. Yeah. She tilted her head at the Yamanaka. What about it? Fu Nii. The Yamanaka shook his head, pushing all thoughts of his older brother aside, as he let a lazy grin develop on his face. Nice to meet you. Hopefully Naruto didn't make us sound too foolish when he spoke about us. God damn it. Katsumi brought her hands to her face. See what your earlier pun did, Naruto-sensei? He actually was behaving the past few days, but now you've triggered his pun bullshit again. Heh. My bad. Naruto chuckled to himself. Anyway, as you all can tell, I just got back today. I'll let Ibiki know I'm back. Starting tomorrow, training returns to normal with me at our usual time. The three genin of Team 9 grew excited at their sensei's words. After a few more minutes of conversation, the genin walked off, leaving the group to return to their meal. You got some lively students. I like it. Fu commented with a chuckle. I'd imagine they're fun to work with. You have no idea. Naruto said with a smirk. Just as he finished those words, Tuka brought out another bowl of miso ramen and placed it in front of him. A content sigh left Naruto's lips as he brought the bowl closer to him and picked up his chopsticks. Damn, it feels good to be back. After finishing their meal, the group went their separate ways, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru all heading back home to check in on their families while Fu began to explore Konoha by herself. The Nanabe Jinchuriki rushed through the streets, eyeing all of the various buildings and new areas that never ended. She wandered from new part to new part, from training grounds to shopping districts to parks to more traditional areas with small religious and cultural temples, grinning at each site she walked by. Konoha never seemingly ended and she loved that aspect. Along the way, she was greeted by various passers-by, both civilian and shinobi, that all waved at her with bright smiles. Fu smiled back at them as she continued to move from area to area. There's so much to do and see here. I love it here. And the people are here so sweet. She noted. Her smile started to drop slightly as a thought occurred to her. Then again, none of them know I'm a Jinchuriki though. They just probably see Itaki Kunoichi. You can't let yourself think that. Naruto likes this village and said he has the respect of a good amount of people here. Komei spoke to her. You're fine, Fu. I suppose. She nodded her head, seemingly accepting the Biju's words. I'll ask Naruto more about the people here. Fu's thoughts were interrupted as she turned a corner and bumped into someone. She accidentally fell forward, onto the person. Oof. She grumbled in pain as she quickly got off the person. She then held out her hand. I'm sorry about that. Let me help you up. Yamanaka Ino reached out for the Taki Kunoichi's hand, getting pulled off the ground. She rubbed her forehead after the impact while Fu looked at her sheepishly as she scratched the back of her head. Sorry. Fu said. I should have been watching where I was going. It's fine. Ino replied. She was about to say something else, but she finally took in Fu's appearance and noted the Takigaku her forehead protector. Her eyes widened. Wait a second, you're from Taki? Is this your first time in Konoha? Yes and yes. The Jinchuriki nodded. The name's Fu. No clan name or anything. Nice to meet you, Fu. I'm Yamanaka Ino. The blonde commented as she pointed behind her. And these two are my teammates, Akimichi Koji and Abarame Shino. Fu nearly blinked in response, she didn't even notice there were people behind Ino. Get your shit together, Fu. Just cause you're excited to be here doesn't mean you can just forget all concepts of reality around you. Nice to meet you. Koji spoke up with a smile. Shino simply nodded his head at the Taki shinobi. Fu turned her attention to both and bowed her at them, greeting them. She then turned her attention towards Shino. Her eyes widened as she started to feel multiple insect presences coming from his body. She then repeated the clan name Ino used for him. Wait, you're an Abarame? Fu questioned. He nodded his head in response. So you have bug species that live inside you? That is correct. Shino nodded, adjusting his sunglasses. Can. The Jinchuriki paused, trying to think of the best way to ask. Can I meet one of them? Huh. Ino blinked as she shook her head in surprise. She knows about the Aburame clan's Kikaichu and wants to see one. Shino tilted his head in response out of confusion, but nodded his head. He brought his right hand to his neck, as one Kikaichu beetle flew out from the pore. The beetle stayed on Shino's index finger as he held out his hand. Once he had pointed his finger at Fu, the beetle flew off and went directly to Fu, who held out her own index finger. The beetle landed on it as she brought it closer to her. "Hi, it's so nice to meet you. You're a healthy beetle, aren't you?" Fu asked cheerfully. The beetle flew off her finger towards Fu's face, landing on her nose. The Jinchuriki giggled in response. "Well, that's good to hear. Glad to see this Shino person is taking care of you." "What? Is she talking to Shino's Kikaichu?" Ino's eyes widened even further. The relationship between the Aburame clan and the Kikaichu is a positive one. "Why, you ask?" "Because we provide shelter for them and allow them to feed off our chakra." Shino spoke. A couple more Kikaichu flew out of the pore on his neck and flew in a circular pattern around his right hand. "I take extra precaution to keep my Kikaichu safe." "Why?" "They are my comrades in the same way Koji-san and Ino-san are. With that in mind, it is important for me to take good care of them." "I definitely understand that. And I'm happy you do." Fu replied with a smile. The Kikaichu around Shino's hand immediately flew over towards her, circling her face as she continued to laugh. "They're actually pretty playful." "They can be." Shino nodded his head in agreement. "I am impressed you get along with them so well, Fu-san. Most people seem to dislike my Kikaichu at worst and simply tolerate their presence at best." "Well, I'm somewhat of an entomologist actually." Fu spoke. The Kunoichi recalled her mental conversation with Komei just a moment ago, about the Konoha population's friendliness and not knowing that she was a Jinchuriki. She took a moment to look at the members of Team 10 and took in a deep breath. "I maybe shouldn't say this, but fuck it, let's see if this village really is better than Taki. It also is because I am the Jinchuriki of the seven-tailed horned beetle," she admitted. "So I kinda always felt an attachment to all different types of insects." "Oh, you're a Jinchuriki too?" Koji spoke up, tilting his head. "Like Naruto, eh? That's pretty cool. Have you met him?" Ino asked, a chuckle escaping her lips. "He's annoying sometimes, but a good guy." Fu nodded in response. "I met him. Yeah, he's a good guy." "He is, indeed." Shino commented. "So, you house the seven-tailed horned beetle, you said? That's fascinating. What's its disposition?" "Pretty cheerful. Can be a little too chatty sometimes," Fu said with a chuckle. "Rude." Komei internally shouted, which caused Fu's laugh to get louder. "Fascinating." The Aburame commented. "And you described yourself as an entomologist as well, yes? What other insect species do you enjoy other than beetles?" "Well, all of them to be honest," the Jinchuriki replied. "I'm sorta partial to ones that fly. Big fan of butterflies, dragonflies, and moths. But I really like all of them. All insects are unique in where and how they live." "I agree with that sentiment," Shino explained. Ino turned her attention from Fu to Shino. She noticed a cheerfulness to his voice that she did not recall hearing ever. As she looked at her teammate, her eyes widened as she saw the faintest of pink tints on his cheek. "Oh my god!" she mentally screamed. "Well, I didn't mean to keep you guys from anything." Fu spoke as she rubbed the back of her head. "If you guys have somewhere to go, you all can head out." "No!" Ino immediately shouted, causing the Jinchuriki to turn to face her in confusion. "I mean, you're still new here. Just exploring, right? Why not we show you around Konoha?" "I mean," Ino then sighed in a dramatic fashion. "Dammit, I just remembered that Koji and I are supposed to help my clan with something. So we're both busy." "Huh?" The Akimichi blinked in response. "We dash." He was immediately silenced as Ino sent him a sharp glare. He quickly nodded his head in agreement with her. Anyway, we can't show you around. But Shino's free. He can show you around Konoha." Ino quickly shouted. Shino, why don't you take her to your clan's compound? She'd probably love the forest around it. Your clan has a forest around its compound. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened. It does. The Aberame nodded his head. He then turned to face Ino. However, she's interested. Now go show her. Okay, bye. Ino quickly exclaimed as she grabbed Koji by the hand and started to rush off. Bye. Koji tilted his head as he was dragged off. It was nice to meet you, Fu. Ino shouted. Within seconds, the two rushed out of the area, leaving Shino and Fu alone. The Aberame blinked in annoyance, shaking his head. I have been acquainted with her since the academy and have been partners with her since the days of our team's placement, and yet I still do not understand her. Shino grumbled. An acquaintance of mine would refer to her as troublesome. Oh, you know Shikamaru too? Fu questioned. I do. Shino nodded his head as he turned back to Fu. Him and Naruto-san. You already seem to be acquainted with a few of my friends, Fu-san. I just met them, actually, on their last mission. They're both good guys. She said. Her eyes then widened as she clapped her hands together. So, your clan has a large forest around it? Does it have a lot of different insect species? Shino nodded his head, which caused her to clap her hands again. Could you show me the way? Of course. Shino nodded his head. He adjusted his sunglasses once again as he focused on the Jinchuriki. It would be an honor to show you around. An honor. Fu repeated the word, a pink blush of her own developing on her cheeks. Her smile seemingly widened. Well, okay then, show me the way then. Shino nodded his head. Within seconds, the two were walking together towards the Aberame clan compound. Behind a nearby tree, Ino and Koji stood behind, far enough to avoid being spotted but close enough they could hear. Her eyes immediately lit up at the conversation. She's perfect for him, oh my god. She nearly shouted. You seem pleased with yourself. Koji said with a chuckle, noting the look on her face. Of course I am. I just have to make sure that he doesn't blow it with her, but I don't think I'll have to worry about it. Operation Get Shino a Girlfriend seems like it'll be a success. She exclaimed. She then turned her attention to Koji. Now, you'll be my next project. The Akimichi blinked in response, huh. So you invited the Nanabe Jinchuriki to stay with us? Masakado asked. Naruto nodded his head. Upon getting back to the clan compound and greeting everyone, he quickly sat down with Masakado to discuss how the mission went and the situation with Fu. I hope you don't mind. Naruto said with a slightly nervous chuckle. Probably should have asked you first if it was okay. I mean, you know I don't care. We got so much empty space here, it's good to fill it in more while we wait for more Uzumaki to be found. Masakado admitted. Her name's Fu, right? With a name like that, she doesn't happen to study Fuinjutsu, does she? She doesn't. The blonde Uzumaki shook his head. But she's tough. Real tough. I could have guessed that. You Jinchuriki tend to be some of the toughest people alive, both physically and emotionally. Masakado said with a chuckle. His eyes then hardened slightly as he looked at Naruto. So, Taki nearly got wiped out, huh? Yeah. The Uzumaki sighed. It's sorta really lucky. They're gonna be struggling for a long time. After the fall of Uzushio, I wouldn't wish such a fate on a village like Taki. They don't deserve it. I'm grateful you helped them. The elder Uzumaki noted with a smile. You're a good person, Naruto. As is your team. Of course we helped out. He replied, crossing his arms. Masakado stared at Naruto for a brief moment, assessing his clansmen. Memories briefly came back to the man as he recalled the invasion of Uzushiokakure and how his village and shinobi were overpowered, how no one came to their aid, even after the invasion had been completed. With that thought in mind, he assessed Naruto with his desire to become Hokage in mind. He will lead this village to help as needed. To do what is right. He realized. With that in mind, he needs all the tools he can to accomplish that. Every single tool possible. Masaka Doji. Naruto tilted his head. Are you alright? Yes. The redhead replied. Naruto. I have a jutsu I want you to learn. No, a jutsu I need you to learn. The Jinchuriki blinked in response. What do you mean need me to learn? I have a jutsu that I designed. I'd venture it's the most powerful Fuinjutsu ever created. It wasn't the jutsu I wanted to make, but that does not change what it is. Masakado explained. Jiraiya and I discussed the potential of you learning it one day. This jutsu completely exhausts me and my chakra source. No average shinobi could use it. But you're not an average shinobi. You're both a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki. I think you're the only person alive who could use this jutsu in combat. What jutsu is this? Naruto asked. I named it Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Chrono Reversal. The Sandai Muzukage answered. To refer to it in the simplest of terms, it basically gives you the ability to reverse time for a person who has the seal on their body, potentially saving their life from a fatal injury. Naruto's eyes widened at the answer. His mind processed Masakado's words and the implications of such a technique. His mind reflected back to the invasion of Takigakure and Kakuzu's final attack that was focused on the various civilians and wounded shinobi in the cave. I could have saved them. I'm in. Naruto crossed his arms. I want to learn it. Naruto, I'll be blunt. This jutsu is hell on your body and your chakra sources. I genuinely believe that only you, someone with the Uzumaki clan's innate chakra supply and the chakra supply of the Kyuubi, can effectively use it. Regardless, this training process will exhaust you. Masakado explained. I want to learn it. Naruto repeated again, a look of determination in his eyes. A smirk developed on Masakado's face as he nodded his head, and I believe you can, and if you can use it successfully in combat, then I think history will one day regard you as the greatest seal master in recorded history. The elder quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out a sealing scroll. Anyway, we got time before Fu gets here, don't we? Let's start practicing. I'm going to show you how to start writing the seal. The blonde Uzumaki nodded his head. The two began to set down as Masakado began to illustrate the jutsu. Finally made it. Uzumaki Teiwa sighed in relief as she walked through the gates of Uegakure. It had taken her over a week to get to the village. Her eyes moved around, assessing the village. The village, deep in the middle of a mountain range with multiple buildings shaped from stone to resemble other mountain, was like none she had ever seen before. It had the simultaneously quality of Konoha, where the village felt absolutely massive, while also feeling cramped due to the village being built around and within the mountains. Very little vegetation existed in the area, most of the area seemed to be rock formations with only grass and low-lying bushes and flowers present. The village also felt colder than most others she had been in. I could not imagine living here. Geez, this place fucking blows. Teiwa concluded. Kyumo did Mountain Village so much better than this dump. As a cold breeze rushed through the area, Teiwa tugged on her scarf, covering her neck further. The current spymaster had removed all signs of her status as a Konoha shinobi and opted to wear clothes that resembled a wandering bard. She clutched her flute tightly as she continued to walk through IWA. I'll go talk to some of Naruto's friends later to get their opinions, but I'm gonna try and see the area first and get a vibe myself. Time to see how bad any anti-Konoha feelings have spread thanks to the Kamaizuru clan. She thought. With that thought in mind, she walked towards the crowd, hoping to learn anything for her objective. The sun had fallen over Konoha and the moon was now in the sky. Masakado grumbled to himself as he moved through the village quickly towards the Hokage tower. Within a few minutes, he arrived and opened the door. Jiraiya was sitting at his desk, his hands covering his face. The man appeared stressed, but Masakado did not appear to care as a scowl developed on the elder Uzumaki's face. Jiraiya, one of your umbu stopped by and told me to come to your office. The hell was so important that you called me out here? He demanded. Naruto and I were finally making progress on the Chrono Reversal seal. Jiraiya opened his mouth to reply, but his mind stopped at the words, "You're finally teaching the jutsu to Naruto." Yup. I believe he can pull it off, finally, and he definitely showed me today that he's a person who would be able to use it for good. Masakado noted. I think he definitely would have done some good for Taki, at the least, if he knew it. So we'll give it a shot and see if he can learn for the next time he needs it. He then crossed his arms. So, the hell did you call me out here for again? I have a question of utmost importance for you. Have you ever heard of any of your clansmen ever having the Rinnegan? Jiraiya questioned. The Rinnegan. Masakado shook his head. We may be descended from the Rakuto Sennin, but I have never heard a case of an Uzumaki having his eyes. Never. The Hokage questioned. When Masakado nodded his head, Jiraiya let out a sigh. That was my only hope, that there was a chance Nagato was not Pain. There's no denying that now. The Sandaime Uzukage frowned. And what are those names? Pain is the name for the leader of the Akatsuki. Nagato was a former disciple of mine in AIM who I thought had long passed away. I have come to the realization that they are one in the same and that Nagato is leading the organization as its figurehead leader. Jiraiya answered with a sigh. Nagato also has the Rinnegan. Masakado's eyes widened in response. A look of absolute horror developed on the former Uzukage's face as he processed Jiraiya's words. You're fucking with me. No. You have to be. There's no way. He spoke. Jiraiya. No one has ever had the Rinnegan. That's not a bloodline limit. Those were the eyes of the Rakuto Sennin and no one else. You can't be dash. Why would I lie about this? Jiraiya questioned, scowling. I trained Nagato when he was a kid. He had the Rinnegan. Tsunade can back me up on that. I don't know how or why, he just had it. Masakado brought his hands to his face as well, shaking his head. So. This Nagato must be an Uzumaki, then. I assume that if the Rinnegan could be inherited, it must have formed in an Uzumaki. Maybe an Uchiha or Senju, but I would think an Uzumaki would be the most likely candidate. Again, I have no idea how the eyes work. But yes, Nagato was of Uzumaki descent. Jiraiya answered. And this man is leading the Akatsuki. This man is the one hunting down the Jinchuriki like Naruto, a known Uzumaki. Masakado rationalized. A scowl developed on his lips. Clan traitor. How dare he? Rinnegan or not, he's a disgusting clan traitor. The horror returned to his face as he shook his head. Dear God, though, fighting against someone with the Rinnegan though. You picked an incredibly fortunate time to start teaching Naruto that seal. He is going to need it. He's going to need to be ready for what could potentially be the hardest battle he will ever fight. Jiraiya commented. Yes, but he will not be alone. Masakado stated sharply. I can assure you that, Rinnegan or not, I will not let him touch Naruto. The air in the room was tight as the two seal masters stayed quiet for a moment. After roughly a minute of silent tension, they turned to each other to discuss Nagato and his Rinnegan in greater detail. Good people of IWA, enough is enough. What the? Teiwa mumbled to herself. Around midnight, around Iwagakure's stone monument, a pedestal with a smooth stone placed on top of it, surrounded by a pool of water filled with stones, a group of people had formed. Teiwa approached the group to see that a large group of people, roughly 100 people in size, had formed surrounding the pool of water. Standing on the central platform, next to the stone pedestal, were 3 shinobi. The first was a man with pale skin, long blonde hair and a small pair of glasses over his black-colored eyes. He wore a white unzipped poncho that had 2 large circular marks over the sleeves over his Iwagakure shinobi uniform and wore a pair of black, baggy pants. The second was a man with russet brown skin, black hair that connected to his black beard and mustache, and black-colored eyes. He wore a gray unzipped poncho with the same circular markings over the sleeves over his Iwagakure shinobi uniform and also wore a pair of black, baggy pants. Both men to the side of the pedestal. Standing in front was the third shinobi, a woman with pale-colored skin and shoulder-length brown hair, with one strand of hair coming down her face, over her Iwagakure forehead protector, to her right eye. Her eyes were gray in color and had orange markings around them. She wore what appeared to be a purple-colored, skin-tight kimono that was cut to show her elbows. She wore a yellow sash around her waist and appeared to be wearing leggings underneath her kimono. Our village is falling apart. The woman exclaimed loudly, pounding her fists together. Our leadership is spitting on our face, focusing on the concerns of other villages than our own concerns. Right now our Sandaime Tsuchikage is currently focused on currying favor with Konoha Gakure of all fucking places. Fuck Konoha. What is Sandaime-sama thinking? How dare he? Taewil listened as various members of the surrounding crowd continued to shout obscenities about the Tsuchikage and Konoha. Her eyes wandered, noticing that not everyone in the crowd was cheering. Still, a concerned look developed on her face as she noticed the pure look of hatred and disgust on the faces that were screaming. I don't pretend to understand what Oniki-sama is thinking, and frankly, I do not care to. The woman continued to shout. She then placed her hand on her chest. As you all know, I am Kamaizuru Suzumibuki, granddaughter to the Shodate Tsuchikage and heiress to the Kamaizuru clan, one of Uegakure's elite 3 clan. My brothers, Kamaizuru Hibachi and Kamaizuru Kurabaki, and I left on sabbatical to learn the secrets of the world and hunt down the Baikaku beetle to discover where our grandfather hid the secret techniques of our clan. We have found it and intend on using what we have learned to improve the lives of all in IWA and show the world what our village is capable of. The blonde-haired man, Hibachi, spoke. We have returned with knowledge and strength to carry IWA forward. We have come back to see our villages being held out back by an aged leader who has forgotten the values of IWA. The black-haired man, Kurabaki, added. A leader who has been in power for so long that he has forgotten the scars of our village's past. He is no longer fit to run this village. Rest assured, good people of IWA, we will not let his ideology trample over us. Suzumibuki shouted, which caused people to shout back in praise. We will dash. Ah, shut the fuck up. Another woman's voice interrupted. Everyone on the outskirts of IWA can hear you already. All eyes in the crowd turned as 3 shinobi walked forward. Taewia stared at the oncoming 3 shinobi, recognizing them all immediately. The first is a young man with short, shaggy brown hair that had on a pair of sunglasses over his brown eyes. He wore a dark brown and gray-colored jacket over an Uegakure shinobi uniform and wore lighter brown cargo pants. He had a gray bag to his side, attached to a loop on his pants. The second was another young man. He had long black hair that he wore up in a ponytail with bright green eyes. He wore the standard Uegakure shinobi uniform as well and a pair of black pants. The man also wore red armor plates on his arms, covering from his wrist to his shoulders. Outline of the same red-colored armor could be seen on his neck, suggesting he wore it underneath his uniform as well. To his side, attached to his pants, were 2 scabbards, both filled with 2 swords. The third shinobi, who walked slightly ahead of the other 2, was a young woman with short black hair that went to her neck and pink-colored eyes. She, too, wore the standard Uegakure shinobi uniform and wore a red skirt with fishnet tights underneath that went down both her legs. She also wore a pair of black gloves. Well. If it isn't Kuratsuki, the Sandaime's bitch of a granddaughter. Suzumibuki said, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. Accompanied by Kurogane Risho, the black sheep of the prestigious Kurogane clan, and Yao Muziroto, an actual nobody amongst the shinobi forces. You talk a lot of shit for someone who has to organize your dumb rallies at midnight. Almost as if you know the general masses will see your bullshit for what it is, bullshit. Roto said, rolling his eyes. Face it, your beliefs are outdated. You all abandoned Uegakure on some selfish quest for power and now are trying to paint yourself as defenders of IWA. Risho spoke, scowling. You make me sick. All of you. How dare you? Hibachi said, gritting his teeth. We left not for selfish reasons, but to better ourselves and better IWA. We dash. As Risho said, abandoned the village. Kuratsuki interrupted. In the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, at a time when our village needed the strength the most. Her eyes then turned towards Suzumibuki, narrowing in on her. And you honestly think that you are what this village needs? Taewia immediately started to hear murmurs amongst the crowd. Many of the people, mostly the ones who had not shouted back with Suzumibuki, were now discussing with each other Kuratsuki's words. They have a point, you know. Yeah, where were these Kamaizuru clan people after the war? We needed them here. We needed everyone here. Suzumibuki grit her teeth in response to the change in tone of the crowd. She walked forward from her spot, coming face to face with Kuratsuki. I don't think, I know. She hissed. I know this village is heading down the wrong path. An alliance with Konoha of all places is not what our village needs. Don't you know what that village did to us? Times have changed. War happened and ended. Unless you want to start another war, where more innocent IWA shinobi will lose their lives. Kuratsuki replied. An alliance with Konoha is not a bad idea. It's a pragmatic one. Of course you'd think that. Aren't you fucking a Konoha shinobi? Suzumibuki snarled. That's how this all started, isn't it? You convinced your sweet, loving grandpa to create an alliance so you can let that Konoha trash fuck you all night and not feel like the disgusting traitor you are. Leave Shikamaru out of this. Kuratsuki hissed back, tightening her fists. He has nothing to do with this. Now stop trying to fearmonger our village into another war. Fearmonger? Do I look like someone who's afraid of anything? Suzumibuki asked. I am the heiress to the Kamaizuru clan. I am the granddaughter of the Shodate Tsuchikage. I have discovered his secret techniques. I am the one who will lead IWA towards a bright new future. She inched her face closer towards Kuratsuki's, a smirk developing on her lips. I went through the third shinobi world. I've been through hell in life and came out on top. I am invincible. What's the Sandame's precious pampered princess gonna do about me? What is there that needs to be done? Kuratsuki replied. You're nothing but a coward who left IWA while you went on a quest to gain power. Just because you think you're powerful now doesn't change the fact that you left the village when it needed you. I have been a loyal IWA shinobi my entire life. I'm a jonin with one of the best completed mission records in this whole village, despite my young age. A smirk developed on Kuratsuki's face as well as she shook her head, inching back from Suzumibuki. I am everything you're not. After all, my grandfather is actually proud of me, whereas if yours was alive, he'd be embarrassed by everything you're said and done. The two kunoichi stood there, glaring at each other. A tense silence filled the area around the stone monument. The silence proved to be much for the crowd, overall, though, as people started to slowly walk away. There was scattered discussion amongst the people, but it was all hushed, as if everyone was afraid of either setting off Suzumibuki or Kuratsuki. Whatever. Suzumibuki spoke up as she turned around and signaled towards her two brothers. Kurabaki and Hibachi nodded their heads as they disappeared in a shunshin. We can't try and start a conversation in IWA thanks to you assholes, who try and shove the Sandame's agenda down our throats. Back off already, bitch. With those words, Suzumibuki used the shunshin herself and disappeared. The second she was gone, Kuratsuki immediately turned her attention back to her teammates, scowling as she stomped back to them. I was so close to just punching her. Ugh. She hissed. Fuck this political warfare crap. It sucks that me justifiably punching that jackass would have done more damage to Gramps' reputation. Hey, props for showing resistance. Roto admitted. She crossed the line bringing up Shikamaru like that, so you definitely looked better overall. Seconded. Risho nodded his head in agreement, smiling. You did well, Kuratsuki. Yeah. Kuratsuki sighed. She then turned her attention towards the only other remaining person in the area, Teiwa. She tilted her head as she approached her. Hey, you new to IWA? You seem a little lost. Sorry if that was your first impression of our village. I promise it's not like that. Nah, I wasn't lost. Teiwa spoke up, turning her head towards Kuratsuki. A smirk developed on her lips as she crossed her arms. Don't know if you remember you. We met one time at Naruto's birthday celebration a few years ago. Kuratsuki's eyes widened. Why, Yuri Naruto's cousin? Teiwa, right. Immediately, a smirk of her own developed on her face as she held out her hand. What are you doing here? Teiwa shook the IWA Jonin's hand before answering. Actually, it is about that little, Rally, if you wanna call it that. Can I talk to you guys about it? That. Kuratsuka's smirk faded, returning to a scowl again. Wanna go somewhere more private? Risho spoke up. That way Kuratsuka can speak a tad more freely and explicit. Please. Teiwaya nodded her head, her smirk almost growing. And yeah, you better fucking speak explicitly. Give me all the details on that fucking bitch's bullshit. With those words, they all walked off, heading somewhere they could speak more freely. Chapter 78, Preparations for the Future. Kuratsuka, Risho, and Roto led Teiwaya through the streets of Iwa. They walked further away from the village's center until they reached a rather bright, lively spot of the village. The district they entered had every building lit up, with bright lights and signs advertising different bars, restaurants, and games. Teiwaya made note of the different pachinko buildings she noticed. Her eyes continued to move towards a large casino to a building that a gentleman standing in front of advertising it, telling all travelers to come in, for a night they would soon not forget. The whole area felt a complete contrast from the rather dull-toned buildings of the rest of Iwa. Are we in a red light district? Teiwaya asked. I swear to God no building advertises, a night you won't forget, and is not a part of a red light district. Iwa doesn't have a full-blown red light district, but this area I guess fits the bill for one. It is sorta, seedy, I suppose. Roto answered with a shrug. We call it Odashiana district. If you want to drink, gamble, or get a cheap hookup, this is the right spot. Okay. The Konoha spymaster nodded her head. She then raised her eyebrows at the group. And we're here, why? I thought we were going somewhere quiet. Trust us, we are. Kuratsuka said with a smirk. The group fell back into silence as they continued to move through Iwa's Odashiana district. As they started to move past more brightly colored buildings, they made a quick detour down an alleyway. They continued down the alleyway until they reached a building at the end of the alleyway. The building itself was brightly colored as well, but with no lights or signs. Instead, the building was visible via a bright red-colored pane that seemed to glow from the light of the buildings around it. The door was painted into a scene that resembled 3 Iwa shinobi relaxing in a hot spring. Kuratsuka immediately went to the door and banged her fist loudly on it. Repeatedly. She continued to bang on it for roughly a minute until a light from the window could be seen. A few more seconds passed by until the door opened up. Immediately, a tall, muscular, light-skinned man with short, curly brown hair, wearing a black gi and black sweatpants, opened the door with a yawn. What do you want? The man asked. Is that any way to greet your favorite students, Han-sensei? Kuratsuka asked. That's Han. Teiwaya's eyes widened as they focused on the man at the door, the Gobi Jinchuriki. She did notice that his eyes were the same shade of brown that Han had. Well shit. I guess I never have seen him without his armor or mask. He normally keeps every inch of his skin covered in clothing. Seeing him like this, it just looks so weird. Like, I know he's wearing clothes, but he looks naked. The Uzumaki immediately blushed at the direction of her thoughts. I repeat, what do you three want? He asked again with another yawn. We just need to use your house for a moment to have a chat with Teiwaya-san here. Risho spoke up. Han turned his head away from Kuratsuka, narrowing in on the Uzumaki. He bowed his head, a small smile developing on his lips. Teiwaya-san, it has been quite a while. He greeted. How is Naruto? It has. He's doing well the last I heard. She nodded. Her eyebrows then rose. Surprised you live out in a place like this. You don't seem like the type to live out in a district filled with bars and casinos and shit. Did you assume I'd live in some mountainside cottage or something? Han asked. Teiwaya proceeded to fiddle with her fingers, seemingly giving him her answer. He sighed as he turned around. Well, while my reputation has improved somewhat in recent times, I'm still not the most popular person in Iwa still, so I cannot get most landlords to accept me. I found this place cheap years ago and have lived here ever since. And I'm not changing it. The Jinchuriki then started to walk into his building, making a gesture with his hands. Well, you wanted to have a discussion somewhere quiet I assume. Come in. The three Iwa Jonin and Taewia all walked into Han's home. The first thing that was noticeable in the house was the silence. The moment the front door was closed, all outside noise was shut off. A seal of some sort must have been placed on the house. Despite being in the center of what was basically a red light district, Han's place would make an excellent quiet meeting spot. They walked through a small hallway into a large living room area. The room had two small couches that surrounded an elaborate table with a beautiful depiction of a horse drawn onto it. Along one of the walls was a giant bookcase that covered every inch of the wall and was completely filled with various books, research books, fantasy books, history books, books of poetry, etc. The walls of the room were painted a dark gray color, and hanging above a door on one of the walls was an elaborate mural that depicted Han along with his three students. "You got an interesting place here, Han," Taewia admitted with a smirk. "The paintings and the drawings all done by you?" "Correct." Han nodded his head, a smile on his face. He then turned his attention to the entire group. "Care for tea?" "At this hour?" Taewia blinked in response. No one else seemed to care about his question, so she shrugged her shoulders. Why the fuck not? I'll be back in a few minutes," the Jinchuriki said with a bow as he walked to his kitchen. "Feel free to begin your meeting. I'll chime in if I hear anything that requires my input." With those words, Han left the room. With the Jinchuriki gone, his three students turned to Taewia and gave her curious looks. All four proceeded to sit down on the two couches, Kuratsuki and Taewia sharing a couch while Risho and Roto took the other. "So, you're here to look into Suzumibuki, yeah?" Kuratsuki asked. "What do you need to know about her?" "Well, we've heard about her coming back and was just curious if she's any sort of threat." Taewia elaborated, bringing her hands together. "'Cause I know she's starting some internal bullshit in IWA and I wanted to know if it was something really serious." "Well, yes and no," Risho stated, crossing his arms. "As a Konoha shinobi, I wouldn't be concerned of her. She's not an idiot, and as long as IWA is under Sandame's control, she won't do anything. It's not like she'll go rogue and attack Konoha shinobi she sees." "You want to know the reason she was having that little rally at midnight?" A smirk developed on the Kurogana's face. "If she has it during the day, she runs the risk of some of Sandame-sama's more adamant supporters crashing her rally and dissipating it. She's a bit insecure, so she makes a habit of having them at times where the least amount of his supports can wander into it by accident. Naturally, the three of us started making habits of just staying up late enough so we can crash them anyway," Roto added with a smirk of his own. "It's a blast, really. She seems like the kind of bitch who hates when people talk back to her. It was absolutely amazing watching you three call her out on her shit," Taewia admitted with a chuckle. "Of course. She loves taking cheap shots on people, but the moment you fire back at her, she gets incredibly defensive and pouty. It's amazing," Kuratsuka said with a chuckle. After a second, however, her laughter stopped and a sigh escaped her lips. "However, Risho's right about her still being a concern to us. We have to keep crashing her rallies for a reason. Suzumibuki and her brothers are good public speakers and are starting to slowly turn the support of IWA against Konoha again." Taewia brought her hand to her face, closing her eyes. "I don't mean to concern you guys, but I'm just asking, do you think that bitch plans on causing a civil war?" "That's a tricky question to answer," Kuratsuki admitted, crossing her arms. "Yes and no. 'Cause it definitely sounds like she is. Her rhetoric about taking back IWA definitely sounded like she's trying to fan the flames of war," the Uzumaki noted. "Oh, definitely. That's why I answered yes," the pink-eyed Kunoichi replied. "However, well, this is going to sound weird, but IWA has a protocol for how this kind of thing works." "It does?" The spymaster's eyes widened. "Explain." "All three Tsuchikage have been like giant mountains, unmovable until something forces them to move. They have been stubborn old men who refuse to relinquish control until their very last breath," Kuratsuka stated. The Shode realized that people thought he was overbearing and was often challenged about his leadership. "So, in an attempt to prevent civil war in our village, he initiated a policy called Yama no Osu. Yama no Osu is basically an attempt of a champion of the people to try and challenge the Tsuchikage to a direct battle. Hence, Yama no Osu, this person is trying to force, or push, the Tsuchikage, or the mountain, to leave office through force. Risho admitted. If the Tsuchikage defends his title, then the mountain has remained steady and he stays supreme. If he loses, a new person has officially stood atop the regime and can take the mantle as Iwa's new mountain, the Tsuchikage, setting forth a new legacy for IWA. This is how our village has avoided civil war. The people of IWA honor the results, no matter what. Roto explained. Our Nidame Tsuchikage actually gained power by defeating the Shodai in this process. The fact that Shodai honored his word and stepped down was what made people commit to honoring the results as well. And during the Second Shinobi World War, IWA as a whole was against our participation in it. But no one could defeat the Nidame in combat, so we respected the decisions. That's interesting. Teiwa noted. So this prevents civil war then, basically. The civil war is incorporated into that one battle. Yep. And again, the only way a battle can occur is if the people demand it. That's what Suzumibuki is seemingly doing. She's trying to get the support of the people to allow her to challenge my grandfather. Kuratsuki acknowledged. A smirk developed on her lips as she rolled her eyes. I see her as a threat because she's going to try and challenge Gramps. But if she manages to do it, there's not a chance in hell she wins. Gramps will annihilate her. While Oniki is indeed strong, I would not be too confident in that. Han spoke as he entered the room, carrying a silver pan that had a teapot and teacups on it. Remember that the claim Suzumibuki and her siblings are giving is that they have access to their grandfather's secret techniques. It'd be foolish for us to underestimate her. I mean, I get it. That's why we keep trying to break up her little rallies before she can get more support. Kuratsuki added, frowning. But I just can't imagine that bitch actually fighting and beating Gramps. Likewise, no one assumed anyone could beat the Shodai Tsuchikage. And then walked in a man named Mew, who forced the Shodai and the village to acknowledge him as the Nidame. Han said. It'd be best to just keep political support for Suzumibuki down as low as possible. Keep doing what you're doing. Silence filled the room for a moment at the Jinchuriki's words. Han proceeded to pour tea into the cups and hand out a cup to each of the shinobi in the room, who took a cup. The IWA shinobi all took a sip simultaneously while Teiwa continued to hold on to her cup. Well, based on what you guys are saying, I might stay in the village a little bit longer. I guess I'll just be observing the residents here and seeing if there's more support for her or the Sandame. Teiwa said. Hope that doesn't bother you all. Why would it? Kuratsuka snorted. We get what you're doing and why Konoha would be concerned. Roto acknowledged with a frown. We'd probably be worried too if someone in Konoha was speaking a lot of trash openly about IWA and getting a lot of attention. If you wish, you can stay here. Han offered. I assume you're trying to avoid attention, yes? Most people still avoid my home, so this would be more beneficial than a standard inn for you, I assume. I'd really appreciate that. Teiwa said with smile as she took her first sip of tea. Instantaneously, she spat out the tea. Her eyes widened and proceeded to water. Water! Teiwa screamed. The Uzumaki immediately bolted out of her seat, placing the teacup on the table, as she ran towards Han's kitchen, looking for water. The IWA shinobi all blinked in response before Han's former students turned their attention towards him. Honestly, Han-sensei, I've gotten used to your tea, so I can't tell. Did you make this pot particularly hot? Risho asked. I didn't believe so. I put more cream than usual in this brew. Han admitted with a frown. Otter. The IWA shinobi could still hear Teiwa screaming in the kitchen. I found it, thank God. There was a brief pause. Phew, it still burns. Well. You broke her. Kuratsuka said with a chuckle. Good luck explaining to Naruto when you see him next what you did his cousin. The only response Han gave was a loud, tired sigh as he turned his attention to his own teacup. Alright everyone, that'll be it for today. Naruto said to his genin after a successful day of training. We'll meet up tomorrow. Dismissed. Hanabi and Kanji both nodded their heads in understanding and walked off, heading towards their own homes. Katsumi started to walk off as well, but then stopped herself. She turned back around to Naruto and brought his hands together as she walked back to him. Naruto-sensei. She called out. Can I ask something really quick? Naruto, who was about to hurry off, turned back to her. Yeah. I know you and your team just got back from that Taki mission and it went crazy there, but I was going to ask, well, do you think we could get another C-rank mission soon? Katsumi asked. She frowned, biting her lip. I mean, obviously not trying to force you or anything. You're the Jonin sensei after all and you should relax. But, well. Katsumi, you don't have to be so anxious asking me things. Naruto replied, chuckling. Yeah, sure. Just give me a couple of days to get acquainted back with Konoha, and then we'll go out on one. And we'll take any, even if it's gonna make us travel a bit. Awesome. Katsumi's nervousness went away as a large grin developed on her face. Great. That also gives us a chance to show you what we can do before it's time to nominate teams for the Chunin exams. Naruto's chuckling stopped at the mention of the exams. He bit back the urge to frown in response. He still had not made up his mind about the Chunin exams. While he felt the exams would benefit his team, as they would grow as shinobi through the experience, regardless of if they got promoted or not, the exams were occurring in Kumo. The Jinchuriki felt uncertain about going to the village for the exams, especially having Hanabi as one of his students. You all really want to go to the exams, don't you? He questioned, forcing his laugh to continue. Well duh. We wanna make waves as shinobi. We wanna show the world what great shinobi we are. Katsumi explained. A slight twitch on her face developed. Also, Chunin can go on more higher-ranked missions and get paid better. I sorta need the money right now. Oh? What for? Naruto tilted his head. What for? The kunoichi bit her lip, as if trying to decide how to answer to her sensei. I'm trying to move out. Really? Naruto asked, looking at her in surprise. Why? Katsumi frowned in response, regretting answer the question immediately. Don't take this wrong the way, Naruto-sensei, but I kinda don't want to talk about it. Oh. Naruto frowned in response back. Gotcha. Well, if you ever do dash. Honestly, probably not. She stated quickly as she started to turn away. Anyway, I just wanted to ask about the missions. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-sensei. With those words, Katsumi quickly ran off. Naruto stood still for a moment, frowning at the disappearing image of his student. Ugh. I should respect her wish, but she seemed stressed about something. She should talk to someone. Ugh. The Uzumaki sighed. The Uzumaki continued to grumble to himself as he placed his hands in his pockets and walked off, away from the training ground. Feeling stressed about Katsumi's change in mood, Naruto arranged to meet with Hinata. The two quickly went to the Hyaga's favorite bakery and walked down the streets of Konoha, a box of cinnamon rolls in their hands. So, you're worried something is going on with her? Hinata asked. I mean, I know something is. Naruto said with a shrug. You know how I'm sorta an open book emotionally speaking? Well, Katsumi is like me in that regard. I can tell. She just sorta makes it obvious. At least you recognize that about yourself. Hinata giggled to herself as she took a bite of one of her cinnamon rolls. After swallowing, a frown developed on her face. Actually, I've heard a little bit about her from Hanabi last night when we were catching up. Apparently, during the time we've been away, Katsumi's been getting more and more stressed. She apparently snapped at Kanji-san bad enough that he stopped saying puns around her, until you came back to the village. Huh. Naruto blinked in response. Seriously? Kanji actually is holding back around her. He's trying to not get her too angry, I guess. Hinata sighed. I don't know them all too well yet. I just tried talking with her, but she didn't seem interested at all. Naruto sighed. Some Jonin sensei I am. Don't talk badly about yourself, Naruto-kun. The Hyuga frowned. You know what it's like for them to try and talk to you. Could you imagine having a super serious conversation with Anko-sensei early on into our relationship with her? I mean. Fair. Naruto sighed. We established that connection with her, but it took time. Just give it time. Hinata said, a smile returning to her lips. Just let her be. Be open to her and she'll talk to you at some point. You have to give her a chance to talk, though. Yeah. You're right. The Uzumaki nodded his head. A smile developed on his lips as he stared at Hinata. Why aren't you the one with the Genin team? You'd make an excellent Jonin sensei. Heh. Hinata giggled in response as she took another bite of her cinnamon rolls. I'm actually planning on asking Godame-sama about that soon. I think I may try and get a team when the next group graduates. You should. You'll make an amazing sensei. Naruto continued. Hinata mumbled her thanks between bites of her cinnamon rolls. The two fell into comfortable silence as they continued to walk through Konoha's streets. They quickly finished their cinnamon rolls and tossed the boxes away in the trash. The duo continued to move forward until they walked by the Konoha Academy. Hinata stopped walking as she watched a few of the students leaving the academy, walking home. Her eyes focused on a few of the elder students, the ones who could potentially be graduating next year. Her eyes moved from student to student as she tightened her right hand into a fist. I just need to make sure I get stronger in this next year, she said. I want to make sure I can keep my students safe. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. I get that. Making sure that Hanabi, Kanji, and Katsumi are doing alright is a big concern to me. I'd hate if anything were to ever happen to them. Exactly. Hinata bit her lip. I'll need to be stronger. Strong enough to keep them safe. That mission in Taki, it's a wake-up call that I need to get stronger. Naruto frowned in response, as memories of Kakuzu's last bolt of lightning entered his mind. Before Naruto could kill him, he recalled the surge of electricity that got past Hinata's defense, striking at a few of the injured shinobi and civilians in the safe room. Didn't you just tell me not to talk bad about myself? Naruto asked, forcing a light chuckle. I'm going to hold you to that same statement. I know. I'm not necessarily speaking bad about myself. Hinata admitted with a sigh. It's just acknowledging I could have done more. And that I want to be able to do more the next time. That's why we keep training and getting stronger. The Uzumaki said, tightening his fists. That's why I'm trying to learn this damn time reversal seal Masaka Doji gave me. I want to do my part to help keep everyone safe. Hinata turned her head to focus Naruto. She took in the look of determination on his face. A blush developed on her cheeks as she turned her attention away from him and towards the Hokage mountain. You know, it's statements and beliefs like that are going to make you an amazing Hokage, she said. You're going to do amazing things for this village, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his attention back to the Hyuga. A blush developed on his face, but he smiled at her as she turned her head back to him. True, but that's because I got someone like you by my side, helping me along the way if I'm ever not enough by myself. He admitted. I think I mentioned this once to you and Shikamaru when we were younger, but I'd really want to have you both as my advisors. The way the old man had Koharu-sensei and Homura-sensei by his side. Well, Shikamaru-kun may be looking to be an advisor for a future Tsuchikage potentially. Hinata giggled in response. However, I'll be open for the position. I'm not gonna be the Hyuga clan head, so I have plenty of spare time. Good. 'Cause you're gonna make an excellent advisor to the Hokage. Naruto said with a smirk. You'll also make an amazing wife. Hinata's eyes widened as her face turned completely scarlet. What? Naruto tilted his head, looking at her in surprise. Did I say something? Naruto-kun. Hinata lightly slapped his shoulder, shaking her head. Don't tease me. I wasn't, though. Naruto said with a smile, blushing as well. Hinata's cheeks, in response, discovered a new shade of red. Despite the extensive blushing, a wide smile developed on her lips. "I love you, Naruto," she said. "I love you too, Hinata," Naruto replied. The two shared a brief kiss before they continued to walk together back down the Konoha streets, chatting away about various topics. A perverted look developed on Jiraiya's face as he pulled out a notebook from his pocket and began scribbling down thoughts on paper. The Hokage had a recent realization about a plot point for his next book and was scribbling them down frantically, hoping not to forget them. A wounded shinobi gets injured in battle and nursed to health by 3 young civilian women. They become friends with and become enamored by his rogue-like behavior. He's just not like any of the men of the village. They quickly each begin to compete to get his favor. And then, and then. Jiraiya giggled to himself as he frantically continued to write. God, I needed this. It's been so stressful these past couple of days with Akatsuki and Nagato and everything. I needed to get all of this stress out. This book is going to be so perfect and enticing and everything. And I have the perfect title. Ika Ika. A loud knock sounded throughout the room. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he quickly stashed his book away as he coughed loudly. "See, come in. For fuck's sake. I have like no visitors and I'm just doing paperwork all day. But when I finally finish everything and can de-stress with book plans, now someone comes to visit." The Hokage's mind was in complete disarray, filled with rage. The door to the office opened and Shikamaru walked in. The Nara bowed as he walked forward, taking a seat in the chair in front of Jiraiya's desk. "Sorry to be troublesome, I just had a question I had to ask you, Hokage-sama," Shikamaru admitted with a sigh. "Why, you're fine, Shikamaru," Jiraiya mumbled. He took a deep breath, pushing out his anger at the Nara for interrupting his planning, and brought his hands together. "What did you want to ask me? Do you have any missions at all in Tsuki no Kuni available? Anything at all?" Shikamaru asked. Jiraiya's head tilted slightly. "Why?" The perverted grin returned to his face as a thought occurred to him. "Oh wait, I know why. It's been a while since you've seen your girlfriend, hasn't it?" "It has been." Shikamaru nodded his head. A frown developed on his face. "I was planning on just waiting to get a mission available, but I feel like I need to ask right now." The perverted look on Jiraiya's face dropped and he gave the Jonin a confused look. "And why's that?" "You know those letters from Kuratsuki I told you about? The ones about the Kamaizuru shinobi that returned to the village that are stirring anti-Konoha buzz in IWA?" the Nara asked. "I remember," Jiraiya said. "I actually sent Teiwa to go investigate in IWA to see if she could get any interesting information about it and figure out if it is something that we should be concerned about." "Teiwa's there?" Shikamaru asked. Jiraiya nodded his head, which caused Shikamaru to bring his hand to his face in thought. "That actually makes me feel a little better, but I don't know." He sighed, his frown deepening. "I can't really explain. Maybe I'm sorta suspicious because Takigakure's Jonin commander helped lead an internal invasion against Taki. But I'm starting to get anxious about Iwa's situation. We'll know more when Teiwa gets back, Shikamaru. I suspect she'll be back in maybe 3 weeks, tops." The Sunin offered. "I know. But still. I would like to go visit Tsuki no Kuni," Shikamaru admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I want to be sure, I guess." The Hokage nodded his head in understanding. The man opened his desk and he looked through a set of mission scrolls, looking for one in Tsuki no Kuni. After a few seconds of looking, Jiraiya found a scroll of interest and opened it. He briefly scanned its contents before nodding his head. "Actually, this would be perfect for another task I've been meaning to do," he thought to himself. "All right, I got a mission for you," Jiraiya offered. "How would you feel about hunting down a pair of missing ninjas?" "Oh." Shikamaru tilted his head slightly. "Who would I be hunting?" "Well, Konoha and IWA, as a way to help better our relationship with each other, exchanged a few missing ninja profiles. They're hunting some Konoha missing ninja, we return the favor by hunting IWA missing ninja," Jiraiya explained. "These two aren't from IWA, but they're of interest to IWA. Have you ever heard of the Ishii terrorists? Shikamaru shook his head, which caused Jiraiya to toss the scroll towards him. Depicted on the scroll were names of two brothers, Kanjiki Edero and Kanjiki Medero. A picture of each could be seen. The two were apparently twins, as they shared a lot of similar features, the same olive-colored skin, the same crimson-colored eyes, and the same shaggy, long black hair. The two even dressed similarly, both wearing gray ponchos over a dark brown shirt and black pants, with mesh armor also visible underneath their clothes. The only distinctions appeared to be jewelry. The one named Edero wore large gaudy earrings and the one named Medero wore no earrings, but had instead an elaborate ring with a shiny red gemstone. Kanjiki Edero and Kanjiki Medero are missing ninja from Ishigakure. They're actually the strongest shinobi from the village until they defected, getting bored of their village, and are at least high-ranking jonin in terms of skill. They earned the interest of IWA, however, since both brothers have displayed having Kekii Genkai related to IWA. Jiraiya explained. Edero is noted to have the lava release Kekii Genkai, which is predominantly an IWA bloodline, while Medero possesses a derivative of the iron release Kekii Genkai, a bloodline thought to be exclusive to the Kurogane clan. These brothers are twins, right? And they both have a separate, unique Kekii Genkai, that both trace back to a village that they are not from. Shikamaru asked in surprise. They are. And that is precisely why IWA wants them back. Preferably alive, admittedly, but I'm certain they'd be grateful having their dead bodies if nothing else. Jiraiya admitted. They're terrorists that have popped up and disappeared throughout the elemental nations. Their last reported sighting was deep in Tsuki no Kuni, however, so I suspect that they're still there. If you and a team hurry, I feel like you could find them, defeat them, and take them back to IWA. A chuckle escaped Jiraiya's lips as he crossed his arms. You could probably actually earn brownie points with IWA in the process. This would be to our benefit. All right. I'm game. Shikamaru nodded. Since they're a pair and they're at least jonin level in skill, should I organize a squad? May I organize your squad? Jiraiya questioned. I also would like to use this as a chance to test out the skills of a shinobi. Shikamaru tilted his head. Report at the gates to Konoha tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Your squad will be there. The Hokage reassured. All right. It doesn't really matter who is with me, I suppose. The Nara shrugged his shoulders. A smile developed on his lips as he bowed his head. Thanks a lot, Hokage-sama. With those words, Shikamaru stood up and walked out of the room. This actually works out perfectly. Shikamaru can see his girlfriend and get put to ease. I'll get a chance to see what that man is capable of on a mission, and we might be able to improve our relations with IWA even further by giving them the Ishii terrorists. This will be perfect. Jiraiya thought to himself. A perverted look developed on his face. I'll get the mission set up in a moment. But first, back to the plans. Jiraiya immediately pulled back his notebook and looked at his notes. He started rereading them, trying to get a feel for his material again. As he studied his notes, the perverted grin dropped from his mouth as he tried to think of something. Wait, 3 women, nursing handsome shinobi, what was I going to call it? I had its name on the top of my head. Jiraiya mumbled to himself. After a few seconds of trying, Jiraiya slammed his head on his desk, letting out a loud, audible groan. Phew, what was I going to call this damn book? He inwardly moaned. Damn it, Shikamaru, couldn't you have waited to visit until I finished my planning? Hello, Haiden-senpai. Haiden and Kabuto both blinked in unison. Almost appearing out of nowhere, Tobi, the masked figure associate of Akatsuki, jumped in front of them. He rushed over to Haiden, forcing the man into a long, deep hug. Oi! Tobi, get off me! Haiden growled. Hee. It's been so long, Haiden-senpai. How are you? How's everything? Do you miss Kakuzu-senpai? What's Kabuto like? Have you spoken with your Jashin-sama recently? Tobi, apparently, had multiple questions for the immortal. Hey! I said get the fuck off! Haiden shouted as he quickly shoved Tobi away. The masked man fell to the ground, an almost comical amount of dust getting kicked up in response. Toby pulled himself off the ground, dusting off his Akatsuki robes, as he clapped his hands together. Seriously, don't touch me like that again, unless you want to be Jashin-sama's next sacrifice. Haiden warned, gritting his teeth. Oh no. Please don't. Toby begged. He turned his attention to Kabuto. I was just wanted to talk to Kabuto for a moment, if that's okay? I promise I won't be long and won't bug you two afterwards. Huh? Haiden tilted his head. That's all? Sure, talk to Glasses. He's got nothing better to do. I can think of 1,000 different things I'd rather do. Kabuto inwardly sighed. With a chuckle, Haiden walked away from his comrades, brandishing his scythe. I'm gonna see if there's anyone in the area I can cut down and offer to Jashin-sama. I'll be back in an hour. Talk about whatever the fuck you two want to do. With those words, Haiden left the clearing, leaving Kabuto alone with Toby. The former right hand of Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in on Toby, who immediately rushed forward at him. So, Kabuto, can I ask you some questions? He asked with a giggle. I hardly know you, so I wanna get to know you, you know? You know. I know. Kabuto adjusted his glasses as a smile developed on his lips. What do you want to ask me? Well, I'm curious. You were loyal to Orochimaru, right? And he stationed you in Konoha? Toby asked, tightening his head. You wouldn't happen to have any connections in Konoha still, do you? Anyone you particularly liked or anything? No. The silver-haired shinobi shook his head, frowning. I was acquainted with Danzo a long time ago, but that was back before I met Orochimaru-sama. Once I rejoined Konoha as a spy for Orochimaru, all of my contacts in the village were also plants Orochimaru-sama placed in the village. Now that I am an open traitor to the village, I have no contacts left in the village. But this Danzo guy, he was one, right? Are you sure he wouldn't welcome you back? Toby questioned. Oh, absolutely not. Kabuto laughed in response, a loud, sincere, almost maniacal laugh. Danzo is obsessed with keeping Konoha safe from any outside threats. The moment any connection to Orochimaru was announced, I became one of his biggest enemies. For a man who operates in the shadows, he absolutely despises when others do the same. A smirk developed on his lips. Personally, I think he's just wary of anyone playing the same games he does. He's afraid that there's someone pulling the strings of the shinobi world better than he does. Oh, that's a spicy take. You're funny, you know that. Toby continued to giggle in response. A frown developed on Kabuto's face. So, how long are you going to keep this pretense with me? I know what you're doing. Another laugh left Kabuto's lips, one much more forced. Asking me questions about my connections to Konoha. Does Pain-sama suspect me as having leaked back to Konoha about that Takigakuer mission? Huh? When did I say anything about leaks? The masked man asked. I can just tell. Kabuto said with another chuckle. You're not good at being subtle. Like that act you're doing right now, playing up some whimsical little kid. You definitely pull it off believably, to the point that I actually didn't second-guess your presence much other than for a few initial seconds when I first saw at the meeting, but right now you're asking me questions that no one with that mindset should be asking. So dash. Before Kabuto could finish his statement, Toby jumped forward at him, grabbing him by the neck. Kabuto's eyes widened as Toby increased his grip, causing him to start choking. Am I not subtle? I suppose not. Toby's entire voice and demeanor changed. His silly mannerisms and childlike voice were replaced with a deep-toned voice, filled with power and anger. But all the same, you're not as clever as you think you are. Sharp, yes, but the main difference between you and someone who is intelligent is that you voice these little clever observations. If you were actually smart, you'd make note to shut up every now and then. With those words, Toby tightened his grip onto Kabuto's throat, causing him to choke more. After a few more seconds, however, Kabuto's body started to grow limp before it began to turn into a multitude of snakes. Toby immediately let go of his grip, dropping the snakes, which immediately slithered away. The masked figure turned his attention towards a nearby tree. The real Kabuto was now standing directly in front of it, adjusting his glasses as he stared intently at Toby. You should know that I didn't leak anything back to Konoha about Taki. Kabuto said sharply. Assuming I was a traitor, that would be incredibly idiotic to do, as it would paint me as suspicious right from the beginning. Also, you know I'm right, I have no allegiances to Konoha. I have no benefit to gain from leaking plans back to them. A snort left the man's face as he shook his head. Besides, as I referenced earlier, I literally just joined Akatsuki. If you're concerned about potential information leaks, then clearly you should be looking for someone who's been in the organization longer than me. Toby shook his head. Kabuto could tell that the man was scowling behind his mask. I do believe you, but I do still find you suspicious. Why are you involved in our organization? I already told Pain-sama that when I got inducted. Kabuto said. Bullshit. Toby interrupted. Kabuto's eyes narrowed. I have zero place in life and am trying to discover myself. I am willing to see if Pain-sama's ideals for the world are what I am looking for. He shook his head, taking off his glasses and pulling out a cloth to clean them. Believe me or not, it's the truth. The masked man was quiet, assessing Kabuto's demeanor. After nearly a minute, the man nodded, seemingly accepting Kabuto's answer. For now, I will accept that. Toby said. I trust you know about our planned invasion of Kumo, yes? You will prove yourself there. Regardless of any leak in information, we will capture the Jinchuriki there. And you will assist in that mission. No matter what. Believe me, I'm a useful ally. Kabuto explained. Much more useful than you realize. Everyone in this organization believes that. Toby replied dismissively. When the Kumo invasion begins, you'll need to prove that to me. With those words, Toby disappeared from the area as quickly as he appeared. Kabuto's eyes narrowed in on the spot that the man was in, adjusting his glasses once more. A scowl developed on his lips as he shook his head. Prove that to me? Kabuto inwardly snorted at the man's words. What do I need to prove to you? Pain is the leader of this organization, unless, of course, that was a slip of the tongue. Are you the one leading Akatsuki, Toby? Are you trying to be a wannabe Danzo and control the shinobi world behind the scenes? A chuckle escaped Kabuto's lips as he started to walk to the center of the open clearing. He had plenty of time before Haiden would return. Right now, Kabuto was feeling inspired and willing to experiment with some of the Kekkai Genkai he had obtained. If Akatsuki is your organization, Toby, then I suppose I genuinely have no reason to help it. Pain seems like an honorable leader. I could envision a world where I stayed loyal to him. But not you. Definitely not you. Kabuto told himself. I'll do some investigation into you and I'll make sure, if Pain is not the leader, that Akatsuki falls. And when it falls, you'll die by my hand. As Kabuto began to train silently to himself, Toby reappeared in another clearing. Zetsu stood in the center, eyeing the masked man curiously. Well? Did you get an opinion? White Zetsu asked. I do not believe he's the traitor. His logic is sound, it makes zero sense to suspect him of leaking. We'll have to move on to my next suspect, which is Itake. Toby admitted, frowning behind his mask. I don't trust Kabuto, though. Why didn't you kill him, then? Black Zetsu asked. We need the numbers. The Kumo invasion is happening soon and we already lost Kakuzu. We are greatly behind schedule. We should have captured, at the very least, 5 Jinchuriki at this point. We need to make sure that this mission does not fail, especially if plans were leaked by a traitor. We need all support we can. Toby said, gritting his teeth. Rest assured, though, that Kabuto will be dealt with. If this Kumo mission goes well, I'll reward Kabuto with a kunao to the throat. Heh. It'll be well deserved. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu chuckled in unison. We await your orders. With those words, everyone sank into the ground, leaving the clearing. 6 o'clock in the morning came quickly for the Nara. Shikamaru hurried to the gates of Konoha, bags in hand, ready for a long mission. As Shikamaru arrived, he saw a familiar face. He smiled as he continued to approach the gate. "Dosa, are you going on the mission with me?" Shikamaru asked. "Shikamaru-san." Dosa smirked, holding out his hand. "I am. It's been a while since we've been on a mission together." "It has." The Nara nodded. He took Dosa's hand, shaking it sharply. "Then let's do it right." "Yes." Dosa spoke as they broke their handshake. "All we have to do is wait for our last teammate." "And who is that?" Shikamaru questioned. As if on cue, footsteps could be heard approaching the duo. Shikamaru and Dosa turned their heads in time to see a father and daughter walking towards the gate. "Are you sure you are going to be okay, Dad?" Uzumaki Setsuko asked. "How long are you going to be gone?" "The mission should not take too long. Maybe 3 weeks latest." Uzumaki Susumu replied. "That's a long time," the academy student said, frowning. "I don't think I want you to be gone that long. I'll be back soon. I promise. I'll capture the bad guys and be on my way back home after that," Susumu assured her with a chuckle. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on the man, Uzumaki Susumu, the latest Uzumaki that Teiwa brought back to the village. "Naruto's told me a little about him. Apparently he was given the rank of Jonin, so he must be a tough shinobi. He must be who Jiraiya-sama was talking about. He must want to give him a chance to show Konoha what he is fully capable of." After giving his daughter a long hug, Susumu walked away from Setsuko. The little girl continued to wave goodbye, shouting at him. The father chuckled to himself as he walked forward towards Shikamaru and Dosa. "Nara Shikamaru and Kinyuta Dosa, yes?" he questioned. "I'm Uzumaki Susumu. Sorry for making you gentlemen wait." "It's fine. We're all on time," Shikamaru said, shrugging his shoulder. "I suppose so." Susumu nodded his head in agreement. He then brought his hand to his face as he stared at Shikamaru. "Anyway, you're leading this mission, aren't you, Shikamaru Teika? At your leave." "Teika?" Shikamaru nearly snorted. "Well, no one's ever called me that. Especially not someone who looks 2 decades older than me." With a nod of his head, Shikamaru turned towards back to the gate of Konoha and started to walk forward. Dosu and Susumu followed right behind. Their mission had officially begun. "First things first. We'll capture these Kanjiki brothers and take them to Iwa," Shikamaru told himself. "Kuratsuke, I'm on your way. Hope everything is going well still." Jiraiya was walking in the hallways of the academy, heading towards his office, when he heard the footsteps of someone running. He turned his head in time to see a kunoichi with short brown hair and brown eyes rushing towards him, holding a scroll. "Jiraiya-sama! You received an urgent message," she shouted at him. Jiraiya tilted his head. The kunoichi rushed over to him and handed him the scroll. Jiraiya opened the scroll and frowned as a giant seal was placed in its center, the kanji for lightning placed in the center. "We received this scroll this morning. We decoded the encrypted message and that was the result," the woman told him. "I know what this seal is. It's a message for my eyes and only my eyes." Jiraiya spoke. "Thank you very much, Yurika. You're dismissed. I'll take the scroll from here." The kunoichi nodded her head in understanding before rushing off. Jiraiya walked into his office and placed the open scroll on his desk. He eyed the scroll suspiciously as he activated silencing seals, making sure nobody could hear him in the room nor could anybody get into the room. "This message is from Kumo. From the Raikage himself. He has never once sent a message to Konoha since the time of the Fake Alliance, where he attempted to kidnap Hinata." Jiraiya thought to himself. What could possibly be so important to him to message me now? Is he finally responding to mine and Gaara's messages about Akatsuki? Making a few hand signs, Jiraiya slammed his open palm on the scroll. Immediately, the lightning kanji vanished, revealing a letter. Jiraiya now picked up the scroll and started to read. "Jiraiya of the Sunin, Godame Hokage. While I have never responded, I have received your messages about Yakushi Kabuto and Akatsuki. I have received your requests for an alliance. Do not confuse this message's purpose. This is not an agreement to an alliance with you or any other village. However, I have now received word from you and other sources of the invasion that occurred in Takigakure and how that organization nearly walked away with its Jinchuriki. And now, I am forced to consider what you have warned more seriously, that Akatsuki intends on invading Kumo during the upcoming Chunin exams. I am no fool. I need more information on this Akatsuki and you've offered. So, I will hear you out. In exactly 1 week from the day you receive this, meet me in Shimogakure and bring the Kyubi Jinchuriki and Nanabi Jinchuriki. Yes. I know she is staying in Konoha. Bring them both. If you wish to bring any other shinobi with you as bodyguards, I will allow it, but bring no more than 5 others. In turn, I am bringing the Nibi and Hakusabi Jinchuriki with me and only a handful of shinobi with me. Speak of this to no one outside of those that are going. Find some excuse for your absence and theirs. I don't care how. Just make sure no one knows why you are leaving the village. I have already made my arrangements to justify my presence there. I want this meeting to be secret. I repeat. Tell. No. 1. We have plenty to discuss. The Yondaime Reikage. Chapter 79, Dual Missions. Tell. No. 1. Tsunade read from the Reikage scroll, a smirk developing on her lips. Naturally, the first thing you did was tell Sarutobi-sensei and me. Jiraiya nodded his head. In actuality, the first thing he did was down an entire bottle of sake that he kept hidden in his office for emergency reasons to de-stress himself. He then summoned for Tsunade and Hiruzen to come to his office after he finished. The Godaime Hokage knew that he was going to need a few other opinions about how to handle this situation. He would be a fool to assume I would tell no one. He's just trying to emphasize that I shouldn't let the information spread. Which I obviously wouldn't. Jiraiya stated, rolling his eyes. I love how, somehow, in a letter asking us for a favor, he still ends up coming across like an asshole. It is a shame he did not take after his father more. Hiruzen spoke with a sad smile. While I did not agree or approve of the Sandaime's actions in the Third Shinobi World War, the man still had a level-minded head and spoke with respect. The smile then developed into a small frown. I never interacted much with his son, since our only interaction was in the aftermath of the failed attempt at kidnapping Hinata, but he was much more emotional and volatile. And that man is asking to meet with me, Naruto, and Fu. Jiraiya said, bringing his hands together. Let me just ask your opinion on this, do you think this is a trap? Tsunade snorted in response, he'd be a fool to try to trap you like this. Allowing you to bring Naruto and Fu, along with at least a few bodyguard shinobi. He'd be an utter fool. Even with his own bodyguards and Jinchuriki, he has to know a battle would end catastrophically for him, even if he does win. Also attacking Konoha like that would look very poorly on Kumo. I understand ES opinions on the other villages coming together, but he also has to be aware that any act on us could set Iwa, Kiri, and Suna against Kumo, plus the rest of Konoha. Hiruzen noted. He would not risk starting a war with all the other major shinobi villages against his own. Yes, that's what I needed to hear. From both of you. The Godaime Hokage admitted with a sigh. Because I also believe he's being legitimate. News of the Taki invasion has spread and Akatsuki are becoming a much more pressing matter. He must want as much information as possible in order to quash it. Even if an invasion on his village might actually humble the asshole. Tsunade muttered. Her former sensei frowned in response. Regardless of the Yondaime Reikage, his Jinchuriki do have a right to know the information as well. It is essential that they, at the very least, learn all we can give them about Akatsuki so they can protect themselves. Jiraiya said nothing for a moment. His eyes focused on the Reikage scroll as he tried to rationalize what the Reikage was going to say or how he was going to react to all of Jiraiya's information. How is he going to handle the info? Is he going to want to invade Omegakure, once he learns that Akatsuki's leader is from there? Jiraiya thought to himself. The man then shook his shoulders. No, that won't happen. It'd be dangerous to invade, knowing that Nagato is the leader and he has the Rinnegan. That man would know the second an invading force stepped foot into AIM. No element of surprise would exist. Plus, we don't even know if Nagato is even currently in AIM. Maybe he'll want to organize hunts on the Akatsuki shinobi? Double down on their bodies and send groups out specifically designed to hunt them down. The Hokage shook his head. No, he seems to have no interest in an alliance. But he could try doing something like that on his own, that could end up very bad for the Kumo shinobi. So, I'm wondering something. Tsunade spoke up, pulling Jiraiya back from his thoughts. Why does he want to meet in Shimogakure if he wants to keep this meeting a secret? Well, he can't personally visit us in Konoha or vice versa. Regardless of what we talked about, that would draw way too much attention. Jiraiya said. Tetsu no Kuni would not have been a bad location, since the samurai military there provides a neutral ground for all shinobi. However, news would spread of 2Kage heading there. I'm sure that would draw suspicion as well. Hiruzen added. So why Shimo then? Tsunade questioned. Probably cause it's convenient for him to be there. Jiraiya said, rolling his eyes. Easy for him to make an excuse to be there. Shimogakure, the village hidden in frost, was a minor shinobi village in Shimo no Kuni, the country directly next to Kaminari no Kuni. Unlike other shinobi villages, who either had a kage or some shinobi leader, depending on whether they were a major or minor village, Shimogakure was overseen by their country's daimyo. The Frost daimyo, an elderly, cowardly man with no shinobi experience, defaulted immediately to the nearest major village that could help keep his village, and by proxy him, safe. This, in turn, created an alliance between Kumo and Shimo, the only major alliance that Kumo currently had with another shinobi village. Shimo's loyalty to their alliance with Kumo was so strong that the village refused to send genin teams to any chunin exams that Kumo was not sending shinobi to. The village also offered to share missions it received with Kumo, which doubled the requests Kumo would receive. While this injured the reputation of Shimogakure shinobi with other shinobi villages, it did create an incredibly close relationship with them and Kumo, who would always view the nation as something valuable and worth protecting. The Raikage and any Kumo shinobi can enter that village at any time and no one will bat an eye. Meanwhile, I'm going to have to justify my presence there, along with any shinobi I take. Jiraiya mumbled. Thank God that I made Naruto a genin sensei. At least he has an excuse to go out there. I'll find a C-rank mission that requires their presence out there and have them travel with me, for appearances. Fu will require some justification. As will any bodyguards. Hiruzen admitted, frowning. Naturally, Tsunade and I cannot fill that role. As a retired shinobi and lead medic respectively, it would be incredibly suspicious for us to accompany you. I'll figure out who to accompany. I'll make something work. I think how I'm going to spin it is that I want to establish better relationships between Konoha and Shimo. Jiraiya said with a sigh. I'm just going to spend time figuring out how to approach the Raikage. I don't want to anger him, but while I give him this info on Akatsuki, I want to, well, put him in his place. A scowl developed on his lips. Make him understand that Konoha is doing him a favor and that he better damn well be respectful of that and willing to work with us on taking down Akatsuki, at the very least. I don't envy you. Glad as hell I didn't take the hat. Tsunade said with a chuckle. Her chuckling continued as Jiraiya turned to glare at her. Whatever call you make, Jiraiya, will be the right one. I'm sure of it. Hiruzen said. However, if this meeting is going to occur in 1 week's time, you should make your arrangements quickly so you can arrive in Shimogakure on time. I know. The Hokage sighed. With those words of advice, Hiruzen and Tsunade left Jiraiya's office, leaving the Toad Sage alone. He sat down at his desk as he began to think of all prospective shinobi he could bring along with him. Since I am going to have Naruto's genin team with us, I really should have some extra bodyguards in order to help keep them safe. I doubt this is a trap, but I should be safe. He told himself. As he started running through a list of shinobi in his head, an idea struck him, an idea that would put E in his place. If he wants to play hardball, I'll play hardball. Jiraiya thought, a smirk developing on his face. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata, both the owners of 2 powerful dojutsu that I know he was introduced. Hell, Hinata's presence will probably be good for him to realize the exact nature of this meeting. That despite all the shit he put us through, Konoha is still willing to help him out for the greater good and that he damn better work with us. With that thought in mind, Jiraiya began to work on how he would justify the multiple shinobi presence in Shimogakure. Ah, just the team I was looking for. Jiraiya said as Team 9 entered his office. You were looking for us, Hokage-sama? Hanabi asked, titling her head slightly. Of course. I got a mission for you all. The Hokage stated as he pulled out a scroll. The genin of Team 9 all shared a look between each other. Both Kanji and Hanabi smiled in response. Katsumi, on the other hand, was much more visibly excited, jumping up and down in place. Funny. I was actually gonna ask if you had a C rank available. Naruto admitted with a chuckle. What mission do you got for us, Ero Sennin? You're going to pick up medicinal supplies. Jiraiya started, but was interrupted by a long sigh. Damn it, it's another fetch quest thing. Katsumi groaned. Medicinal supplies in Shimogakure. The Hokage continued. Katsumi's groaning ended as she turned her head to face the Hokage. Shimogakure? Is that a minor village or something? They are, yes. They have a pretty poor reputation as shinobi, but they're allies with Kyumegakur, so they're still funded and protected, even if the village doesn't have the prestige of others. Hanabi answered. Naruto noticed a frown develop on Hanabi's face. Understanding quickly dawned on his face. She must not be a fan of Kyumo or its allies, not that I blame her. He inwardly sighed. That is all correct. They also happen to some rather interesting flowers and herbs that work as ingredients for effective creams for treating burns and stab wounds. And Konoha's hospital has commissioned a mission to help replenish our stock. Jiraiya stated. A smirk developed on his face. And as fate would have it, I actually have business in Shimogakure. So I will be traveling with you all. What? Naruto, Hanabi, Kanji, and Katsumi all gasped in unison. That's right. Hold the cheering. The Hokage chuckled to himself. I'll travel with you all to keep you company, along with a few other shinobi. Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever. Kanji shrugged his shoulders in response. So, when do we leave for the mission then? In 2 hours. Jiraiya stated, grinning in response. I'd suggest getting your bags. Within seconds, Naruto's genin were dismissed, hurrying out of the office so they could anything they would need for travel. Only Naruto and Jiraiya remained in the room. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed on his godfather. So, you're coming along with us? What exactly are you doing? He asked. I'll elaborate in a second. Jiraiya said. When everyone gets here. A knock on Jiraiya's door sounded through the room. After Jiraiya voiced his approval to enter, the door opened and 3 shinobi entered the room. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched them all come in. Hinata-chan. His eyes moved from his girlfriend to the next person. Sasuke. They then moved to the final person. Fu. Morning Naruto-kun. Hinata said cheerfully. We were waiting for your team to arrive. Hokage-sama has something he wants to say to all of us. But we had to wait for your team. Sasuke said. So. Naruto's here. Fu stated, clapping her hands together as she looked at Jiraiya. What's up? I'll just get straight to the point. I'm going to have all of you accompany me on a very important mission. Jiraiya stated sharply. Naruto's pretense is that he is coming to Shimo with me on a C-rank mission for his genin. Fu, since you're technically here for your protection, your justification is that since I am leaving the village for an extended period of time, I am having you come with me. Hinata and Sasuke, I will give you 2 a mission to hunt a missing ninja in the area. You will not fight the ninja, though, and will ultimately end up sticking with me. You're making so much pretense and excuses. Sasuke noted, crossing his arms. What exactly is the mission? I am meeting with the Raikage in Shimogakure. Jiraiya said bluntly. Silence filled the air in the room as the group processed his words. The silence was broken by a soft voice, excuse me. Hinata spoke softly, but her voice was lacking in all forms of emotion. An irritated look developed on her face as she bit her lip, resisting the urge to speak her mind. Naruto looked at the Hyuga, frowning in response. Hinata. I have information on Akatsuki that is essential that Kumo knows. So, the Yondaime Raikage are going to meet in person to discuss a plan of action. He's bringing along the Hakabi and Nibi Jinchuriki with him and has requested that Naruto and Fu come along for that reason. Jiraiya stated. While I do trust this meeting will go without violence, Hinata and Sasuke, you will both be working as my bodyguards. In case if this mission does go south and a fight breaks out, I know you two are capable enough shinobi to help fight against him or any threat. That's smart. Hinata crossed her arms, scowling. You have to be cautious when working with Kumo. So, news of me being in Konoha spread that fast, huh? Fu mumbled, frowning. Almost immediately, the frown faded as another part of Jiraiya's words came to mind. Wait, he's bringing Jinchuriki as well. Yes. He's bringing Niiujito, the Nibi Jinchuriki and one of Kumo's top-ranking shinobi, and Killer Bee, the Hakabi Jinchuriki and his younger brother. The Hokage stated. And regardless of anything else with Kumo, those two deserve to know about Akatsuki and the threat they pose to them. Jiraiya is right. But Hinata's scowl turned into a frown as she looked downward. Why do they have to be from Kumo? Of course. Fu nodded her head, a grin developing on her face as she elbowed Naruto. Hey, we get to meet more Jinchuriki. We do. Naruto nodded his head. His eyes started to widen as a realization occurred to him. I'll have met every single Jinchuriki after meeting these two. So we're going, not to fight anything, but to be backup in case a fight breaks up, yes. Sasuke reaffirmed. Jiraiya nodded his head. A smirk developed on his face. Fine with me. Maybe I can ask one of those Jinchuriki to spar. I've heard rumors about the Hakabi Jinchuriki. Oh. Naruto turned his head. What about him? In addition to being an amazing swordsman, he apparently has a strong relationship with the Hakabi and complete control over its power, letting him freely use his chakra to its fullest potential. Sasuke noted. The claim is that he is the single strongest Jinchuriki on the planet. Stronger than Yagura was. Naruto's eyes widened. Well, strongest living. Since Yagura's dead, I'm not certain how they'd compare. Sasuke said. Naruto frowned in response. I keep forgetting that Yagura is supposed to be dead. It's not fair. It's not fair to him at all. Anyway, I'd like to leave in 2 hours. If you all need to get any belongings for the travel, please do so. Jiraiya stated. With those words, the shinobi were dismissed. Naruto, Fu, and Sasuke all left the office to go gather their essentials. Hinata initially followed the group out of the room, but stopped herself when she was about to leave. She stood still at the door for a moment, which caused Jiraiya to frown as he stared at her. Hinata, do you need me to ask someone else instead? He asked. The Raikage cannot attempt anything on you. He can't risk doing anything to upset us. I'm not afraid of him. Hinata interrupted. She turned her head back to him. Although, if you don't mind me asking, why did you pick me? Surely someone like Anko-sensei is available. Jiraiya's frown deepened. I wanted you to come along as a subtle reminder to E. I want him to understand where his place and that he should be grateful we're doing this favor for him and his village. I see. The Hyuga turned back around, sighing. Then yes. I'd love to go. I'd love for him to see the woman that I am and all that I have accomplished for Konoha. With those words, Hinata left the room. Jiraiya was left alone in his office, his frown somehow deepening further. Perhaps I should have chosen someone else, but we're too committed to this. He sighed. At the very least, I have no doubt he will understand exactly where he stands with us when this meeting happens. And he better be willing to work with us. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan estate and gathered all belongings she would need. She then stood in front of the clan estate, waiting for Hanabi to finish getting ready. A sigh escaped her lips as she laid down on the grass, looking up to the sky. Her eyes focused on different clouds, taking in their appearances. Hinata-chan. Naruto called out. The Hyuga looked up, noticing that Naruto was rushing over to her. "What are you doing?" "Cloud watching," she said with a small smile on her lips. "Remember the days back in the academy when you, me, and Shikamaru-kun would just sit around watching clouds for hours? It was relaxing." She proceeded to sigh as she turned her head back to the clouds. "And I need to relax right now." Naruto frowned in response but sat down on the ground with her. He laid down, his head next to hers, as they stared at the clouds. The two were quiet for a moment as they silently stared at the clouds. Naruto would occasionally comment about seeing clouds of particular shapes, but Hinata never verbally replied, she only nodded her head in acknowledgement. After roughly 3 minutes of silence, Hinata let out a long, deep sigh as she shook her head. She turned her body, laying down on her stomach, as she stared at Naruto. "I don't hate Kumo," she said abruptly, causing Naruto to blink in response. She frowned in response. "Sorry if that came out kinda random. I just want you to know that I don't hate them." "I didn't think you did," Naruto admitted with a sigh. "I think this mission is important. And the Jinchuriki deserve to know what's going on with Akatsuki." Hinata continued. "But I do hate their Raikage. The Yondaime Raikage is the same man who tried to kidnap me years ago. He's the reason why Niji-San's father is dead." Naruto frowned in response but did not say anything. He held out his hand to Hinata, who grabbed it and squeezed his hand tight. "I got to the point where I understood Ao-san, back in Kirigakure. I didn't like him. I still don't like him. But I don't hate him anymore. The Hyuga he fought actually blinded that eye of his. The Byakugan he took was almost justifiable, if unfortunate." Hinata spoke softly, scowling. "But the Raikage tried to kidnap me. And would have just forced me to be a Kumo shinobi? Or would have I been forced, to have kids, to pass the genes in Kumo?" Tears began to develop in her eyes as she tightened her grip on Naruto's hand. "I don't know. I don't want to know. But that's not fair. And the fact that we had to lose Hisashi-sama because Kumo tried to kidnap me is not fair. It's bullshit. Fuck the Raikage." Hinata took in a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Naruto found a way to tighten his grip on Hinata's hand, which helped relax her. Roughly a minute of silent breathing passed before Hinata's face started to relax. She finally let go of Naruto's hand and poked her fingers together, looking downward. I'm sorry for that," she said. "I didn't mean to yell at you." "There's nothing to be sorry," Naruto replied with a chuckle. "You should yell more. It'll let you burn off some steam." "Maybe." Hinata bit her lip in response. "Just do it. Like this, fuck the Raikage," Naruto shouted. "Asshole." Hinata giggled in response to Naruto's shouting, which caused him to smile. "Now say it with me this time," he stated as he held out his hand and started to count. 1, 2, 3. Fuck the Raikage. Both Naruto and Hinata shouted in unison. The words echoed in the area around the Hyuga estate. Naruto and Hinata started to laugh, feeling energized by the words. Naruto proceeded to pull himself off the ground and held his hand out to Hinata, who quickly took it and pulled herself off the ground. "That felt good," Hinata admitted with a giggle. "I can't believe nobody heard us. To be honest, I bet some people did and they're just pretending to ignore us," Naruto said with a chuckle. The two remained silent for a moment as they stared at each other. After a few seconds of comfortable silence passed, Naruto cleared his throat, initiating the conversation again. "You know, there's always a chance the Raikage's changed over these past few years. There's also a chance that he's the exact same asshole. We'll find out," Naruto noted. A smile developed on his lips. "But regardless of whichever, you're entitled to however you feel about him. And don't feel bad about hating him." "I don't. I definitely don't," Hinata admitted. "But don't feel bad around him," Naruto reaffirmed. "Walk right into that meeting and just show him who you are and that he has no power over you." His smile widened. "Just keep being you. Hinata smiled back in response. Her smile was so wide and sincere that it nearly brought Naruto to tears. She is so beautiful, he told himself. Hinata was about to say something to Naruto, but she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Both she and Naruto turned around in time to see Hanabi rushing out of the compound, with her bags and everything she would need for the long trip. Naruto-sensei? Hinata-ne-san. She blinked in confusion. Were you two the ones cursing out here? I could hear you all from my room. Her eyes then narrowed in on her sister. I know Naruto-sensei is a bit vulgar sometimes, but you shouldn't swear either, Hinata-ne-san. It's not nice. Hanabi, my current life goal is to make sure I get you to say fuck one day. Naruto interrupted, crossing his arms. The younger Hyuga stared at her Jonin-sensei, mortified. Or shit. I'd accept shit. Absolutely not. Hanabi exclaimed. See, come on Naruto-sensei, let's go to the gate. Is everyone else waiting for me or something? Nah, I was just waiting for you and Hinata-chan. Naruto said with a shrug. Hanabi titled her head. Ne-san. You're coming with us. I am. Hinata nodded her head, smiling. On our C-rank mission. Hanabi shook her head, trying to process the information. What? Why? I'm going to be a bodyguard for Hokage-sama while he heads to Shimo. Uchiha Sasuke will also be accompanying us for that exact same reason. Hinata explained. Hanabi's eyes narrowed slightly in confusion. What kind of mission is Hokage-sama going on that requires 2 bodyguards? And they're all traveling along with all of us? This doesn't really sound like a C-rank mission for us. The younger Hyuga almost asked her question aloud, but she thought against it. With a shrug of her shoulders, she simply joined up with her sister and Jonin-sensei and walked with them towards the gates of Konoha, ready for their mission. You know, when I asked you if we could get a C-rank mission, I was kinda hoping we'd actually get a chance to, you know, go on the mission alone. As a team. Katsumi grumbled, crossing her arms. The group of Team 9, Hinata, Sasuke, and Jiraiya were moving rapidly through Hinokuni. They made incredible time and expected to arrive in Unokuni the following morning. Jiraiya moved at the front of the group with Hinata, Sasuke, and Fu behind. Team 9 were at the back of the group, all feeling a mixture of different emotions. I didn't make the request for this mission like this. Naruto said with a sigh. I wanted us to get our own C-rank mission too. Well, we'll have to request another one right when we get back. But knowing our luck, we'll have someone like Tsunade-sama accompanying us. Katsumi replied. Naruto frowned in response, look, we're gonna be in Shimogakure. Maybe we can find something there to do to challenge us? Maybe they'll let you guys spar with some of their shinobi. I'd actually like that. Kanji spoke, sighing as well. Because I'd also like a chance to, you know, do something on our own. Naruto's frown deepened as he heard the complaints between his students. With a sigh, he walked forward a little faster, leaving his genin to chat with each other. He walked faster, moving up straight to Jiraiya's pace. You owe my team good C-rank mission when we get back. One with some action, like taking down bandits or something. He said with a sigh. Cause I'm right now not hearing the end of how my team feels like they're getting babysat. Jiraiya sighed in response, I understand that. I know how young genin are. They want to prove to themselves and their friends and family that they're strong, capable genin. And right now, we're stepping in on their plans of growing. What are the odds that I can find them something to do in Shimo? Naruto questioned. Like, fighting their genin or maybe doing some stupid mission for the village that none of them want to do. It's possible. At the pace we're going, we'll get there before the Raikage's deadline, so you can maybe find them something to do. The Hokage replied. I don't know, though. Shimo is interesting, though. We'll see if there's anything there. He sighed, crossing his arms. Before we left, I sent a message to Shimo announcing that we'd be coming and that I want to chat with them about a better relationship. Maybe we can get your team to do something there to help improve that. Hopefully. The Uzumaki sighed. Cause I do sorta agree with them. I'd like to give them a chance to prove themselves. We'll give them their chance. I promise. Jiraiya said, frowning. Now quit badgering me about it and get your team to socialize with the group. With a nod of his head, Naruto slowed down his pace, walking side by side his genin. Sun began to set over Western High no Kuni. Shikamaru, Doso, and Susumu decided to call it a day and set up camp. Within minutes, they fully prepared their campsite and laid out their sleeping bags. Shikamaru and Susumu sat down on top of their bags while Doso laid next to his, enjoying the feel of the grass on his body. He sighed in contentment. To be honest, it's been far too long since I've been out of the village. He admitted, a small smile on his lips. It's nice to escape every now and then. You've been too focused on your TNI job, you know. Shikamaru stated with a chuckle. How's that going, by the way? Very well. I am apparently on Ibiki Teiko's good side, so that's a definite good thing. Doso noted, smirking. There's a high probability I can rise through the ranks more. If I keep working at the rate I am, I believe I can one day replace Ibiki Teiku and become the head of the division. Wow. Shikamaru whistled in approval. That's good, Doso. That's real good. I have to do what I can to make sure I don't fall behind you, Naruto-san, and Hinata-san, after all. The former Oto shinobi said. It's probably not the most prestigious of titles to have, but I'll be proud if I can obtain it. Well, in fairness, when Naruto does accomplish his goal to become Hokage, we'll all be behind him and probably won't ever be able to surpass that. Shikamaru said. I mean, we probably can, but that'd be way too troublesome. I suppose it would. Doso chuckled in response. As silence started to fill the air, Shikamaru turned to face the third member of their team. Susumu had a small notebook in his hands and was currently writing down in it. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on the book. Working on anything interesting, Susumu-san? He asked. Susumu looked up from the notebook and faced Shikamaru. With a smile on his face, he shook his head. Nothing particularly interesting. I'm just writing about my day. He said, laughing lightly. Just making note of us beginning our mission and the beautiful scenery in High no Kuni we've seen. Oh. Interesting. Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding. So you're the kind of person who keeps a diary. Heh. Susumu's laughter started to get slightly louder. I suppose it is a diary. I have about 30 complete notebooks back, one for every year of my life since age 6. Any particular reason you do that? Doso questioned, turning his attention to the Uzumaki. Well, I suppose it's because I've had an active life growing up. It helped me focus on things when I was younger and recall information. The Uzumaki admitted. And as I got older, the more I started to appreciate my younger self's foresight to keep writing these daily memories. It really helps me reminisce on my ever-evolving life. Huh. Shikamaru mumbled in response. That's a lot deeper of an answer than I was expecting. Shikamaru and Doso stayed quiet as they watched Susumu return to writing. It became apparent to the two shinobi that they really knew nothing about him. The Uzumaki kept to himself throughout the mission, only speaking when spoken to or when he had a question about the mission. He stayed quiet whenever Shikamaru and Doso started talking to each, just silently listening. Both shinobi were used to this behavior. Doso himself was like that during the mission to Mizu no Kuni that led into their role in the Kirigakure Civil War, but it was somewhat of a contrast from what they had been expecting of the redhead. It's almost funny. I was expecting him to be a bit more like Naruto or Teiwa or Masakado. He's not like most of his clan. The Nara realized. Perhaps it was that noted difference between Susumu and his other Uzumaki clansmen that motivated Shikamaru to continue to chat with him. So, other than writing diary entries, what else do you in your spare time? He asked. Susumu looked back up from his notebook. The man was silent for a moment, as if contemplating his answer, then another laugh escaped his lips. Well, Shikamaru Teiku, I am a single father and my daughter's still young, so I don't really have a lot of spare time on me. Fair, but you have to have some spare time. Shikamaru replied, smirking in response. Come on, if my Jonin commander, head of the Nara clan dad can spare some time to go out with his old teammates to have drinks every week and play shogi with me whenever he's bored. I know you got to have some spare time to do shit. Well, I suppose I paint. Susumu answered. You're an artist? Dosa questioned. I am. The Uzumaki nodded. Back in Mizu no Kuni when Yagura was the Yondaime Mizukage and Kiri shinobi were looking to hunt down shinobi with bloodlines, I actually hid my shinobi status and Uzumaki heritage by masquerading as a common painter. Interesting. Shikamaru smiled in response. What kind of paintings do you specialize in? Portraits for the most part. Although I do dabble in what some art critics would probably refer to as abstract paintings from time to time. Susumu admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I enjoy the freedom of it. It allows for a lot of creative expression. I would not mind showing you gentlemen something when we get back to Konoha, if you'd be interested. We would be honored. Dosa replied. Conversation started to flow between the three, as Susumu began to ask questions to the two shinobi. He let both Shikamaru and Dosa do most of the speaking, but the three grew to know each other a little better. It was a productive first night for their mission. Team 9 and their entourage stopped traveling for the night, stopping near the Unokuni border. After quickly setting up camp, eating a quick dinner, and creating a few clones to patrol the area, the group decided to go to sleep. Within 30 minutes, with the moon starting its ascent into the sky, Naruto, his genin, Hinata, Jiraiya, and Sasuke were all asleep. Fu remained awake, sitting down at the base of a tree. A moth flew right by her, landing on her nose. She giggled as she held out a finger to the insect. The moth proceeded to fly onto her finger, which Fu then lifted into the sky, facing the moon. You think it's pretty, don't you? She asked the moth. She was silent for a moment until she started to nod her head, as if she received an answer. Yeah, I agree. It's extra bright tonight. The moth proceeded to fly off her finger into the sky, towards the moon. Fu watched the insect fly away as she brought her hand to her chin. In the absence of light, a lone moth flies onward, towards new heights, to an impossible dream, to understand its limits. She spoke. Boring, try again. Komei internally spoke. Ah, shut up. It sounded fine. Fu grumbled aloud, crossing her arms. Not enough imagery. Komei replied with a yawn. It started fine, but that ending sounded really bad and rushed. The Jinchuriki sighed. Okay. That's a bit more fair. I'll tweak it a bit before I actually write it down. Write what down? Fu's eyes widened as she turned her head. Yamanaka Kanji was standing by the tree, looking at her in confusion. Nothing, I'm just working on a poem. Don't worry about it. She replied. Need any help? He offered as a grin developed on his face. Wordplay happens to my forte. I can help with things if you want to talkie about it. Heh. The Jinchuriki snorted in response. Okay, the first pun was forced, but yeah. I could maybe talk with you about what I'm working with. She then titled her head at the genin. What are you doing up? Can't sleep. I think I have insomnia when I'm on missions. Kanji admitted with a shrug. Sleep's a rare commodity. Join the club. I have had chronic insomnia my whole life. Fu replied. There's a club. Kanji's grin returned and widened further. When are meetings? Every other night, at 3 o'clock in the morning. The Jinchuriki replied, grinning as well. Sounds real exciting. Hope it's not a snooze fest though. He replied. It's not, don't worry. That's kinda the point. Fu laughed in response. Well? Did you wanna help me with wordplay or not? Fu and Kanji proceeded to chat back and forth, as Fu started to recite what she had written of her poem. The Yamanaka gave suggestions of imagery to try and incorporate into the poem, which Fu listened. She recited some of his suggestions into her poem, with some working and others not sounding correct. The two continued to chat back and forth on her poem. Finally, Fu turned her head back to the moon and recited what they had worked on. In the crescent moonlight, a lone moth flies onward, into the abyss above, no destination in mind, simply following the light. she stated. She turned her head to face Kanji, grinning at the younger boy. It sounds perfect. Yup, yup. He nodded his head, giving her a thumbs up. You did a good job. She corrected. You helped correct some of the imagery. I think you knew what you wanted to do with it, though. It's your poem still. The Yamanaka shrugged his shoulders. Still, it's ours. Fu corrected again, her grin relaxing into a smile. Thanks, Kanji. The Yamanaka nodded in response at her words, smiling back. The two shinobi fell into a comfortable silence for a moment, both simply staring at the moon. They remained still for a few moments until Kanji cleared his throat, turning his attention back to the Jinchuriki. Hey, Fu, mind if I ask you a sorta personal question? He asked. Do you know the reason you were given your name? My name. Fu repeated. Kanji nodded her head, which caused her to sigh. Well, you know I'm the Nanabi Jinchuriki, right? I do. Kanji nodded his head. You're the one who told me in my team, actually. I did? Wow. Whoops. Guess I've forgotten who knows and shit. I'm not used to having to tell people about it. Fu laughed, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. The laughter stopped, however, as she sighed and began to speak. Well, I was always planned to be the Jinchuriki. The previous Nanabi Jinchuriki was old and sick and was about to pass out. So Shivuki's dad, the previous leader of Takigakure, made a request to a couple if they'd be willing to have a kid that could become the next Jinchuriki. And my parents agreed. A scowl developed on her lips as she shook her head. I'm named Fu because that's all I was to my parents, a seal for the Biju. My mom gave birth to me, named me that, then gave me off to our village leader to become the next Jinchuriki. Ah. Kanji frowned in response. I'm sorry for bringing this up then. Don't be. It's in the past. She shrugged her shoulders. I don't really care about my name, though. It's just that, a name. It doesn't have much meaning. The Yamanaka's frown deepened further as he crossed his arms. You know, my older brother was named Fu as well. He was. The Jinchuriki questioned, tightening her head. Yeah. I think my parents wanted him to be interested in Fuinjutsu. Unfortunately, though, he never got the chance. He died a while ago. Kanji said, sighing. Oh. Fu frowned in response. I'm so sorry. It's as you said, it's in the past. The Yamanaka shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. You having the same name made me want to bring it up, I suppose. Were you too close? Fu questioned. I mean, yeah. But I was only 5 years old when he vanished. I was quite a bit younger than him and just sorta idolized him. Kanji admitted with a small, sad smile. I think it's just how younger siblings are. You should hear the way Hanabi talks about her older sister. The two were quiet again for a moment. After a few more seconds, Kanji yawned and turned around, starting to walk off back to the sleeping bags. Anyway, didn't mean to put a damper on the mood tonight. Was just thinking about shit. I'll try and go to sleep one more time. Kanji said. Night Fu Nii. Nii. The Jinchuriki repeated the honorific, turning to face the Yamanaka in surprise. Immediately, a blush developed on Genin's face as he shook his head. Didn't he mean to say that? He said quickly. Just talking about my bro and all, and you two have the same name, it sorta slipped and dash. Wouldn't it be nay? I am a girl, after all. Fu replied, a teasing grin on her face. Kanji's eyes widened at her words. They processed fully in his head for a few seconds before he nodded his head, looking at the Jinchuriki. I suppose that's correct. Fune. He spoke hesitantly. Fu's grin widened as she nodded her head. Try and get sleep, Kanji. We got a long day of traveling tomorrow. Yes. I got it. I'll try. Kanji nodded his head. A large grin developed on his face as he waved good night. I'll see you in the morning. Get good sleep, sis. Fu watched the Yamanaka rush off to his sleeping bag. A chuckle escaped her lips as she turned her attention back to the moon. The hell was that about, Fu? She questioned herself. He was just talking about his brother and it was a slip of his tongue. He wasn't asking for a sibling for anything. Still, a little brother, that does sound nice. The Jinchuriki's eyes started to close as her thoughts started to trail. Always did, want a family. With those words, the Jinchuriki started to snore as she fell into a comfortable, peaceful sleep. Shikamaru-san, Susumu-san, wake up. We have company. Dosu spoke. Both Shikamaru and Susumu woke up instantaneously upon hearing the former Oto ninja's words. The three shinobi positioned themselves surrounding their campsite, looking around the area. How many shinobi are there? How close are they? Shikamaru questioned. I hear the footsteps of roughly 30 different people. I'd estimate they're a kilometer away. Dosu admitted. Odds are that they're enemy shinobi. Susumu questioned. Fairly high. Let's assume that they're approaching us because they intend to kill us. Shikamaru stated as he made hand signs. They think they're going to get the jump on us. Thanks to that knowledge, we'll do the exact opposite. Shikamaru crouched down on the ground, getting hand signs ready and channeling chakra. Dosu equipped his melody gauntlets on both arms and legs. Susumu put on his Konoha flak jacket once again and made a sweeping gesture on his right sleeve. He revealed a seal, marked with the kanji for color. He placed his left hand on the seal, unsealing it. Shikamaru and Dosu both turned their heads toward the Uzumaki and both looked at him in surprise. Over his Konoha flak jacket was now a large white apron that went down to his knees. The apron was covered in stains of various colors. There was a pocket on the left side of his apron that had a single paint brush sticking out of it. Attached on his left side was a scabbard that had a sword in it. Attached on his right side, to a hook on his pants, was an open can of clear, colorless paint. Paint. Shikamaru looked at the man in confusion. Dosu-san, you use sound-related jutsu if I recall, yes? Would you by chance be able to create a sonic wave on the ground, by chance? Susumu asked. I think you and I could do an interesting combination jutsu. Dosu nodded in response. Both shinobi crouched down to the ground. Dosu raised his hands above his head, waiting for the right moment. At the same time, Susumu bent to the ground and pulled out the paintbrush. The paintbrush, which was originally marked with the kanji for color, was now marked with the kanji for earth. He placed the paintbrush into his paint can, turning the clear paint inside of it into a brown color. The two remained still until a minute later, when the campsite was surrounded. The group took in the appearances of the group around them. They were all men, wearing all black and gray colored outfits with hoods that covered their heads. All of them were equipped with kunao and shuriken and appeared to be inching forward. Seriously, where the hell did these guys come from? Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on them. Who are they? Upon seeing them, Dosu slammed his hands down to the ground, his melody gauntlets coming into contact with the surface. Simultaneously, Susumu took his paintbrush and started to paint a circular pattern on the ground. Crushing sound waves. Paint Fuinjutsu, circular earth tremors. Sound waves rushed through the ground, cracking the earth as they rushed around Dosu's body. Before the 30 shinobi could react to the oncoming attack, the ground underneath their feet started to shake. It began to crack underneath them, knocking them all to the ground. Many of the shinobi tried to pull themselves off the ground in time, but the ground's forceful tremors overpowered them, rooting them in their spot. It was at that point that Dosu's approaching sound waves crashed into them. The combined force of the tremors and Dosu's sound waves proved too much for a few of the shinobi, killing them instantly. The combined technique also destroyed even more of the ground, creating holes in the ground that swallowed a few shinobi that way, killing them that way. Within seconds, the shinobi that had surrounded them were all dead. That was quick. Shikamaru noted. That's not all of them. Dosu replied. There's at least 2 more footsteps. Both close dash. Before Dosu could finish his words, an elongated human's arm rocketed forward into the campsite. The shinobi had no time to react. The arm entangled Susumu's body, wrapping around his body in a circular pattern until it reached his shoulders and neck. It slowly started to strangle the man, who started to choke in pain. What? Shikamaru's and Doso's eyes turned as they both stared in surprise. The two remaining shinobi walked forward, two young men dressed in purple, each wearing a purple mask over their mouths and a pair of glasses, one wearing a pair of normal glasses while the other wore a pair of sunglasses. The elongated arm was attached to the man wearing a pair of regular glasses. Well, well. Looks like you guys got the jump on our men. That's unfortunate, he said with a chuckle. Guess we'll have to recruit some more. Next time, we'll get a stronger group. Some that won't die instantly to Konoha shinobi. The other man added. Doso's eyes widened as he recognized the men. A scowl developed on his face as he shook his head. You're Tsurugi Misumi and Akadu Yorawi. You were Yakushi Kabuto's teammates during the Chunin exams and also lower-ranked spies of Konoha. Lower-ranked? Yorawi snarled. Why you fucking dash? Calm down, Yorawi. It's not like the Konoha shinobi are any place to talk back too much. Misumi stated, still chuckling. Listen here, make any movement on us and we'll snap this man's neck. As if to emphasize his words, Misumi tightened his grip on Susumu's neck. The Uzumaki let out another cough in response. These two, they seem a bit too anxious. They got the jump on us for 1 second, but there's no way they can follow through. We can easily take them. Shikamaru realized. Just rile them up a bit. As if reading Shikamaru's mind, Doso spoke up, still scowling, what are you two doing? I had assumed you all passed when the invasion failed. We didn't, we saw that Orochimaru-sama failed and decided to bail and find a new life. Misumi acknowledged, smirking. And we did, we recruited a band of civilians and started to train them into capable shinobi. And we're planning our revenge for Orochimaru-sama's sake. Starting with killing all Konoha shinobi who cross the western border of Hinokuni. We'll continue as we grow stronger, leading up to us one day leading an invasion of our own on Konoha and burning it to the ground. Yorawi added. Oh, a group trying to kill Konoha shinobi? Sounds scary. Shikamaru spoke up, rolling his eyes. So scary that this is the first time I've heard about this. Since no Konoha shinobi have been reported dead in this area. You all haven't accomplished anything, haven't you? At least Kabuto appears to making work on his own, you two really have accomplished nothing. Dosu added. What's that supposed to mean? Yorawi snarled. He turned his head to face his partner. Misumi, kill that redhead and let's kill these two together. Misumi nodded his head, with pleasure dash. Before Misumi could finish his sentence, Susumu closed his eyes, channeling chakra. His paintbrush in his hand changed kanji again, forming into the kanji for cut. The paint in his paint can turned gray in color. Immediately, paint rushed out of the can, forming what resembled a large, sharp knife. The knife quickly sliced into Misumi's elongated arm, slicing it off instantly. Ah! Misumi screamed loudly as what was left of his arm rushed back to his body. Blood started to pour out of his arm as he grabbed onto it with his right hand, trying to somewhat contain it. His eyes narrowed in on Susumu. You. The Uzumaki had a bored look on his face as he untangled himself from what remained of Misumi's left arm, freeing himself. Well, we don't even have to bail him out. He looks as if he was never in any danger at all. Shikamaru noticed, nodding his head in approval. Makes sense. And here I let myself get strangled for a bit to see if they'd say anything interesting. I don't believe these two have any interesting information to provide. He said, turning his head to Shikamaru and Dosu. Do either of you think these two have anything interesting to say? Or should we just kill them? Nah, they were a bit too chatty just a moment ago and had nothing to say. They got nothing to say. Shikamaru shook his head. Very well. Then allow me. Susumu walked forward. His paintbrush changed kanji once more, turning into the kanji for poison. Forgive us, but we were in the middle of sleeping when you charged in and I'm fairly tired still, so we're going to have to kill you both quickly so we can go back to sleep. You. Yorawi grit his teeth as he rushed forward at the man, his hand starting to glow blue. Don't underestimate us. As Yorawi was about to reach Susumu, the Uzumaki jumped into the air. He dipped the paintbrush into the paint, changing its color from gray to purple. He then dipped his paint can, causing all the purple paint to rain downward. Paint Fuinjutsu, acidic paint. The paint landed on Yoroi's skin, completely coating his body. Almost instantaneously, the man started to scream. A burning sensation filled his body as he felt his body starting to corrode. Ah! Yoroi screamed as he tried to brush the paint off his body. He was unable to do so, however, and the acid continued to corrode his skin. His skin tone turned reddish-purple and his blood began to boil as he started to lose consciousness. What the? Yoroi! Misumi shouted as he rushed forward at Susumu. Ignoring the pain in his left hand, Misumi rushed forward, his right arm elongating itself as he tried to strike at Susumu with all his might. Susumu, in response, simply sidestepped, avoiding the fist. He then raised his paintbrush slightly, causing it to change its kanji to the kanji for fire. Instantaneously, the paint on Yoroi's body changed color from purple to red. Paint Fuinjutsu, sunrise fire. Instantly, the red paint changed shape into a blazing fire. With a small the brushing gesture from Susumu, the flames raced off Yoroi's dying body and quickly moved onto Misumi's elongated right arm. The fire made quick contact and proceeded to rush down the arm, using it like a match, until Misumi's body, encasing him in the flame. Ah! He screamed in pain. The man tried to fall to the ground and roll, hoping to put out the flames. The fire, however, stuck to him like a paint stain, not slightly getting off of him despite his best efforts. After a few seconds of trying, Misumi was unable to fight back against the fire. All he could do was scream until his body succumbed to the flames. Susumu's eyes moved from Yoroi's body to Misumi's. Nothing that both shinobi were dead, succumbing to their own individual burns, the Uzumaki made another gesture with his paintbrush. Immediately, the flames on Misumi's body flew off. They flew forward in a circular pattern before entering the paint can. When all of the fire was locked inside the paint can, the fire transformed, changing back into the appearance of clear, colorless paint. Well, that was uneventful. Susumu noted with a yawn as he picked up his paint can. He made a singular hand sign, resealing his paint can, paintbrush, sword, and apron back into a seal on his flak jacket. That one fellow managed to get one lucky hit on me, but that's all they accomplished. Were they supposed to be threats to Konoha? No. They were underlings under Orochimaru. Nothing else. Shikamaru shrugged. The only threat they could be is a troublesome nuisance. Still, best to nip them before they could develop anything. Dosu said, frowning. There might have been merit in sparing them to probe them for information on Kabuto, but I doubt they would give anything. Kabuto was always leagues above them in rank and skill. Their only role was to fill the necessary genin teammate roles for Kabuto's disguise. Shikamaru turned his head to focus on the corroded and burned bodies of Yoroi and Misumi for a moment before turning his to Susumu. So, you use paint, huh? In conjunction with Fuinjutsu? Shikamaru questioned. I do. Why do you think I made my disguised living in Mizu no Kuni as a painter? So that way, if I got jumped at by a Kiri hunter when I was trying to work, I could always fight back. Susumu admitted with a chuckle. My fighting style is the result of years of seal crafting. That paint can and paintbrush are completely covered in seals that I can activate at will that can generate different properties. Elemental style jutsu, extra blade weapons, poisons, physical enhancements, any seal that I have ever experimented on, I have found a way to incorporate into my paint. And through corresponding seals on my paintbrush, I am able to activate the seals effortlessly and rapidly. I am actually curious to spar against you now. Dosu admitted. It's a unique fighting style, to say the very least. I'd be honored to see how I stand against it. Well, I appreciate the praise. Susumu chuckled. However, it is still late. It would be wiser to spar some other time. We still need to keep moving forward. Shikamaru and Dosu both nodded their heads. Within moments, the three shinobi returned to their sleeping bags and prepared to sleep. Sigh. Shimura Danzo spoke while alone in a dark chamber in an uninhabited, empty building. On cue with his words, A shinobi appeared in the room, bowing his head at the elderly man. Yes, Danzo-sama. I have an assignment for you. Danzo spoke. News about growing unrest in Iwa is starting to arise now that the grandchildren of the Shodate Tsuchikage have returned to the village. They are sowing anti-Konoha bias in the village that needs to get destroyed. I want you to enter the village and kill the Kamaizuru grandchildren. Take any other root shinobi with you that you feel is necessary, make sure they report to me before, however. Understood. Sai nodded his head in understanding as he stood up. I will depart then. With those words, Sai vanished, leaving Danzo alone in the room. The elderly man closed his eyes as he turned his head upward, looking out a window in the room and gazing upon the moon in the sky. Our alliance with Iwa will not last long, but I do not need it to end on Iwa's terms. When it ends, it will when Konoha asserts itself as the superpower village we are. Danzo thought to himself. Konoha is only growing stronger each day. We have now obtained the Nanabi Jinchuriki key and I'll do everything in my power to make sure she never returns. With two of the strongest Jinchuriki in the village, our village can keep growing stronger while the other villages can get crushed, if needed. Danzo turned away from the moon, closing his eyes momentarily. I have discovered proof of Yagura's survival. If Kiri ever makes a move against Konoha, I can spread that information and completely destroy the village with it, creating another civil war in the village. In Iwa, I will have removed the strongest proponents of anti-Konoha bias and the village will continue following its senile Tsuchikage, who has grown soft in age. In Suna, they have a naive young Godame who has a personal relationship with our Kyubi Jinchuriki. We have the tools to remain supreme over all our major allies. Danzo reopened his eyes, frowning. Now, only Kyumo remains. If only Jiraiya was willing to just wait and let Kyumo fall. Danzo had a knack for learning information that he was specifically supposed to not know. He knew that Akatsuki was planning an invasion on Kumogakure during the upcoming Chunin exams. He also knew that Jiraiya had made attempts to try and warn Kumogakure. The Hokage had departed on a seemingly innocent travel to Shimogakure to improve the relations between the villages, a potentially fruitful idea, in Danzo's opinion, if the intent was to sway one of Kumo's most important allies and potentially force the minor village to close its borders to Kumo and cease sending funds to Kumo. However, Danzo knew, from one of his agents in the cryptology department, that Jiraiya was departing for Shimo after receiving a message from the Raikage, a message that he ordered the cryptology department to keep to themselves. He must be going to discuss the invasion with Kumo. Danzo realized, his frown deepening. Why must we have only Hokage who are blinded by unrealistic pacifism? We have the potential to let Kumo to fall apart in an invasion, where it could lose its strongest assets, its Jinchuriki, and potentially cripple it. And we do not even have a fake alliance with the village. We gain nothing from assisting them. In other words, we cannot afford to assist them. So, I must ensure that the Raikage will reject all possible assistance. The elderly man noted as he spoke aloud, Toruin. Fu. On cue, two shinobi appeared directly in front of him. One was a man with fair white skin and short, spiky black hair that wore an all-black uniform, with a red sash tied over his waist and a black jacket with red straps over the shoulder. The man also wore a mask over his face that appeared to have glasses lenses over the eye holes of the mask. The second man had tanner skin tone, auburn-colored hair that was tied into a ponytail, and amber-colored eyes. He wore a red short kimono with a black sash tied around his waist, black pants, black gloves, and a black jacket with the same red straps as the first man. I wish for you two to go Shimogakure. Ascertain if the Raikage is there, meeting with our Hokage. Danzo stated. If he is there, I wish for you both to attack him and any Kumo shinobi with him. Make sure that you try to ambush him and kill him in a way that will draw suspicion to yourselves. Understood. Both men, Torin and Fu, spoke in unison. I want you both to go as you are, do not dress in attire to hide your identities. Let the Raikage see you as Konoha shinobi. Danzo stated. You both will most likely not succeed and will die, but you will advance Konoha's goals. If we hamper any relationship with Kumo before it can develop, we will ensure that our village will not assist them in the invasion. We must make sure that no shinobi village assists Kumo. We need to be able to watch that Akatsuki organization burn them to the ground. Understood, Danzo-sama. Torin and Fu both bowed their heads in unison. Within seconds, the two men disappeared, using the Shunshin to get away. Danzo was left alone again. A small chuckle escaped his lips as he turned his head back up to the moon. Jiraiya, I understand that Akatsuki is a concern for us, but you must surely understand that they can be useful before we dispose of them. He inwardly noted. Let them destroy Kumo first. Then we can overpower them as well. But I suppose that is too dirty for the hands of a noble Konoha shinobi to do. Therefore, it falls to the roots, the foundation of Konoha, to accomplish this. The Raikage is an emotional man. He will reject all assistance after such a maneuver and will alienate Konoha in the process. This action could backfire into a war, but he won't have time to plan a war with the Chunin exams coming up. He'd have to wait after, which he won't be able to, with the Akatsuki's invasion. Danzo started to walk off, heading out of Root's building. May tonight mark the beginning of the end for Kumo. And the beginning for Konoha's continuous rise to the top of this world. Chapter 80, Shimogakure and the Raikage. Finally, we made it. Jiraiya declared. Shimogakure, the village hidden in frost, was located near Shimo no Kuni's southern border with Yu no Kuni. The village was located deep within a forest. As the Konoha shinobi walked further and further into the forest, the ground of the forest floor started to change texture, changing color to white and becoming softer. Within minutes of travel, the ground turned into snow and the trees in the deepest corners of the forest were covered in snow as well. It's so cold. Katsumi mumbled, hugging her own body. Why is it so cold here? The surrounding forest was not nearly this bad. The village is called Shimogakure for a reason. It's hidden in a frost that's created from some summoning contract that a shinobi family has here. Jiraiya explained. Some type of bird species. I think they're called penguins. Anyway, it's a species that's not known for fighting, but they have other capabilities. Such as creating a year-round winter in the village and surrounding forest in order to hide it. I didn't dress right for this. Naruto said, shivering to himself. We literally are going to a village that's name means, village hidden in frost. Why the hell did you think your standard clothes would be good enough for this? Sasuke questioned with a smirk. Shut up. When we get to this damn village, I'm gonna have to buy some thicker clothes. The Uzumaki grumbled to himself. The group continued to travel for roughly another hour deeper into the snow-covered forest. It was at that point that the Konoha shinobi laid eyes on the village. The buildings in Shimogakure were surprisingly large and elaborate. The stores, restaurants, and homes that the group walked by appeared to be rather large with multiple stories. Multicolored decorations hung off various buildings, such as lights, ribbons, and jewels. The buildings themselves were all made from fine, expensive woods or brick. The village seemed rather luxurious. As the Konoha shinobi stepped foot into the village, they noticed a lot of people, civilians and shinobi alike, staring at them. These Shimo residents would immediately avert their eyes whenever the Konoha shinobi turned towards them, act as if they were doing something else. Why are Konoha shinobi here? And why are there so many of them? Isn't that man the Hokage? Oh god, are they here to fight? They're not here to fight, are they? Should we send a letter to Kumo? We're going to need backup to fight the Hokage of all people. We're going to die if a fight happens, we need to make arrangements to leave the village. Does. Hinata started to speak, frowning slightly as she tried to process how to word her question. Does anyone else feel like the people are afraid of us or something? I get that feeling. Their eyes are all on us, but they're making sure to avoid eye contact and stay at a safe distance. Sasuke spoke, rolling his eyes. Even the ones wearing forehead protectors are doing it. So Shimo's shinobi are afraid of us. I can sorta hear what a few of them are whispering to each other. They're trying to figure out why we're here. Fu noted. Some are even talking about if we are there to invade them. So, just for reference, Shimo is a rather weak shinobi village compared to others, even other minor shinobi villages. Jiraiya said. The village would have probably faded out, if it wasn't for their alliance with Kumogakure. And to be honest, the village itself is aware of that. So the average citizen, civilian and shinobi alike, are probably concerned at the sight of the Hokage and other Konoha shinobi coming into the village. A frown developed on his lips. Especially in the aftermath of what happened in Taki not too long ago. Fu frowned at the reminder of the Takigakure invasion, so, the people here are worried we may attack, huh? Kinda odd then that the shinobi are more afraid than tensing up, ready to fight. I think I overheard one of them just say they should ask Kyumo for help in order to stand a chance. Sasuke commented, crossing his arms. That's rather weak-minded behavior for shinobi. Again, it's a different village. I mean, look at the buildings here. Shimogakure spends more of its funds on its civilian sector than its shinobi village. Jiraiya explained. That's counterproductive. Katsumi scowled in response to Jiraiya's words. Anyway, let's not dawdle too much and go meet up with the Shimo daimyo. Jiraiya said. I know he knows we were coming. With those words, the Konoha shinobi continued to move forward through the village, doing their best to ignore the stares and hushed whispers from Shimo citizens analyzing their presence. The Konoha shinobi continued forward until they reached a rather elaborate-looking building made of fine mahogany wood and colored a dark gold with an expensive-looking jade-colored tile roof. Upon arriving, the group were escorted through the halls of the building, past hallways with elaborate statues of famous samurai and shinobi in history. They were then brought to a large door with a painting of a handsome young man over it, wearing a purple kimono with the Shimogakure logo on the front. The door was opened and the group entered the room. Behind a finely cut mahogany desk was an elderly man with spiky purple hair, visible despite the hat that he wore that featured the emblem of Shimogakure printed on it, and a long beard that went down to his upper chest. The man had light blue eyes that were barely visible, as he was squinting at the Konoha shinobi when they entered. He wore the same purple kimono as the young man in the painting above the door. Ikiai-san. Jiraiya bowed his head at the man as he walked into the room. How are you doing today? JJ Jiraiya-san. The man, Ikiai, sputtered out the Hokage's name as he quickly bowed his head. I'm doing well, thanks. I knew you were coming to the village soon, but I wasn't expecting it to be this soon. This guy is a shinobi village leader. Naruto's eyes widened. The Uzumaki had seen various types of leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya from Konoha, Yagura and Terumi Mei from Kiri, Gaara from Suna, Oniki from Iwa, and Shivuki from Taki. He also knew that Masakado was picked to lead Uzushio prior to its destruction. He had also heard stories about previous leaders of the villages, such as his own father, Namikaze Minato. Despite the different backgrounds, genders, ages, statuses, and abilities of each shinobi leader, they all displayed certain characteristics that all could recognize: strength, professionalism, and poise. They knew who they were and what they represented and make sure to allow themselves to be strong, in order to portray the strength of the people and village they represent. Despite only just meeting the Frost Daimyo, Ikiai already displayed none of these characteristics. He was a man who spoke hesitantly, nervously, and was unable to even look any of the Konoha shinobi in the eye. This man. This is the leader of a shinobi village. Naruto scowled slightly in response. That does not seem right. At all. I told you I'd be here within the week. Jiraiya affirmed. Why you did? I remember and now. I suppose I was mistaken. Ikiai mumbled in reply before he shook his head. So. I already made arrangements for you all to pick up that medicinal herbs you wrote about. Why you can go grab them and go back if you want dash. I appreciate that and my associates here will definitely go pick that up. But you and I were also going to discuss some specifics about improving our village's relationship. The Hokage reminded. Well, do you think we can get that all done by today and you all leave by no later than tonight? The daimyo questioned. Because, well, why you see, the Arrakage actually is planning on stopping by tomorrow and dash. He already knows we're here. Jiraiya interrupted, sighing. So don't worry, he's not going to get pissed at you for letting us Konoha shinobi come into your village? He knows. Ikiai repeated. When Jiraiya nodded his head, the elderly man let out a long, relieved sigh and leaned back in his chair. Oh, thank God. I was getting concerned about being in the middle between your villages. Yes. Of course. He let out a loud, hearty laugh, one louder than was expected of him. Then yes, you all may stay the night. I would love to have a chat with both of you about your relationships with my lovely, homely village. And his demeanor shifted at the mention of Kumo. Fu noted with a frown. A shinobi leader was that scared about offending the Raikage? Really? Suzuki scowled. This guy is a fucking embarrassment. Katsumi whispered under her breath to Kanji, who nodded his head in agreement. Did you say something, young lady? Ikiai questioned, his eyes somehow narrowing further on her. Getting the attention of a shinobi village's leader would have intimidated Katsumi in general. This man's attention, however, caused her to cross her arms and glare at the man. No. I didn't. She replied. Oh. My apologies. Immediately, the Frost Daimyo went back to his quivering ways as he turned his attention to Jiraiya. Well, did you want to discuss some things now while your SHSH shinobi go get checked in at a local hotel? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders in response as he turned his attention to his group. Yeah, if you all want, go get hotel rooms. I'll join you all momentarily. With a silent nod from each shinobi, the rest of the Konoha shinobi left the room, leaving the Hokage alone with the Shimo daimyo. Ugh, what a fucking coward. Katsumi hissed. The Konoha shinobi had rather quickly and eagerly left to get their hotel rooms, one for Naruto's Genin team, one for Naruto and Hinata, and 3 individual rooms for Sasuke, Fu, and Jiraiya. The shinobi proceeded to sit down in the Genin's room, the largest of the rooms booked, and proceeded to discuss the meeting with Ikiai. So, he's just a daimyo, right? No shinobi experience at all. Kanji questioned, frowning. Why is he in charge of the village then? I know this. Hanabi spoke up. The shinobi here were employed originally as bodyguards to the daimyo. They only became a recognized shinobi village, doing missions under than protecting him once it made profitable sense to do so. But the traditional still remains and the daimyo remains as the leader of the village despite having no shinobi experience. Which that sucks for the village as a whole. Fu added, frowning. I mean, I'm not going to say Shivuki is a godlike shinobi, but at least he is one and can govern Taki as such. Someone who has never once been a shinobi really should have no say in how a shinobi village should work. That's probably why even the shinobi here are apparently terrified of us. Shinobi being afraid of other shinobi. Without even a reason to assume we'd attack them. It's pathetic. Sasuke added. The room grew silent for a moment after the Uchiha's words. Naruto turned his head towards the window and noticed the sun setting on the village. He immediately stood up. Anyway, I guess I'll go pick up those herbs for the C-rank mission while we got downtime. Get that out of the way before we forget. He stated. His eyes then moved to his Genin squad mates. Any of you want to come with me? Honestly, you all don't really have to if you want. I think I kinda want to stay, if you don't mind, Naruto-sensei. Hanabi admitted. Her eyes actually moved to Hinata. Actually, Hinata-san, I was wanting to know if you and I could maybe go do something. Huh? Hinata turned to her sister for a moment before she nodded her head. Sure. That's fine. I'll stay as well. It's a bit cold outside. Kanji admitted. I'd be afraid I'll get frostbite if I stay out too long. Alright, fuck that, I'll come. Katsumi immediately spoke up, getting up from her chair in the room. Not dealing with your puns today, Kanji. Gotcha, gotcha. The Yamanaka nodded his head in understanding, rubbing the back of his head apologetically. With those words, Naruto and Katsumi left the room, heading to pick up the herbs. Shortly after, Hinata and Hanabi left together. Kanji, Sasuke, and Fu were now left alone in the room. So. Kanji reached into his bag and pulled out a deck of cards. Care to pass the time? Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Fine. Any game in particular? Poker. Fu requested, a grin developing on her lips. And if we wanna put actual money on the line, I'm down for it. I'll walk away with all of your money. Oh. Kanji tilted his head, a grin of his own developing on his face. I'm a Yamanaka, you know? I'm a master of mind games and psychology. Are you Suyuyu or you think you can beat me? Just deal the cards already. The Uchiha said, rolling his eyes. Kanji immediately opened his deck and started dealing them out. Thank you so much for doing business with us. Hope you all have a good evening. Naruto and Katsumi both nodded in response as they walked off from the Shimogakure apothecary. Naruto quickly sealed the boxes and bags of herbs into a scroll and pocketed it in his flak jacket as the two shinobi continued to walk off. Before even a minute of walking past, a gust of wind brushed against both shinobi. Both Naruto and Katsumi shivered instantly, each hugging their own chests in response. SS so cold. Naruto shook his head, frowning slightly as he changed direction. Come on. Let's go get ourselves a sea coat. What's your size? Go ahead. Katsumi mumbled as she tried to force her arms under her shirt. I don't need a coat right now. Yes you do. If I'm sea cold, then I know you're freezing too. You're wearing a sleeveless SH shirt and a skirt for fuck's sake. The Uzumaki declared sharply. Don't worry about the price, by the way. IG got it. No. Katsumi shook her head. I can pay for one if I felt I needed it. Well, you do. And I know you're trying to save up money for an apartment, so consider it a gift on my own for you. Naruto replied. Naruto's words caused Katsumi's eyes to widen. She stared at her Jonin-sensei in silence for a brief moment before she hesitantly nodded her head. A grin developed on Naruto's face as the two continued to move through the streets towards one of the stores. Within seconds, they found a place and proceeded to get warmer clothing. Naruto now had on a bulky, black uniform jacket with an orange zipper over his shirt. Katsumi, meanwhile, had on a dark green jacket, a lighter green scarf, and a pair of black pants. Both sighed in relief, feeling a lot warmer. So much better. Naruto sighed, loving the feeling of his jacket. He then turned his attention to Katsumi and chuckled. Can you imagine living in a place like this that's cold like this all year? That'd fucking suck. It would. God, I can't handle Konoha winters, let alone this shit. I'd freeze. Katsumi shivered at the thought. She tugged on her scarf slightly as she smiled at the Uzumaki. Thanks, by the way, Naruto-sensei. No need to thank me. I'll do the same for Hanabi and Kanji if they want to go out shopping with me sometime. He shook his head, chuckling. This is the kind of shit that us Jonin-sensei should be doing for you all. Well, thanks for actually doing the job you should be doing. Katsumi replied with a smile. I'm not too used to getting gifts, so it means a lot to me. The Uzumaki resisted the urge to frown in response. He felt the urge to ask what she meant by that, but he felt he would not get an honest answer and that it would kill the mood. Instead, he pocketed his hands as the two continued to walk through the village. So, tomorrow the Raikage is coming. And I know we have to meet up with them. Hopefully we get a chance to meet some of the shinobi coming with him. Naruto said. It'll be my first time meeting Kumo shinobi, so hopefully some of them are strong and interesting. I bet they are. Probably more interesting than the shinobi here, at least. Katsumi mumbled, frowning. God, what a disappointment overall, though. I can't believe there's a shinobi village like this. No yeah, I feel the same. Naruto admitted with a frown. Like, I have this feeling that you, Hanabi, and Kanji can give any of the Chunin here a run for their money in a fight. And while you guys are definitely strong and I think will make good Chunin now, I don't think I should be able to say that so confidently about any village's shinobi. That's just sad. Yeah, I know what you mean. Katsumi frowned. Again, it's that civilian culture emphasis here that the daimyo puts on the people. It's not good. Katsumi bit her lip, as if trying to resist continuing to speak. Finally, she sighed and shook her head and continued, my parents would probably love this place. That's how I also know it's not right here. Naruto turned to face her, titling his head slightly. My parents aren't the most supportive of the shinobi lifestyle. She admitted, frowning. They think a lot of shinobi are aggressive and bloodthirsty and focus too much on missions and not enough on family and friends and society. What? Naruto blinked in response. Half the people I know are shinobi because they put a focus on their family. And friends. And society. What? Look, I know. Their logic is fucked up. I don't get it. Katsumi sighed. So yeah. They'd get along well here. The shinobi here are way too timid and the daimyo seems to put a lot of money into the civilian lifestyle rather than the shinobi one. Hell, maybe if my family lived here, they'd actually have supported me being a shinobi. Ah. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. They didn't want you to be a shinobi, huh? No. They wanted me to be a good little girl, take an apprenticeship under my dad, and one day manage the clothing shop they own. They didn't take me entering the academy well. They actually tried to sabotage my training. She said. Naruto's eyes widened, huh? Like, they would not let me train at all if I ever came home. The moment I came home, one of them would not leave my side and force me to just help around the shop or help out with my baby brother. If I ever tried to do any type of training, even if it was just reading fundamentals, they'd snap at me for focusing too much on being a shinobi and ignoring family. So I'd always be behind on every test I took in the academy. Katsumi admitted, frowning. Around like age 10, I stopped going back home right after school and went to a training ground by the academy to train by myself and read books and stuff. So I started to make up ground and shit, but it was kinda too late at that point. I started out so badly that I was always going to be my class's dead last and there wasn't a chance in hell I could catch up. So, those bruises she always had. She'd train herself. And because she'd train by herself, and knew she was behind the rest of her class, she'd continuously push herself. Naruto realized, piecing things together in her profile. A scowl slowly developed on his lips. Fuck that. That's not right at all. He declared, crossing his arms. Fuck your parents. Katsumi immediately winced at his words, WL-. Okay, that's not right for me to say. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized, frowning. But like. That's not right and you know it. They can't control you or your life like that, Katsumi. I understand maybe they disagree a bit with the danger associated with being a shinobi, but if you're committed to the lifestyle and in the academy, they shouldn't try and sabotage your future career. That's messed up. I know. She sighed in response. But like, what am I supposed to do? They're my parents. I still love them, even if they're starting to worry that I'll be a negative influence on my little brother. But I am getting close to the point where I will snap at them, which in their minds, will prove all the stereotypes of the shinobi lifestyle. So that's why you want your own place. The Jonin realized. I mean, if you need to, you could stay at my clan's compound for a while until dash. I want to make it on my own. She said sharply, crossing her arms. It's not about just leaving them. It's proving to myself that I can take care of myself. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. The two shinobi were silent for a moment as they continued to walk back to the hotel. It took them 3 minutes to arrive at the building. As they were about to walk inside, Naruto stopped walking. Katsumi! He called out. The kunoichi stopped and turned back to face him. When we get back to Konoha, I'll help out the way I can. We'll take on a lot of well-paying D and C rank missions. You'll have your own place in no time by the time of the Chunin exams. A smile developed on his face as he gave her a thumbs up. That's a promise. I appreciate that. If you believe that I can do then yeah. I'll be able to pull it off by then. Katsumi managed to say, smiling brightly at her Jonin sensei. Thank you, Naruto sensei. Thank you so much. With that addressed, the two shinobi walked back into their hotel room. After leaving the hotel, Hinata and Hanabi wandered Shimogakure aimlessly, looking for somewhere they could talk. They eventually settled in a spot, a small hill near the outskirts of the village, close to the entrance. The hill had a few benches on it with a public telescope out on display for free use. The area had a very clear view into the sky. It's so pretty out here. Hinata said. The sunset was officially finished, and the moon was starting its ascent into the sky. The stars were clearly visible and shined bright, brighter than they did in Konoha. Shikamaru-kun would love it out here. If stargazing is so nice out here, I'm sure cloud watching is also great. It is beautiful. Hanabi nodded her head in agreement. Hinata noticed her younger sister shiver slightly at a gust of wind. Almost instantaneously, the snake around her neck seemed to tighten his grip on her neck, which caused Hinata to chuckle in response. You know, Hinata, we can probably get you a scarf here if you'd like to help keep you warm. Maybe that way, Hebihiro can have somewhere to stay and to keep himself warm and comfy. She mentioned with a giggle. Or I could knit you one if you want. If you're going to knit anyone a scarf, do one for Naruto-sensei. Hanabi said, a grin on her face. He'd probably appreciate it. Hinata's eyes widened at the thought as she started to recall a red scarf that Naruto used to wear, years ago, before they became friends. Immediately, a grin developed on her face as she nodded her head. That's actually a perfect idea. I can do that. Thanks, Hanabi. You're welcome. The younger sister tilted her head slightly, surprised at the level of Hinata's excitement. The two sisters were quiet as they stared into the night sky, watching the stars. A minute passed by before Hinata turned her head away from them and focused on Hanabi. So, what exactly were you wanting to do together, Hanabi? Hinata questioned. I don't think you wanted to just go and stargaze all night. Did you want to ask me something? Kinda. Hanabi admitted, frowning. I just wanted to ask you some things. Alone. Like what? Hinata asked. About the raikage. Hanabi answered, causing her sister to frown as well. Because he's coming tomorrow. Hinata sighed, what about him? Well, like. Are you afraid to meet him? Her sister asked. Because of what happened all those years ago. No. The Jonin crossed her arms, shaking her head. I think I would have been if this mission happened 3 years ago. But today? I'm not afraid of that man. I refuse to be. Do you think he could try something? Hanabi asked. No. Hinata answered once more. I think he's an evil man, but he's not stupid. He somehow spun father killing that ambassador to get his Ishisama killed when we had every right to have killed that Kumo shinobi. No. He's a smart man. And as such, he won't risk anything right now. Oh. Hanabi nodded her head in understanding. So, you aren't nervous at all? To meet him? No. Hinata reaffirmed. Because I'm strong. Stronger than him. Hanabi blinked in response. You're not physically stronger. He's still a cage. He would probably kill me in a one-on-one fight. Hinata admitted, sighing. But I am stronger than him. And I refuse to let him overpower or intimidate me. I don't want to let feelings of the past control my life. They don't. Which is why I will go on and be happy to inform their Jinchuriki about Akatsuki. And will not let the raikage anger me in the slightest. Silence fell between the two sisters for another moment. Hanabi poked her fingers together, trying to come up with the right words to say in her mind. After another 2 minutes of trying, she finally sighed and started speaking again. You're right. Hanabi acknowledged with a smile. You are the strongest person I know, Hinata-ne-san. I wouldn't go that far. Hinata replied with a chuckle. Naruto-kun is stronger. As his father. I stand by what I said, you're the strongest person I know. Hanabi affirmed. Her eyes moved down slightly as another thought occurred to her. Was Mother as strong as you? Mother? Hinata asked, her eyes widening. It was an odd realization, Hinata really had not thought too much on her mother in a while. There was a time where all she could do was think about her and wish she was there. Now, she was just a happy memory of the past, not a memory she would cling to. A smile developed on Hinata's lips as she nodded her head. Our mother was incredibly strong. And kind. And I still strive to be half the person she was to this day. I'm not nearly at her level. She admitted with a slight, bittersweet chuckle. But I'm always trying. I think she'd be proud of the progress I made. Her eyes softened on her sister. As she'd be proud of you. You think? Hanabi looked downward in response. Even though I'm the reason she's dead? A frown developed on Hinata's face. She thought of speaking against her claim, but she knew there was no point. Since their mother passed away giving birth to Hanabi, there was nothing she would be able to do convince Hanabi that it was not her fault. They have had this conversation before multiple times and nothing about redoing it would change Hanabi's opinion. Instead, Hinata nodded her head, and smiled back at her sister once more. Hanabi, no matter what you think about what happened, Mother is looking at us, from wherever she is, and smiling. She's looking at you and is so proud of you, someone who graduated years early and is Rookie of the Year. She is definitely proud of you. Hanabi continued to look downward. Hinata's eyes were focused on the younger sister for a moment as she started to notice tear droplets hit the ground. Hinata reached over for her sister, who immediately accepted her sister's embrace and pulled her into a tight hug. They remained still, not saying anything, for a long time. Roughly 5 minutes passed by before they broke their hug. Hanabi quickly wiped her tears as she finally looked her sister back in the eye. I'm not trying to bring all this weird stuff up like this. I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm just worried and thinking about a lot of different things. Hanabi admitted. I really don't like that the Raikage will be here and I don't want anything to happen to Yune-san. Nothing will. Hinata said, smiling. It'll all be fine. I promise. You better be. Hanabi replied, rubbing her eyes one last time before smiling back. The sun began to rise over Shimogakure. A group of shinobi walked through the gates of Shimo and started to move slowly through the village. The villagers walking around immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their attention towards the group. 5 Kyumigakuer shinobi walked into the village. At the rear of the group was a light-skinned man with short blonde hair and dark brown eyes, wearing the standard Kyumigakuer shinobi attire. Standing next to him was a dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair and black, bored-looking eyes. While he wore the standard Kyumigakuer shinobi attire, he also had the kanji for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively and had a large cleaver-like sword strapped to his back. Walking in front of those two were 2 more shinobi. The first was a light-skinned woman with long, straight blonde hair that went down to her lower back and dark brown eyes. She wore a black and purple short-sleeved blouse and black pants that had a cloud design printed on them. She had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs, a blue beaded chain wrapped around her right arm, a red belt tied around her waist, and was also wearing red lipstick. Right next to her was a dark-skinned muscular man with short blonde hair and a blonde goatee, wearing sunglasses, and a white-colored Kyumigakuer forehead protector. He wore the standard Kyumigakuer shinobi uniform with a red rope tied around his waist. The man also had a tattoo of the kanji for iron on his right shoulder, a tattoo of a bull's horn on his left cheek, and had 7 swords strapped to his back. In front of the other 4 shinobi was an incredibly muscular dark-skinned man with short blonde hair combed back in a matching mustache and goatee. He wore a white haori with no shirt underneath, making no effort to hide his muscles, and black pants with tears at the ends. He wore a gold belt with a boar's head at the center and wore 2 large golden vambraces on both wrists. The Shimogakure villagers recognized the shinobi. Immediately, they were all whispering to each other. Kyumigakuer shinobi are here. Did someone write to them and tell them Konoha shinobi are here? They responded so fast to Konoha shinobi arriving here. That's amazing. And the Raikage is leading them. Oh man, are they going to fight? The 5 Kyumo shinobi ignored all the whispering and continued to move toward the daimyo's office. 30 minutes after the arrival of the Kyumigakuer shinobi in the village, the groups all met in a large, white-painted conference room in the daimyo's mansion. All took a chair in a large, marble table. On one side of the table were the Kyumo shinobi. The Yondaime Raikage sat at the center with the 2 Jinchuriki sitting next to him on both sides, with his bodyguards sitting next to the Jinchuriki. On the other side of the table were the Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya sat in the center with Naruto and Fu next to him. Hinata sat next to Naruto while Sasuke sat next to Fu. At the head of the table was Ikiai, whose eyes continuously darted back and forth between the Hokage and Raikage. It's been a while. Jiraiya said, nodding his head at the man. I don't think I've seen you since the Third Shinobi World War. That is correct. He replied, crossing his arms. Neither of us were Kage back then. Your student, the Yellow Flash, wasn't even Kage yet either. His eyes then moved on to Naruto and narrowed on him. Speaking of him, brat. You look just like the man. I don't suppose he had a child that your village kept secret. You're not the first to tell me that. Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. I'm not. A secret like that would have leaked out so fast. I'm just your average shinobi. Average shinobi? The Kyumo Kunoichi spoke up with a scoff. Uzumaki Naruto-san, you shouldn't insult your record like that, considering all that you have managed to accomplish as a shinobi. With the kill of the Yondaime Mizukage on your record, you're no average shinobi. You've done your homework on him, it seems. Jiraiya said, eyes narrowing in on the woman. Any shinobi worth their title should at least recognize names of the most current names in the bingo books. She answered. Especially when one happens to be another Jinchuriki who managed to kill the very first Jinchuriki Kage in history. A frown developed on Naruto's face. Can we move on? Jiraiya nodded his head. Before getting too into the meeting, for transparency's sake, let me introduce everyone who I brought with me. He brought his hands out to his side. Sitting next to me are Uzumaki Naruto and Fu, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and Nanabi respectively. I also brought along Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata as my bodyguards. Uchiha and Hyuga. The blonde-haired Kyumo bodyguard spoke up, bringing his hand to his chin. Interesting. You brought two young shinobi with you, but both come from historic lineages in your village's history. I suppose a clan name is the most important thing in Konoha still to this day. Young, yes, but effective bodyguards. Much more than mere clan names, Jiraiya admitted. His hand moved towards Hinata's direction. Take Hyuga Hinata, for example. Pride of her clan, she quickly raised to the rank of Jonin in our village, has signed the snake summoning contract, and with an impressive amount of A-ranked and S-ranked missions, including being involved in the conclusion to the Kirigakuer Civil War and helping Kigakuer survive its more recent invasion. Easily one of the biggest and best names in Konoha's modern history. I've heard the name before. The Raikage acknowledged. She does have quite the reputation. As does the Uchiha. A reputation that we maintain for the sake of Konoha. Hinata spoke up. His eyes narrowed on the girl for a moment, before he shook his head. Anyway, I brought along two bodyguards as well, C and Darui. The two bodyguards nodded their heads in recognition. I also have Nii Yujito, Jinchuriki of the Nibi, and Dash. Yo. Say. Ho. He was interrupted by the man next to him, who slammed his hands on the marble desk, inching his head forward. Is it my time to say my name? Remember it well or you'll feel the pain. Consider it luck or consider it fate. But you've been graced by the great, the mighty number 8. Children all around wish they could be me, but in this day and age there's only one killer bee. Any tension in the room was immediately shattered. The room grew silent as all the Konoha shinobi and Fu stared intently at the man, trying to process what just happened. What was he just doing now? Hinata blinked in response. This is the great killer bee I've heard about. This guy. Sasuke wondered, his eyes moving from the man to the swords on his back. He looks physically strong and I'm sure all 7 of those swords aren't for show. But, the hell was that? Fate? Great? 8. Fu slowly started repeating the man's words in her head. This guy's got great flow. That was so cool. Naruto exclaimed. You rap, huh? A grin developed on the Hakusabi Jinchuriki's face as he nodded his head. I can rap, I can sing, I'm one mean machine. 'Cause every time I step up, I steal the scene. And everything's done on the fly? Like this is all freestyle? Fu asked, her eyes twinkling. Can we, sit down after this thing? I write poetry and I'd love to write shit with you. Killer Bee is a rapper, I ain't no poet. But if you think I can help, yeah, I'll try not to blow it. Killer Bee answered, grinning at the Taki shinobi. You both seem cool, you ain't no fools. Glad to see you both ain't haters, unlike my bro who makes me want to turn. B. Shut it. E growled, glaring at his brother. He turned his head to face Jiraiya. He's distracted us for too long. Let's get down to business already. Understood. Jiraiya nodded his head. He then turned his head to the Frost Daimyo. Ikki, you can leave now, if you please. He can stay. He spoke before the elderly daimyo could get out of his chair. He's an ally of mine. Been one for years. There's nothing we say here that he wouldn't find useful to know. Ikki smiled in his chair and seemingly relaxed. Jiraiya frowned in response. I doubt he cares if he's here. He's just asserting power over this meeting. Jiraiya noted, with frown. Typical E. Fine. Then let's begin already. The Hokage stated. What exactly are you wanting to know? How certain are you that the Akatsuki is going to invade my village during the Chunin exams? E stated. Who's your source? Akatsuki is going to invade Kumo. Naruto's eyes widened at the information. Ero Sennin, you never told me that. I can't disclose that, and you know I can't. Jiraiya replied, scowling. But I do trust it. Akatsuki is going to invade during the third round. To be frank, Hokage-sama, I can't disclose that, won't cut it here. One of the Raikage's bodyguards, C, spoke up, crossing his arms as he looked at Jiraiya. We need to know where that information comes from. Didn't you come here asking for information? Jiraiya questioned, scowling. I don't have to say anything about its source, I'm just here to give it and move on. If it makes the information untrustworthy, then that's your village you're putting at risk. Our village at risk. C continued, gritting his teeth. Mighty presumptuous to assume that one organization would be able to take on Kumo. No, it's not being presumptuous. E said, rebuking his bodyguard. A frown developed on the Raikage's face. I need the information. So tell me what you can. For starters, what do you know as a confirmed member of Akatsuki? The only person I knew in the organization was that traitorous bastard Nasumereta, but he's been dead now for a few years. At the mention of Nasumereta, Darui winced. The Konoha shinobi all noticed the reaction, but the bodyguard said nothing, however, and remained silent. Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, Hoshigaki Kisame from Kiri, Akasuna no Sasori from Suna, Haiden from Yogakure, and Deidara from Iwagakure are the publicly known members. Jiraiya answered. A frown crossed his lips as he closed his eyes before speaking. The organization is allegedly led by a man who goes by Pain, who I have recently learned is actually a shinobi named Nagato, from Omegakure. He is a man who possesses the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. He snorted in response. Don't play games with me. Hokage-sama wouldn't be playing games with you. Hinata spoke up, crossing her arms. The Raikage immediately turned his head to face the Hyuga. A scowl developed on his lips. Hyuga Hinata, let me remind you of your place. He growled out, banging his arm on the desk, causing the vambrace to clang against the table. You're here as a bodyguard. So shut the fuck up so me and your Hokage can speak. What the hell is this guy's problem? Naruto inwardly snarled. The blonde opened his mouth to speak, but Hinata beat him to the punch. Didn't one of your bodyguards just voice an opinion himself? She asked. I don't see what's wrong with me doing the same. I am not being hostile or anything, either, I was simply stating an objective fact. Hokage-sama is not joking with you or playing games here. In response to her words, C glared at the Hyuga. He grit his teeth and was about to respond, but he was elbowed by Killer B. She's got a point, you know. Don't be a hypocrite, brother. The Hakusabi Jinchuriki pointed out. Humph. The Raikage snorted, looking away from Hinata. I suppose that is true. In any case, Jiraiya coughed, bringing attention back to himself. I am not playing games with you. Certainly you at one point heard the rumors of a boy in AIM who had the Rinnegan. Rumors were spreading across the elemental nations, especially since he and his comrades were leading a civil war against Hanzo. Are you saying it's that same boy? He questioned. Assuming that he did have the Rinnegan, did he not die in AIM's civil war? I previously had thought the same thing. But we interrogated a shinobi who was loyal to Kakuzu. Their leader has the Rinnegan and is from a Megakure. The Hokage stated. That man must be Nagato. We also have reason to believe that Uchiha Madara may have some ties to the organization, and taking both pieces of info into consideration, Akatsuki provides a legitimate threat against your village and the elemental nations. He closed his eyes for a moment, processing the information. He brought his hands together and placed them against his head. If you do not mind me interrupting, Jiraiya-san, Akatsuki's goal is to capture myself and B-san, yes. Yujito spoke up. What exactly do they intend to do with us? To rip the Biju from your bodies and use their chakra for some end goal. Jiraiya answered. They've attempted to steal other Jinchuriki in the past, such as Fu right here, but they've failed so far in their attempts. As a result, from my understanding, they're getting desperate and are going to try doing everything they can to obtain the rest. So that's why they're coming to invade? But why come to our aid? Killer Bee questioned. Our villages aren't allies, what's the benefit to you guys? Because we don't want you guys getting captured. Naruto said, frowning. I don't want them stealing any of us Jinchuriki. They will kill us in the process. Ha! Hilarious. Yujito chuckled in response before scowling. I don't buy it. Your goals cannot be that altruistic. There must be something else to it. I mean, what do you want to hear? The Uzumaki scowled in response. It does the whole world no good if the Akatsuki is able to get their hands on any Biju chakra. And more than that, I just don't want any Jinchuriki to die at their hands for whatever they're planning. That point about them obtaining our chakra makes more sense. Just focus on the relevant points and don't bother with any sentimental crap. Yujito requested, her eyes moving to her hands for a moment. Sentimental crap. The Uzumaki bit his lip, resisting the urge to say something. The hell is her problem? You all can trust that the Akatsuki are serious business anyway, since they managed to pull off an invasion on Taki. Fu said, frowning. And only 2 members of their actual organization were in the invasion. Imagine if the rest of them were part of this one, including this mystical leader of theirs. The words you speak are probably true. Our village will be in trouble if they have their whole crew. Kyumo could in a nasty plight, so tell me Jiraiya, how do you wanna fight? Killer Bee asked. Together. Jiraiya said, his eyes moving to the Raikage. You're right, this is not a request for an alliance. This is a self-preservation move. All the major shinobi nations should come together for this moment in order to fight against the Akatsuki, for the sake of our Jinchuriki and our villages. The Raikage was quiet for a moment, processing the Hokage's words. After a few seconds of silent deliberation, he nodded his head in agreement. As I wrote to you, Jiraiya, I'm not an idiot. I will work with you and any of your allies for this fight alone. He declared. A smile developed on Jiraiya's face as he nodded his head, good. With that in mind, we should probably talk strategy. Yujito spoke up, crossing her arms. They're planning on attacking us during Archinin exam's 3rd round, yes? I assume that's because the eyes of the village will be centered on the matches. It'll be assumed that we'll be distracted by them. Correct. The Hokage nodded his head in affirmation. That was Orochimaru's thought and it almost worked, if it was not for the fact that word of the planned invasion was found out and spread throughout the village. Sarutobi-sensei was able to plan accordingly and prevent the maximum damage from happening. It would be safe to assume that the Akatsuki will have some foot soldiers along with them, just to help create as much chaos as possible. Sasuke spoke up. Orochimaru did the same. It would be safe to have some of your shinobi placed in civilian quarters around the village, preparing for the invasion to occur whenever. Of course, even an invasion of the central exams will be a distraction for what their goal really will be. Jiraiya noted. A personal suggestion of mine would be keeping your Jinchuriki out in the open on the day of the 3rd exam, where Akatsuki cannot attempt to hide in general chaos. Force them out into the one area we know that they will be active and will attack, so we can prepare for it. It would be best if they're exam proctors, you're saying. He gathered. Jiraiya nodded his head. That can be arranged rather easily. The Raikage then brought his hand to his chin. You know, Jiraiya, all 5 Kage are sending genin teams this year, or so I've been told. This entire match will be under the direct supervision of all 5 Kage. No doubt that Akatsuki's desire is for you to blame the resulting invasion on another village. The Hokage stated. It is safe to assume that any foot soldiers they have will be wearing fake forehead protectors. So, I have a thought. Yujito proceeded to speak up. What are the odds that all Jinchuriki will be present? All Jinchuriki? Fu repeated the question. Yujito-san, and Killer Bee will be there. Jiraiya stated. The Godame Kaze Kage is the Ichibai Jinchuriki, so if Suna sends even one team, he will be there. I assume the Sandaime Tsuchikage would bring the Yonbai and Goba Jinchuriki as bodyguards. And our village would bring Naruto here, as he is bringing his genin team to the Chunin exams. Naruto's eyes widened at the statement. So that'd be 6 Jinchuriki, at the very least. Yujito said. Her eyes then moved over to Fu. Could we get you to come along? Hold up. Naruto spoke up, interrupting the conversation. His eyes turned to Jiraiya and a scowl developed on his face. I am going to the Chunin exams with my team? When have I confirmed that with you? Haven't you said you were thinking about bringing them? The Hokage asked. I actually thought you did confirm you were going to. That was before I found out that the fucking Akatsuki is going to invade the Dem village. The Uzumaki shouted, banging his hands on the desk. Jiraiya, you can't be serious. I can't put my students' lives at risk. A bunch of genin's lives are going to be at risk this year. Yujito noted. The fact that we are still having this exam at all is putting lives at risk in general. That's no justification. Naruto replied. I don't want my student to be at risk. Naruto, I am assuming you want to be in Kyumo to fight, yes? Jiraiya interrupted. Naruto turned his head to face his godfather and nodded his head. I can maybe make arrangements for you to come alongside me as a bodyguard, but it would be easier for you to simply bring your genin team and have them participate in the exams. He saw his godson open his mouth, and proceeded to shake hands. We can make arrangements to keep them safe. They'll be fine. But we need you in Kyumo and that's the easiest way to get you there. I'll think about it. Naruto crossed his arms, scowling. Don't assume I'll have my team with me, though. I want to keep them safe, damn it. With that out of the way, he spoke up, I assume that the Sanbai has been resealed into someone after the death of Yagura. The Biju must have had time to revive itself and get resealed in someone. I would assume we could get her to request that new Jinchuriki's presence and potentially the Rokubais. I assume she is still in contact with them. What exactly are you planning, Jiraiya asked. You want to gather all Jinchuriki in one place for the Akatsuki to potentially obtain? Why? This idea was not my brother's, it belongs to another. Killer Bee commented, pointing at his fellow Jinchuriki. You said it yourself, Jiraiya-san. They're after the Jinchuriki. So let's give them the Jinchuriki. All of us, all in one spot. Yujito said, grinning as she pounded her fists together. Let's have them try and take on all of us at once. Wait. Hinata turned to face Yujito with wide eyes. You want to bring all the Jinchuriki together to fight the Akatsuki? We're their targets, after all. So they'll focus on us. Yujito said. It can help keep the village safe from most of the larger threats in their organization, as they'll probably be focused on us. And that means Raikage-sama and the rest of Kyumo can simply focus on keeping Kyumo safe. That's risky. Sasuke commented. Did you hear Jiraiya about the shinobi that are going to be involved in this? One of the names he mentioned was Uchiha Madara. A scowl developed on the man's lips. If my clan's ancestor is somehow alive and involved in this organization, then it would be a risk to get involved in a fight with him, let alone with this Pain shinobi. It's a risk alright, but we'll show them Jinchuriki might. Combined, all 9 as one, and we'll kick all Akatsuki ass, son. Killer Bee exclaimed. All 9 Jinchuriki fighting together against the Akatsuki. Naruto repeated the words to himself, processing the implications. That would be so much karma, right there, If we could kill Akatsuki altogether, all as one. That's one potential idea, yes, assuming we can get all the other shinobi villages on board with that, but it'd be best to think of others. Jiraiya commented. Ones that might involve less risk for the Jinchurikis lives. I am willing to risk my life. Yujito affirmed, crossing her arms. If the Akatsuki have their way with things, then they'll just hunt us down individually. I'm no meek little kitten, I will meet them head-on and show them whose claws are sharper. Jiraiya, sorry to disappoint, but Miss Yujito has a point. Killer Bee coughed to himself as he brought his right hand to his face, stopping his rapping for a moment. We're trying to keep our village safe above all else too, and what better way than to divert the attention of its strongest members. Make them believe we're giving them what they want when, in fact, we're leading them to their demise against us. And you're okay with this, eh? Jiraiya questioned, looking at the Raikage. I'd rather them not. The Raikage admitted. But I understand Yujito's and B's logic. I think it's sound logic. And for me, personally, it gives me the chance to focus on working on whatever other numbers Akatsuki is bringing to Kumo and keep my village safe completely. Naruto-kun would be fighting the leaders and the strongest members of Akatsuki, though. A frown developed on Hinata's face. He'd have backup, but one of these men is apparently Uchiha Madara and another one apparently has the Rinnegan. This is so dangerous. I'm actually okay with this. Fu spoke up, drawing all attention to her. I'd want to be involved in this. That organization just tore through Taki and I'd want to make sure they can't do that to another village. If that means being sorta like a focal point distraction, I'm fine with that. She cracked her knuckles as a grin developed on her face. There's also the bonus of getting a chance to kick their asses and make them pay back for what they did to Taki. Payback. I could pay back Madara for all that he did to me, my parents, my village, and Kurama. Naruto realized. Now, don't get me wrong, they'll need to get stronger. And they don't have a lot of time to do so. He noted. His eyes then narrowed on Killer Bee. I trust Yujito on her own to get her training done, but as for Bee, if he seriously wants to do this, he better damn well double his training. Double my training, you say? Suppose that's okay. Killer Bee shrugged his shoulders. I'm serious, Bee. You and I will fight prior to the exams beginning, and if I feel like you're not ready, I'll cancel this whole plan of yours. He snarled. I want to have Akatsuki crushed, but I'm not going to let you die in the process. Excuse me. May I voice something? All eyes turned to face Ikiai. The Shimo daimyo had been quiet during the meeting the entire time, so quiet that people forgot he was there. The man immediately froze, noting all the shinobi staring directly at him. Yes. Jiraiya asked. Well, I had an idea. If you all feel like you need more training, why don't you all spar? Ikiai asked. Kei Konoha's Jinchuriki against Kumo's. A spar? Really? Sasuke asked. What for? Yujito asked. This feels like an unnecessary use of our time. It just probably adds another day for us to be in this village. Well. Ikiai frowned, poking his hands together. I thought it would be a good idea to give you all some more training. The people of Shimo could watch. A smile developed on the daimyo's lips. It would be entertaining to them to see top-class shinobi fight like that. The Jinchuriki here aren't here to fight for your people's entertainment. Hinata spoke up, crossing her arms. Oh no. Oh no, and no. I wasn't implying that. The Shimo daimyo shook his head, sweating profusely. I was just dash. I'd be fine with that. The Raikage spoke up, interrupting the man. I'd get to assess B's and Yujito's progress for this mission and get a chance to see where the Konoha Jinchuriki. It'd give us all a chance to see if this idea of theirs would be feasible. His eyes then narrowed on Jiraiya as a grin developed on his face. Besides, it's not every day I get to show Konoha the strength of Kumo's strongest. Jiraiya frowned in response, I'm so down. Fu interrupted, pumping her fists in the air. I'd love to get to spar with some of the other Jinchuriki. It'd be a nice way for me to test my strength. The Hokage looked over at Fu for a moment before sighing. He turned his attention to face his godson. What about you, Naruto? Would you want to? Yeah. Naruto nodded his head. Gives us a chance to train for this big mission if it's happening, and also gives us a chance to fight two strong shinobi. What's there to lose? Naruto-kun. Hinata bit her lip in response, but said nothing more. Well, if you all are in favor, then I'll go make arrangements. Ikiai said with a grin. I can have a stadium prepared for you all by tomorrow and dash. Keep this private, though. Jiraiya said sharply. Don't spread word of this in your gossipy village. Oh. The daimyo's eyes lowered slightly. He frowned in response. There's no harm in having an audience dash. Weren't we trying to keep news of this meeting quiet? Jiraiya reminded, scowling. I know you want an audience to watch Kumo defeat Konoha, but we also don't need unnecessary amounts of people spreading news of a fight between our villages. Jinchuriki. The Raikage's frown turned into a scowl. He grit his teeth for a second at Jiraiya's words before nodding his head in agreement. Understood. With those words, the two Kage dismissed Ikiai. The Frost Daimyo quickly left, making arrangements for the fight between the Jinchuriki. Check the description for the links to the author.